Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining me for another restful episode of true, scary stories to help you fall asleep. Today, we're going to be listening to some true paranormal stories. These stories have been on the channel in the past, but they are all remastered for your listening pleasure. I hope you enjoy them. So, without further ado, lay back, relax, and enjoy these true scary stories. This story happened around 2014 in my grandparents' house. In January of 2013, my uncle sadly passed away from cancer in one of the bedrooms of my grandparents' home. Up until around 2012, when my uncle got sick and started living with my grandparents, I stayed at their house almost every weekend to just hang out with them. When my uncle got sick, him and his two daughters moved in with my grandparents, so my cousins shared one room and my uncle slept in the other. He was terribly sick and unfortunately passed away in January 2013 in that bedroom. After he passed, my cousins still lived with my grandparents, so one of them took his old room. This story takes place around February of 2013. The cousin that took my uncle's old room was going out for the night on a Saturday, so I decided to go to my grandparents' house and stay over. Normally, I would sleep on the couch, but since she was gone, I decided to take her bed. I definitely did feel a little uneasy sleeping in his old room, but I eventually fell asleep. I don't know what time it was when this happened, but likely around 2 a.m. since nobody else was awake and my grandparents did tend to stay up past midnight to 1 a.m. most of the time. I had a feeling someone was in my room, but it didn't wake me enough for me to fully be aware of what was happening. I felt someone sit on the edge of the bed and kiss me on my cheek. It was so clear as day. I swore it was one of my grandparents. So when I woke up, I asked if anyone had came in my room last night. They both said no. My uncle and I were super close, so I like to think it was him visiting me. Still to this day, my grandma says she will see my uncle in their house from time to time, coming and going from the back door to their bedroom, where his ashes are kept. There's a house in downtown Ventura that is reportedly very haunted. It's a huge old house. My sister met a woman who used to live there. It has 7 bedrooms spread over 4 levels. I'm not sure what the architect type is called, so I'll just describe it as an old wood frame house with an antique ornate style, picturesque, set on the foothill overlooking downtown and the ocean and the Channel Islands. When I lived in the area, the house was vacant. During my frequent late-night walks, I'd sometimes sneak up to the 24 front stairs and peer in the windows or walk around back. Occasionally, I'd bring a date up there to fool around on the porch swing. It was vacant for a long time. My sister told me the house was haunted, and once, when she was visiting the house, a floor lamp suddenly slid across the living room, apparently of its own volition. Startled, she looked at her friend, the woman who lived there, and she kind of shrugged and said that things like that occurred frequently. They would often hear noises from the upper floor. There was another tenant who resided up there, and sometimes they would hear noises, like someone talking or walking around, only to find out later that the tenant was not at home. She eventually moved out, and sometime later I met her, and I asked her about the house. She confirmed the lamp story and said that many things happened there, and that she moved out because of them. She had hated living there. She said, "Let me show you something." She pulled out her phone and flipped to a photograph of a young man sitting on a sofa in front of a dark picture window, or maybe glass sliding doors. She said that it was her son on the couch. The photo was just kind of a typical random snapshot of a kid sitting on a couch. Also in the photo was a large swirl of white smoke to the right of the kid. It looked like cigarette smoke that had drifted in front of the lens, except when I looked closer, I was startled and frightened by what I had noticed about it. There was a very clearly defined face in the smoke. Not a human face, but one of a creature with an elongated muzzle and head shaped like a canine. The mouth was open, showing large, sharp, pointy teeth. The eyes were fierce and appeared to be looking into the camera. I truly hate to say this because I tend to roll my eyes at stories like this, but it is best described as a dragon or demon face. I don't believe in demons. The image was unmistakable and gave me chills and goosebumps. The woman said that she hadn't seen anything when she took the photo, but it was just a casual snapshot of her son while they were sitting and watching television. She managed to get the landlord to reluctantly let her out of the lease after she told him everything that happened there. Eventually, they found tenants. There were old cars and beat-up motorcycles out front, and junk stored on the porches and balconies, so they didn't appear to be neat, clean, orderly tenants, and the house looked in need of repairs and maintenance. I never met the new residents, but I wondered if they had any experiences in that creepy old house. Nine years ago, during the summer of 2013, my uncle called me one day asking if I wanted to take a road trip to Alaska. We live on the southern tip of Texas, across the Rio Grande from Progreso, Mexico, so I thought he was joking. It takes us 12 hours to get out of Texas from where we're from, so driving to Alaska sounded insane. However, he was not joking, and about a week later, I climbed into his dingy 1990 Chevrolet camper van with my two younger cousins, a 13-year-old female and a 10-year-old male. And we headed out on our 3-week excursion. I was a 15-year-old male at the time, a freshman in high school, and excited to see some new parts of the country. It took us about a week and a half to leave the United States, going through northern Washington. Still, by that time, we had been on the road for a while. We were getting a little annoyed being around each other 24/7, and we were generally trying to hightail it through Canada and get back home in a shorter amount of time. After arguing with my younger cousins for a while, I finally managed to fight my way into the front seat because that's where all of us kids wanted to sit. So I officially became the co-pilot. Even though I had an iPhone with GPS, my uncle was an old-school road trip fanatic, so he made whoever was in the front seat use this gigantic atlas book to give him directions as we drove. This night, we had just turned on a Highway 16 in Prince George, Canada, and we were going to be on that road for hours, so I had the atlas open on my lap, but I wasn't looking at it much. It was about 2 a.m., and my uncle decided we would drive through the night to make up some time, so naturally, I stayed in the front seat to keep him company while he went. We were swapping stories and making small talk, and my two cousins passed out in the back seats while driving down this somewhat desolate highway. At one point, while my uncle was telling me a story and I was looking out the window, I became mesmerized by the streetlights as they flew by my passenger side window. It was like I fell into this mindless trance of watching a streetlight go by and mentally counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then another would go by and I'd restart my counting. I did this for several minutes for no reason. Still, something about the perfect yellow illuminated circles the lights would cast against the pitch black asphalt appealed to me, followed by 5 seconds of unrelenting darkness before the next morning would pass. It was soothing. That all changed when I saw the next streetlight coming up from my peripheral vision, but something was standing underneath it. I only had about a second to assess what it was. Still, I saw a petite older woman, maybe 5 feet tall at most, hunched over with a red shawl covering her hair, casting a shadow on her face, and holding a canvas tote bag that looked like it had something heavy inside. I specifically remember that she was wearing an off-white summer dress that went down to about her knees because it was cold outside, maybe about 35 degrees Fahrenheit, and I couldn't believe she didn't have pants on. Now, seeing this woman didn't necessarily alarm me in any way. It was more like I took notice of her and let my imagination take over with, oh man, that's creepy to see a random old lady standing under a streetlight in the middle of the night next to a pitch black forest. About this time, there was a lull in the conversation with my uncle. He had the radio on very low, and I was still staring out of my window, enjoying the hum of the roads as we kept driving. About 20 seconds after we passed that lady, The radio station we were listening to started emitting static and increased in volume, at least enough for my uncle to take notice and turn it down. It was a weird coincidence, but we were driving in a forest, so it didn't surprise me that radio signals could get lost out here. However, what was less explainable was that seconds after the radio went to static, the dashboard lighting that illuminates all the gauges for the driver started flickering on and off for over a minute. This got my uncle's attention, because running into an electrical issue at night would be a nightmare. As the lights are flickering, we see a sign that says fuel 1 mile ahead, or something to that effect. So he says, "Hey, I'm going to pull in and grab a cup of coffee and fill up." He pulls into this well-lit gas station, and we are the only ones there. He starts fueling up and tells me to stay outside with the kids while he goes inside for coffee. So I stand outside the van to stretch my legs and get some fresh air. As I'm standing there, I'm mindlessly looking around, and at some point I start to notice how eerily quiet it is. I hear the faint gurgle of gas pouring into the car from the nozzle. I hear the low hum of the incandescent bulbs that illuminate the pumps. I hear the light tapping of some of the more giant moths smacking into the glass pane covering those bulbs. There is no other noise, however. There are no cicadas in the trees, cars on the road, bats flapping their wings, air blowing. Nothing. It was unsettling enough to understand how entirely alone it was out here. My uncle walks back out, puts the fuel nozzle away, climbs back into the car, uncaps his coffee, and just quietly watches the steam cascade off the top of the liquid. I watched him this whole time because I thought it was a little unusual that he didn't start the car immediately. But then he turned to me with a slightly concerned look and quietly said, "Did you see that woman under the street lamp a few miles back?" I sighed with relief and chuckled softly because his bringing it up verified what I had seen was real. And I said, "Yeah, I did. She was kind of creepy." And he gave me a strange, expressionless smile, like he was trying to portray calm agreement. But it just seemed off. It seemed like something was bothering him that he wasn't telling me. Before I could say anything else, we pulled out of the gas station and headed north on Highway 16 as we were before, but slower now, because he had a massive cup of scalding hot coffee in his hand. And why he insisted on driving without a lid on is baffling to me. I noticed that the radio had returned to broadcasting soft music instead of static, and there wasn't anything wrong with the interior lighting. I told my uncle, "Do you think it was a coincidence that the radio and lights started malfunctioning right after we passed that lady?" He kept his eyes trained on the road ahead, as he grimly said, "Maybe." So, at this point, I figured he was trying to mess with me by making this seem more unnatural or paranormal than it was by taking on this serious tone. I tried to lighten the mood by saying, "Wouldn't it be crazy if we saw her again up the road?" And I got no response. Fine. At this point, I was slightly paranoid, but mostly just confused by my uncle's demeanor. So I opened the atlas and started flipping through the pages to kill time, and maybe find a route for us to take the next day. A few minutes go by. My eyes are focused on the map trying to make out highway numbers in the dim lighting of my cell phone screen. And suddenly, my uncle says, "No effing way." The intensity in his voice made my head snap up to look at him, and I saw pure, unadulterated fear on his face as he looked out towards my side of the windshield and said, "The lady." I whipped my head around to see if he was messing with me again, and I didn't see anything as I looked at the following street lamp in the distance. I looked back and said, "Ha ha, very funny." But he cut me off and frantically said, "I swear to God she was under that street lamp we just passed." Now I was annoyed and concerned because I was terrified of the paranormal at that time. And my uncle was driving, so if he was starting to hallucinate from exhaustion, that was dangerous. Before I could say anything else, he started slowing down and whipping the van around to start heading back down the road from where we just came. And I said, "What the hell are you doing?" And he didn't say a word. His eyes were locked on the side of the road where he had seen this lady. Right then, like clockwork, the radio goes to static again. This sent violent shivers down my spine. I was uncomfortable with what was happening, and it was physically impossible for this lady to have moved ahead of us down the road then. It was at least 5 miles back from where we saw her the first time, and it had not even been 20 minutes. Not to mention that not a single vehicle passed the gas station in either direction the entire time I was there. so she would have had to have sprinted 5 miles in 20 minutes without me noticing her past the gas station. Impossible. As my uncle slowed down in front of the street lamp where he had seen her, the lights on the dashboard started flickering again, and I felt an overwhelming wave of nausea. I just had a visceral fear of the situation and didn't hide it. I pleaded with my uncle to please turn the van around without stopping, so we could get as far away from here as possible, but he was unrelenting. He scoured the wood line with the headlights trying to find this woman again, but there was no sign of anything. I put my face in my hands and leaned forward to escape for a couple of seconds, because I honestly didn't want to find out if she was there. Right then, through the radio static, we all froze for a few seconds as we heard a crackly, disembodied voice say, "Patricia, help." At that point, I started crying. It was too much. There were no more coincidences or explanations for what was happening. I wish I could have passed out from fear to avoid what I saw next. After what felt like an eternity, but was about 2 minutes, he could not find her, so he started to turn the van around, but this time he did a slower 3-point turn like he was defeated and almost disappointed. I looked back up from my hands, happy to know that we would move past this, until he made the final slight turn to start heading back north again, and I almost threw up. She was standing on the side of the road, right effing there, no more than 20 feet in front of the van. My uncle let out an F-bomb loud enough to wake up the kids, whom I had forgotten were in the back by this point. So when I heard a faint female's voice say, "What's wrong?" from right behind me, I had to summon all my willpower to keep myself from pissing myself. I screamed like a child and jumped high enough to hit my head on the van's roof, closely followed by my cousin's blood-curdling scream once she noticed the lady on the road. The inside of that car was pure chaos for about 10 seconds. It wasn't until we both noticed that my uncle had not floored it yet that she said, "Papa, drive." I could not have agreed more with that statement. He had just started pressing down on the pedal when this woman, in the most inhuman and contorted movements, lifted her head just high enough for the streetlight to illuminate her completely blank, stark white face. There was nothing on it. No mouth, no eyes, no nose. It had deep, shadowy wrinkles and 2 shallow recesses where the eyes should be. I started gagging. My cousin started bawling uncontrollably. The younger male cousin let out the most pitiful and fearful moan I've ever heard. And finally, my uncle floored it. I had this deep sense of dread that, at that moment, the van would eventually shut down. And at that point, I would probably die from fear. It didn't, however. We peeled out of there as fast as the old van let us, and we just drove. We drove in stone-cold silence, not saying a word to each other, not looking at each other, and just praying for morning to come so we could try to forget what we had just witnessed. None of us ever talked about that night after that. The rest of the trip seemed to go by quickly, but it was different. There was a palpable tension between us, just wanting to return home and forget everything. On our way back, we made it a point to drive down Highway 16 in the middle of the day, speeding the entire time. I had kept a daily journal of our trip, so I could go back and reminisce years later, but I didn't write anything about that night because I knew I would never forget it. I couldn't ignore it. It wasn't until years later when I became interested in true crime podcasts and narrators on YouTube telling scary stories that everything changed. I was driving home from Austin alone one day, nothing unusual for me, and I was listening to some serial killer podcast. I had no idea which killer they were talking about at the time. Still, during the 2 hosts' banter about how this killer would target women and then dump their bodies along the highway, the other host said, "That kind of reminds me of that one highway in Canada where the same thing happened. You know, they call it the Highway of Tears or something. I think it was Highway 16 or 17 or something." When I heard him say Highway 16, I nearly crashed my truck because my arm holding the wheel jolted as I got a rush of fear through my entire body. I immediately pulled over on the side of the road and Googled ghosts of Highway 16, only to stumble on this article. I have honestly never felt that sick in my entire life. I had long since pushed that memory out of my mind, so it never even occurred to me to research if other people had similar experiences on that stretch of road. Even if it had happened to me, I don't think I would have wanted to search for it. because it would have made the experience more authentic. It took me 5 separate attempts to get through that article, because the first time, I felt tears welling up in my eyes as soon as I saw the highway photo. That was my last road trip with my uncle and cousins. When I'm in my hometown driving around at night, I have perpetual anxiety that on some lonely street she might reappear. And this time, I won't have anyone there with me. Now, I don't know if Patricia is one of the victims of that highway, or someone to whom a victim was calling out for help, but I don't intend to research any further. May she and anyone else who met that fate rest in peace. But if not, who knows? My husband works at the Oregon State Hospital, a facility infamous for its past treatment of mental illness, and where the classic film One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest was shot. Despite its dark past, the facility had become a place of healing for many individuals suffering from mental illnesses. However, as with many older buildings, a portion of the asylum was scheduled to be demolished. As part of his cleaning duties, my husband ventured into the abandoned portion of the building, which had been devoid of any human activity for a considerable length of time. As he worked, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched. During his lunch break, he decided to call me to check in. When I answered the phone, I could hear what sounded like people talking in the distance. However, the voices were muffled and indistinct. He sounded distracted and didn't seem to be listening to anything I was saying. Irritated, I snapped at him and asked if he was calling to talk to me or them. My husband was confused and quickly replied that he was alone in the building. My heart sank as I realized that something wasn't right. There was a panic in his voice that I had never heard before in our 19 years of marriage. After that experience, my husband was understandably shaken, but he continued to work at the asylum. He never had another experience like that again, but the memory of that day still creeps us out. When my cousin's son was little, he was super attached to his imaginary friend named Joseph. He would take Joseph everywhere and do things like demand that his parents buckle him into the car, so he was definitely more attached than most kids. But some kids just have really realistic imaginary friends, so they didn't think it was anything weird. Fast forward several years. My cousins have moved out of that house and their son is a lot older. One day, my dad runs into the family, who had bought the house from them, who has a little boy of their own. As the conversation goes on, it gets brought up that the little boy who lives in the house now has an imaginary friend he is super attached to named Joe. Obviously, my cousin tells the family about his son who had his imaginary friend named Joseph while living in that same house. It's interesting, but ultimately assume it's just a funny coincidence. Fast forward again to the present day. The last family moved out of the house, and for several years it sat vacant. Recently, someone bought the house and renovated it. One day, my cousin ran into the guy who was renovating it. They live in a small town. It's not weird that he keeps seeing the people who bought this old house. They were talking about the noise, and my cousin mentioned the funny coincidence about the two boys having an imaginary friend with a similar name. At that point, the guy doing the renovations tells my cousin that while they were taking out a wall in the house, they found an old journal that had the name Joseph written on either the cover or first page. Unfortunately, I don't think they kept the journal, but at the very least, it's a very spooky coincidence. So, I'm a pretty skeptical person when it comes to the paranormal, albeit having a vested interest in tales and evidence. I'm the kind of person who browses ghost hunter videos on YouTube and these kinds of subreddits. I've also visited plenty of purportedly haunted locations in the US, including, but not limited to, Places like the Omni Parker House in Boston, Molly Brown House in Denver, the Whaley House in San Diego, Alcatraz at night, and the Winchester House more than once, none of which have yielded any sort of evidence. A part of me wants to believe, but I'm also terrified at the prospect of witnessing something. I was mostly a non-believer up until a couple of months ago. In short, I had wanted to plan a surprise party and getaway for my girlfriend's 30th birthday. She had mentioned wanting to go hit the slopes. It was January, so it's still winter at this point. I organized this months ahead and had invited some of her closest friends to join. I ended up renting an Airbnb cabin that had enough rooms to house 10 people, or 5 couples. One entire lower floor basement level with 2 beds, a room on the first floor, and 3 rooms upstairs. Also adding that this cabin was in a beautiful rural neighborhood in Tahoe, California, with tons of cabins next door, down the street, adjacent, etc. So there's plenty of housing around us. Nothing peculiar about it, and there are other people staying around. Of course, my girlfriend and I take the master bedroom upstairs, and right across the hall is another couple in one room, and my girlfriend's cousin by herself in the 3rd room next door. All rooms are taken, and the middle floor is a lively area with games, a fireplace, and a foosball table. These details are somewhat relevant and important later in my story. The first night was a night of merry drinking and games. To celebrate the occasion, we had decorated the living room and blown up balloons to be loosely strewn around the large and cozy living room and family room where we imbibed. Almost uneventful with respect to weird happenings. Except towards the end of the night, balloons would randomly pop at odd intervals. Someone in our group suggested it was the balloons getting attracted towards the heater vents and popping. I was dismissive of this because not all of them that popped were congregated near vents. Cool. I just took note. Didn't want to argue or suggest anything weird at this point. After we all retired for the night and the lights were off, we could hear balloons pop downstairs at random intervals that reverberated through the silent house. This happened between 2 to 3:30 a.m. The next morning, still plenty of healthy balloons strewn about. Fast forward to night 2. After we returned from snow activities, we prepped for drinking and the usual. After a full day's worth of shredding the snow, we are all collectively tired a bit earlier than the previous night and decide to retire at around 11:30 to midnight. Here's where I personally experienced things that got me feeling irked. Since it was cold, I decided to go downstairs to turn on the thermostat and heater. Our couple friends across the hall had their door slightly open. Lights were on, and bathroom was in use. As I'm going downstairs in the dark stairwell, I hear the floorboards behind me creak and figured it was my friend coming out to follow me for a cup of water or go to the kitchen. As I walk across the living room and stop at the thermostat, the lights are still off at this point and the creaks continue. And then I hear it stop a few feet behind me near the kitchen. The kitchen lights don't turn on, and I hear nothing else. Feeling like he was waiting behind me, and I was being watched, I said, "What's up, dude? Need something?" I turn around and nobody was there. I've only ever read about this dreadful feeling of being watched, and it is indeed every bit dreadful upon realization in person. A minute ago, I swore someone followed me down. I was taken aback, and my skeptical self once again took note and spoke nothing of it. I go back upstairs. About 30 minutes pass and it's still cold. At this point, everyone is asleep, and I decide to turn up the thermostat a couple notches. Nothing crazy. I turn on the upstairs hallway light bright enough to light the steps to see from downstairs. I proceeded to head downstairs and stop once again at the thermostat. No floorboard creaks except for my own steps this time. As I'm turning up the thermostat and thinking to myself how odd the creaking was the first time, a noise broke my train of thought. I hear the ball from the foosball table several feet away near the fireplace audibly roll across its surface and hit one of the side walls. Nobody is around, and I certainly am too far to touch it. I froze in fear and hastily go back upstairs to sleep, not knowing how to mentally process the increasingly evident occurrences. I eventually sleep under the pretense that nothing is definitive enough for me to be conclusively sure that this cabin is haunted. I don't mention or wake anyone up about my experiences. The next morning, as we leave and drive back home, the balloons were brought up by my girlfriend's friend/couple who stayed across the hall. I took this as an opening to talk about my experiences and disclose them. At this point, my girlfriend's friend goes pale, gets serious, and tells us that the previous night she was wide awake when she noticed a dark figure standing at the foot of her bed. She states that she went into panic mode after blinking and realizing it wasn't a dream or hallucination, and shook her boyfriend awake, who I thought followed me down the stairs earlier that night, only to have it disappear. This by far, coupled with my experiences, is undeniable evidence. I myself was wide-eyed upon hearing this solid piece of information. My girlfriend's cousin, who stayed in the room next to us, then mentions she heard what sounded like breathing in her room, but dismissed it as naturally occurring sounds of the walls in the cabin. These events standalone could be nominal and may be explained, but collectively, it's hard to deny that something was present and amiss. I'm hoping that this is the extent of my run-ins with the paranormal, because I don't want to experience anything like this again. The universe has made me more of a believer. I love walking in the woods, but some strange things have happened in the woods. Have you had anything weird happen to you? This was one of the strangest things that happened to me. It was a beautiful day for a hike in the woods, so I grabbed my backpack and set out on the trail. The sun was shining, the birds were singing, and the leaves rustled gently in the breeze. As I walked deeper into the forest, I noticed that the sounds of nature had grown quieter. It was as if the forest was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. That's when I saw her. A woman dressed in white, standing at the edge of a clearing. She looked like she was from another time, with a long flowing dress and a ribbon tied around her waist. At first, I thought she might be lost or in trouble, so I approached her cautiously. But as I got closer, she vanished into thin air, leaving only the sound of rustling leaves behind. I was shaken, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I needed to follow her. So I continued on the trail, my heart pounding in my chest. As I approached the clearing where I had seen the woman, I heard the faint sound of music. It was a haunting melody, played on a violin. I stepped into the clearing and saw her again, the woman in white, dancing to the music of an unseen player. She twirled and spun, her dress billowing in the breeze. But then, as suddenly as before, she vanished again, leaving me alone in the clearing. I left the woods that day feeling haunted by the memory of the ghostly woman in white. I never saw her again, but I'll never forget the feeling of being watched by something not quite of this world. I genuinely believe that I myself, not the areas I've lived in or have been to, am haunted. I wish this could be shorter, but there's a whole lot to say, and I'd appreciate some feedback. I also know that this community doesn't like sleep paralysis stories, but I know that mine weren't just sleep paralysis, but were paranormal encounters. As a kid, I went through a lot. It really messed me up when my dad left my mom, and it made me feel really unsafe. I don't know why, but I felt like something has been after me my whole life. No BS. I was strangely aware of death from a very young age, and it terrified me to even think of my family members dying. And I'd have terrible nightmares about awful things happening to my brother, dad, or mom starting at age 6 that I can remember. I've also had sleep paralysis my entire life, but didn't know what it was until a few years ago. I also realized that the stories I mention here weren't really sleep paralysis, but real encounters. I do have sleep paralysis on occasion, but it's nothing like what I describe here. So on one hand, I was scared to fall asleep because of my awful nightmares, and on the other, I was terrified of seeing the things I saw then and still see today. I had 2 windows in my room, one behind my bed and the other next to my bed. I kept my curtains open because the streetlight made me more comfortable falling asleep than my nightlight, as all of my nightlights I had would mysteriously lose battery life after a few days, and would flash randomly on and off throughout the night and day or make random clicking noises. I remember so clearly as it happened frequently from when I was maybe 7 to age 12 when we moved out of that house, seeing a figure outside of my window, a moving figure, usually as dark as the night and in some sort of robe. Looked a lot like the ghost of Christmas Future. And this same figure occurred in many of my nightmares as well. It usually just planted a hand on my window or started banging on it and continued to do so until I fell asleep. Other times I'd wake up to my sleep paralysis. I genuinely saw the figure in the window because it always was before I fell asleep and never woke me up in the middle of the night. So I know that it wasn't just sleep paralysis and I could move just fine. And a similar figure, dark but not robed and usually donned a wide-brimmed hat, stood in the center of my room. He usually reached out to me, but other times he just stood there watching, even though I couldn't see if he had eyes. That was when I was a child and I lived in that house. That was pretty much all the creepy stuff that happened there. And yet, I didn't really believe in ghosts until I was 13. The problem is, I'm pretty sure that I'm the one that's haunted. My mom's apartment, after we moved from our previous house, which was new and no one had died in it, so it was very mysterious that I had these experiences, is old as hell. This apartment was originally built in 1920 and was only recently barely restored. It has its problems, like leaky ceilings and bugs, but that's about it. But maybe the first time I experienced anything there was when I was 13. My room was really messy in the farther half of my room, where my TV was set up. Very strangely, the two cats we had would not go past the front half of my room, towards my closet and TV. I was really curious about it one time and set my cat carefully in front of my TV, where she screeched. That's not something she ever did, and sprinted out of my room. She was obsessed with me and mostly spent her time in my room, but only in the front half where my bed was. My mom even peeked in at her meowing at the TV one time when I was at my dad's. Then one night, I had gotten ready for bed and was about to lie down when I noticed a light coming from the other half of my room. My DVD player was on, and I hadn't used my TV or the DVD player in months, and it hadn't been on just 30 minutes prior. So what the hell happened? I knew very well that the cats wouldn't go near it, so I went to turn it off, and the DVD player has this little screen on it that says what it's doing. Things like searching, ejecting, turning off. But this time it said something that I've never even seen it say before. Controls. It turns out that you can click on the settings button of the DVD player and click a few more options to get to the screen where it would say that. But I didn't press those buttons and neither did the cats. So I turned it off and strangely fell asleep just fine. Little things have happened in my mom's apartment since, but nothing that could be clearly described as a paranormal occurrence. Until the last few years. I changed my room around in my mom's apartment when I was 16. I got a bigger bed and put it on the wall in that far half of my room where the TV used to be. And I put the TV in the front half of my room. The first thing I noticed was in my old Kinect, which sat on top of the TV. It was a big box TV. I never used the Kinect, but it was connected to the Xbox and would turn on when I turned on the Xbox. I could see the little Kinect icon on my home screen and began noticing figures behind me, where my TV had been and now my bed was, but they didn't move. They were very humanoid, and nothing in my room would make those shapes, let alone show up so prominently on the Kinect. Then came the touching. I began to feel someone touching me all the time. I would lie in bed and feel someone slowly press up against me. I would be in my kitchen and suddenly feel someone touch my back or shoulder when no one else was home. I could even be in school, standing behind my friends with no one else behind me, and feel someone touch my shoulder. That's when I also realized that it wasn't just happening at home. Not to mention my sleep paralysis began to get worse when I slept in my bed after it moved to the paranormal side of the room. But it changed from that figure to other things, like spiders crawling all over me, or a human intruder breaking into my room through my window and reaching in their hand. I could see it, hear it all happening, but no one was there. I can tell now that was real sleep paralysis instead of my paranormal kinds, as they were brief and didn't feel as threatening. My paranormal kind lasted hours and is more ominous than threatening, even as a child. Then came the name calling. You know the feeling you get when someone says your name but they didn't? Now imagine that happening when no one's there. Everywhere I went, school, Dad's house, Mom's house, someone calling my name, usually in my own voice or some man's, but the voice was never creepy. If it was my voice, it sounded like I was screaming my own name, but if it was that man's, it sounded almost loving and caring. But no one was there. But the footsteps creeped me out the most. The footsteps started when my brother left for college, and my mom and I were left in her apartment alone. The footsteps also still happen today. My mom works a crappy schedule at a nearby hospital and goes to bed at around 7 p.m. to wake up at 3:30 a.m. I used to go to bed at around 10. My mom sleeps like crap. She always has and probably always will. So she wakes up in the middle of the night, almost every night. One night when I was 16, I was lying in bed about to fall asleep when I heard pots and pans banging in the kitchen. I was tired and I just assumed my mom couldn't sleep and got up and did the dishes or something. Then I heard footsteps outside of my door and saw a shadow underneath. Kinda weird. My mom had zero reason to come near my door. The next day after she got home from work, I asked her what she was doing the night before. She said she slept great and she didn't get up once. My mom didn't believe in ghosts, at least not spirits that would be around our small town or anything. If it was something bigger and a lot happened there or many people died, that was one thing. But when my mom started hearing the footsteps at night, she started to realize that the stuff I've been saying might not be so crazy after all. She even started asking me if I had gotten up at the night, when I usually slept great and didn't get up at all. Occasionally, we've heard the footsteps and have seen the shadow from underneath our doors together. Occasionally, we walk out just to see if we straight up have an intruder, just to see nothing there, but continue hearing the footsteps go around the house where we're looking. I've heard my mom's voice as if she was talking to someone, when in reality, she was fast asleep. I've seen things out of the corner of my eye, pale creatures on all fours with dark eyes. I've seen that thing out of the corner of my eyes all the time, regardless of where I am. Right before I left for college, I had sleep paralysis again, after not having it for a year. I was laying in my bed and there was a strange bright light pointing towards the dark figure at the end of my bed, with glowing red eyes and a wide-brimmed hat. But for some reason, this time I wasn't scared or even nervous. I had an overwhelming sensation of relief, and the only thought in my normally loud and buzzing head was literally, "Thank God you're here, I've missed you." I then fell asleep right after. I have no idea why I thought that. I hadn't seen this figure so clearly since the night I got my second COVID shot, which was about a year prior, and I was terrified of it then. But this was the only time it had red eyes. I never saw its eyes before. Part of me thinks that this was a new ghost or something, and I have to admit I've been longing for that sense of relief I had when I saw them there at the end of the bed. But part of me is just so damn curious and wonders if this is the same ghost that has had good intentions all along. Then I went to college. Nothing happened for months until I came back after Thanksgiving break, deciding to drop out at the end of the semester. All of a sudden, I'd be in my dorm room and see that pale creature out of the corner of my eye again. All of a sudden, I'd feel the touches when I was lying in my bunk. All of a sudden, I'd hear that man's sweet voice call out my name out of nowhere, and nowhere to be found. Now I'm back home, and my nightmares lately have been particularly bad. My nightmares since I was a kid have always had three themes. I'm being chased, I'm being watched, or something is hurting my family. But my nightmares over the past few months have changed into I'm alone, my family hates me, or someone is after me. Not to mention a single nightmare where my family was possessed, and the only safe place to hide from them was my room. This could have nothing to do with my ghosts or anything, but I also think it's strange that the paranormal occurrences have been happening more often than not now that I'm back home. The footsteps are back, and I hear them almost every night. Last night even, my door cracked open the slightest bit when I was playing a game on my computer. I see the pale creature all the time, peeking around the doorways or scampering at the end of my bed. Frequently, I've felt someone laying beside me, but now instead of being worried, I feel comforted. While the pale figures still terrify me, I genuinely miss that dark figure that I saw at the end of my bed. I wonder if the feeling that someone's laying next to me in my bed is the same spirit. I've tried talking to him. I say him because it's a rather overwhelming masculine presence that I feel. But without, actual ghost equipment, which may or may not even work, I can't get an actual answer. All I can say is that it doesn't seem that he can move things, but he can hear me. Maybe a week ago, I was laying on my stomach when I felt someone slowly lay across my legs, kind of like a big dog, but my back stiffened. So right when I was about to roll over, I said, "I'm gonna roll over now, but if you want to lay with me, you can after I move." And I rolled over and felt a whole body lay on top of me, to the point that I thought that if I opened my eyes, I would see his face. I opened my eyes, but obviously no one was there. I even looked down at my legs, still feeling numb and feeling the weight of someone on me when no one was there. And it was comforting. I've started calling them my ghostie, since he seems to care about me. I've considered that this could be like a ploy of like a demon or something, but I don't feel drained. Now that I'm back home, I actually feel happier than I've been in my entire life, ghosts and all. I think I could have created an egregore, a spirit that manifests out of mass feelings of sadness or depression, or something from the trauma I had when I was a kid. I was a very depressed little girl, and I remember contemplating offing myself when I was in first grade. But that wouldn't explain why I still have these experiences when I'm happy, and they're even stronger. And what are the pale creatures I see lurking around? I actually see those at my dad's house more often than here at my mom's. But I'll discuss what happened at my dad's place in another post. And why would I start being comforted by the spirit that caused me so much fear and depression in the first place? I'd love to hear what everyone thinks of this. Am I haunted? Or am I just going to coincidentally haunted places? Why would I, specifically, be targeted? This is the part 2 to the previous post. If you've read my previous post, you know that I've had countless paranormal experiences regardless of where I am or who's around me. In part 1, I really only mentioned some things that occurred away from home and at my mom's houses, but I experienced similar and also incredibly different experiences at my dad's, and would love your opinions on this. So my grandfather on my dad's side built a house for his mother when he was in his 20s. She grew old and even died in the living room of that house. When she died, and after my dad left my mom, my dad bought it. He restored it, put in a pool, this and that. My room there was actually her old room before she died. I was 8 when my dad bought that house, so I had plenty of paranormal occurrences prior from living with my mom in her old house. My brother believes in ghosts, but he swears up and down that the only reason he believes, and the only time he's experienced anything paranormal, was in my dad's old house. He refuses, however, to tell us what happened to him while we lived there. Now, I mentioned my great-grandmother's passing, but I know she's not a ghost haunting me or that house. I didn't even know her. That and my spirits all feel very masculine in presence. If one of my ghosts, however, is a poltergeist, I probably acquired it from there. Not much happened at my dad's old house in the grand scheme of things. I lived there, part-time obviously because my parents divorced when I was 5. For the longest time out of any place I've lived, from age 8 to 16. But the few stories I have to tell about this place are significantly scarier to me than my ghostie that I have at my mom's. Not to mention the stuff I've seen at my dad's new place. Stuff moved around, constantly. I'd set my toothbrush on the vanity counter, just for it suddenly to be thrown off. Thrown. I'd see shadows stand in my doorway so often. The same one I usually saw in my paranormal kind of sleep paralysis at my mom's old house, and recently in her apartment. But this time I was wide awake at my dad's. But I had to start shutting my door before I went to bed. I'd hear shuffling from right outside my window, and even though I could see the moonlight coming through my closed curtains, I couldn't see a shadow where a person making those shuffling footsteps would be. I never had sleep paralysis there. Strange nightmares, even considering how crazy my normal nightmares were. But no sleep paralysis ever occurred in that house. The whole energy was different in this house. In my mom's old house, the atmosphere was very lonely, empty. But there at my dad's, all I could feel was danger. That was the more normal kind of ghost stuff. A couple years before my dad sold that house, the second scariest thing that's ever happened to me in my life happened. Hell, it didn't even happen to me, but I heard it happen to someone or something else. I was laying in my bed one night, literally just about to fall asleep when I hear a scream across the street. That house was on a street that ran through the middle of the woods, right? And my great aunt lived next door to us. And across the street was an old couple who ran a very small maple syrup business. The next group of houses was much further down the street and separated by a ton of trees. This experience I had has led me to believe in paranormal creatures before I started seeing those pale guys crawling around. Before, I only believed in ghosts. So I heard a scream from across the street. I knew it wasn't the old man who lived across the street, as this absolutely blood-curdling scream sounded like a younger guy. There was only one guy that age that lived on my street, and that's much further down, and passed through loads of trees. Not to mention, this guy is very much alive today, and I graduated high school with him. So it's pretty clear that this scream came from no one I knew, and there weren't any missing people in the area. No suspicious things happening. Nothing. No reason for me to hear what I did. So I roll over and turn to my window, but this scream sounded far, like in the woods behind my old neighbor's house. And while I suppose that couple could be murderers, I'd say it's highly unlikely, as they're sweet as can be, and their lights were all out. It stopped, and thinking I might just really be tired, I roll back over onto my back. The screaming started again, this time much worse. If you can imagine someone torturing another person in front of you in the most horrible of ways, this is how that guy would sound. It was awful. It sounded an awful lot like when that one dude disappears in the Blair Witch Project, and you know he's dead, but the witch is impersonating his final screams as she killed him. Awful screams. It brings out this primal instinct to help. But I had this overwhelming feeling to stay right there in bed for my safety as well. It was only a year later that I learned about skinwalkers and how they can impersonate people to draw in their victims. I think this might have been something like that. They also say that the farther away the scream is, the closer the creature is to you, which means that that thing could have been right outside my window after I rolled back over. I heard the scream one last time. The worst of it all, higher pitch, wordless, just moans, heavy breathing and screeching beyond terror. Then it very suddenly stopped, and for some reason I stopped worrying as soon as the screaming stopped and peacefully fell asleep. I seem to sleep the best when some of the scariest stuff happens to me for some reason. I've never asked my family if they heard something similar that night. At that house, I also heard my name whispered a lot, coming from right behind me. This one time I was talking about dogs. The parents left for work, and my brother was in the shower. And as I opened the door, I heard someone whisper my name right behind me. Obviously, no one was there. I asked my brother if he had called me just in case, but he said no. And my name isn't exactly common, so I can't really mistake Elena for the sound the door made as I opened it. That's the only time I've heard a disembodied voice that didn't belong to me or that man that I hear all the time. Okay, now on to the scariest thing that's ever happened to me. My dad was in the process of selling the house. I was 16. I was home alone and went to take the dogs out for a walk. Again, the property was big and bordered by a forest, with a tree line separating neighbors on one side of the house, and my great aunt on the other side of the house sharing our 2-acre wide lawn. The property was about 1.5 acres deep as well, so I normally just took the 3 little dogs to the far tree line, then to the side tree line, and if they hadn't done their business yet, I'd take them up the front yard. I hadn't even made it all the way down to the far tree line before they'd all done their business, and if they hadn't gotten it out there, I don't know what I would have done. So I started to take them back to the house when I hear a rustling noise way over in the side of the tree line, about a full acre away from where I was standing with the pups. Sound traveled strangely far in my backyard, maybe because it was so open before the tree lines. I look over at the tree line, and I swear I'm shaking when I say this, because I've only told a precious few. I see a tall, impossibly pale figure wearing what looked to be a dark gray suit and matching top hat, walking very strangely into my back tree line. because my mind couldn't comprehend what the F I was seeing in broad but late daylight. I at first thought it was my neighbor from across the side tree line, but seeing the way it walked, looking closer at its skin confirmed the worst. When I say impossibly white, I mean it was just about the color of paper. Its skin stood out so much against the gray of the suit. I was seeing it from the side at first, so I didn't really get a look at its face. But from what I could see, it didn't really look like it had one. It was maybe 7 feet tall, and it went back and forth from hunching and straightening up as it walked. If you've played soccer, you'd know what knee highs are. Now imagine walking very slowly doing knee highs, taking one knee up to your chest, then the other, all the way up. That's how this thing walked. And from what I could see, there wasn't any hair on its head, nothing but a drab top hat. And it walked right next to my side tree line, looking and walking towards my far tree line. The dogs finally noticed that I was standing in the same place for a little too long, and looked over at this thing that I was seeing. Then one of my dogs barked and I freaked the F out. I looked back up, expecting to see it start running at me, but I think it was much creepier that it continued to walk the same way, towards the back tree line without looking over. All it did was slow down. Then my other dogs got in on the barking, and I just watched as it kept slowly walking towards my tree line. Who doesn't look in the direction of a dog barking, especially when it's really loud and echoing around the property? That's when I got this intense feeling of danger and grabbed all 3 pups and sprinted back to the house. Right when I was opening the back door, I looked back. I could barely see it still, but it was now standing still on the edge of the tree line, its legs hidden by brush, but its top hat and torso clearly visible. I locked all of the doors, windows, closed all of the curtains, turned off the lights, and cried on the couch with my dogs in my arms until my brother got home. I told him about it, and he was genuinely confused, because didn't believe me, but saw how scared I was. So he insisted it was a white-tailed deer or something, and made fun of me for thinking I saw Slenderman, even though I insisted that this thing wasn't lanky and wore a top hat. I had even called him when he was on his way, telling him to be careful and to pull into the garage rather than stop in the driveway and walk outside to the front door. My dad bought a new house. I guess I mean property, because it was barely even built when we bought it, intending it to be a camp 30 minutes away from his old house. It had no insulation, barely running water, no floor, etc. Dad and I built it up from that, adding an enclosed porch overlooking a brook, and built my room. Before we had restored it, that place always gave me the creeps. It was a lot like the feeling of the previous house, danger. But when it was restored, I felt great. I like to go for walks down our driveway, which by the way is a half-mile long one way, and a mile long the back way. It's really in the woods. The closest neighbors are a 7-minute drive away, so it was soothing to go for a walk down a nice dirt road surrounded by nature. But then I started getting that bad feeling again, and I started seeing things in the trees I couldn't make out. On one walk, I could have sworn I saw the figure in the top hat, faceless and now facing me, standing deep in the woods. Several times I somewhat thought I saw it, but this time I was near convinced, so I ran back to my house and I swear I could hear it running after me. But when I turned around at the clearing with my house, there was nothing there. But since I'm not completely convinced that I saw it or heard the footsteps, I'm not entirely sure that it was that figure. Not to mention I was 30 minutes away from my old house. This is when I started seeing those little pale guys out of the corner of my eye. I only saw them inside, and usually when it was dark. It all started at my dad's new house, but they seemed to follow me everywhere. The first time I saw one, I was going to the bathroom right before bed. It was pitch black out, and I left the door open since I was the only person sleeping downstairs, and my dad and his girlfriend were passed out upstairs. Since the door was open, I was looking directly into the kitchen, where we have a big marble island in the middle of it. I saw these long, pale fingers with claws slowly reaching around the corner of the island, but only if I looked over there out of the corner of my eye. I have very strange peripheral vision and can see very clearly using it, so I could see those fingers very clearly. So then I stared straight at the island, hoping not to see those fingers again. But eventually, even though now I was looking straight at it and not using my peripheral vision, I saw a face emerge from around the corner close to the floor. It looked eerily like a drawing I made as a kid, but I don't remember seeing this thing prior to that moment. It was white, much like the top hat dude, but with dark splotches all over it. It had dark, sunken holes for eyes that I'm not exactly sure if it had eyes at all. And for a mouth, much like this drawing I had made, it didn't have a mouth hole, but a thin line of crusted and dripping goo in the form of a grin along its face. No hair. Yeah, imagine seeing that in the dark. Unpleasant. But then it just sort of faded out of existence as I was looking at it. It didn't suddenly disappear, but slowly faded away from my sight. So I got out and laid in bed terrified it would come back. I couldn't see it in my room though. I never have. Not there at least. And then, almost every night after that, I saw the same thing. Sometimes it crawled really fast past the bathroom doorway. I could see it move so clearly in the corner of my eye. It wasn't built like a human. It walked on all fours, but instead of an arched back like a human would have, its back was flat, and its legs were long and skinny and built like a messed up dog, except for the arms, which were short with those long clawed fingernails. And I still see this thing. I've gotten so used to seeing it, I'm not even scared anymore, just weirded out and wondering if I'm crazy. A couple days ago, here at my mom's apartment, I saw it on the floor beside my bed. But when I turned back to look at it more, it scampered away. But it sounded like something was clawing at my rug all night long. Kinda like a cat. Both of my cats are dead, and they never play with a rug. So this weird thing was playing at the foot of my bed with my rug. So yeah, I think I'm haunted. Even though the poltergeist activity only happens at my dad's old house. I've seen one thing move in my room here at my mom's one time. I had my slippers at the end of my dresser. One night, I walked into my room and one of my slippers had somehow gotten slurped up underneath my dresser. So I pulled it out from under, wipe it off and go to leave my room again when I hear it slide once more. This was recent. And since I'm so used to ghosts, this only annoyed me rather than scared me. Like, come on, my slippers? Do better. But I turned around and sure enough, the same slipper was completely underneath my dresser again. It hasn't happened since. Nothing has moved around me since. But I'm curious what the spirit from my dad's, which did feel malevolent, followed me here after all these years. But why? And even more creepily, although I'm the happiest I've ever been as of right now, the haunting seems to be the worst. Only the feeling of the ghost's presence isn't scary anymore. It's almost relaxing to know that they're there, and I don't know why it suddenly changed. But the weird thing is that I'm constantly waking up with scratch marks on my wrists, arms, and hands. Scratches that range from the size of my thumb to the size of my fingernail. I sleep with my arms tucked into my chest and I have long fingernails, but this has never happened before. If anyone knows what this means, I'd really appreciate some help. I could just be paranoid. After writing this, I'm a little nervous to deal with my ghostie and everything else I've experienced. I have a tiny scratch at the base of my thumb right now, actually. Again, I'd love to know what people think about all of this, and if anyone has seen similar things. I really hope I'm not alone here. I'll try to keep this relatively short, as there isn't a whole lot to it. When I was a kid, I would stay over at my grandfather's house every other day while my mother was out doing stuff. Normally, I don't feel scared of this house unless it's late at night, but something happened in the morning when I was 4 years old. This particular morning, my aunt, who was staying upstairs for a period of time, had left the house before either me or my grandfather had awoke. Later, my grandfather, assuming she was still asleep upstairs, had left to run some errands. I would sleep in the same bed as him, so when I woke up, I noticed he wasn't in bed and called out to him. After a few minutes, I began to panic, and I got out of bed to run upstairs to see if my aunt was there. And that's when I saw it. A tall, pitch-black figure standing directly in front of her door, which was closed. There were literally no features on this figure, and it stood completely motionless. My best description is that it looked like a three-dimensional, humanoid shadow. I began to creep towards it, but when I got close to it, I decided to just go back downstairs, still panicking with tears in my eyes. I wasn't scared of the shadow, but I guess my human nature kicked in and told me not to get within arm's length of something I didn't understand. My mother, discovering I was alone from talking to both my aunt and grandfather, sped over to his house as quickly as possible to pick me up. I was more afraid that I'd get in trouble for peeing the bed than I was of the shadow man upstairs. When I changed my clothes and got in the car, my mother asks me, "Did you try to go upstairs to see if your auntie was there?" To which I replied, "I tried to, but that man was standing in front of the door." Keep in mind, this is coming from a 4-year-old who barely has a grasp of the concept of lying. Imagine hearing that from your kid randomly, of all things. I'm an adult now, and have heard from my mother that when she was younger and was studying over at my grandfather's house, that one night she woke up and saw 2 men talking in the hallway, but couldn't make out what they were saying. When she screamed to wake her dad up and turned back towards the hallway, they were gone. My grandfather's house is pretty old, so between these 2 experiences, I think there is at least one spirit haunting his house. I haven't really experienced any more paranormal stuff other than seeing a shadow of what looked like my dog running to the side of my bed. My buddy saw it too. But I'll never forget that tall, featureless figure. Before I get into this story, I want to preface that everything I'm telling you is 100% true. There's enough fake stories on here that I don't want to make one up myself. This happened to me in my early teens. I'm 21 now. My best friend growing up had this huge farmhouse in the middle of Virginia. It was very old and beautiful, but also had a very dark history. In the house, there is a tunnel that led to an underground room of sorts that was used for slaves to hide in the 1800s. And I'm 90% sure that some died down there while in hiding. So you can imagine the history and energy that fills this house. I always felt scared there. I never felt alone, and wouldn't go anywhere alone in the house, even just to grab something out of my room. Even the family was scared to stay there with no company because of the intense apparitions and experiences, which I can get into another day. The rooms were massive, and the entire house was white, with honestly creepy vintage decor. There was even a cabinet of ventriloquist dolls upstairs. No joke. They were a really odd family, honestly, with lots of dark problems. Anyways, the second time I visited that house, I was with my mom, my best friend at the time, and her mom. It was a girls' trip. One night I woke up and was so thirsty, and the last thing I wanted to do was go downstairs and get water. I was terrified. I hated that house at night, but my mom was deep asleep, so I literally sprinted downstairs with my head only looking at the floor. I made my water in 5 seconds, and when I made it to the stairs, something compelled me to look at the giant glass doors that were in front of the stairs. I was horrified, but felt like I needed to look out the window. What I saw when I looked out that window will haunt me for the rest of my life. I saw a man as real as anything I've ever seen. It was pitch black outside with a huge bright moon. The man was all black, like a silhouette, but because of the moon being so bright, I could clearly see his entire body. He was blacker than black, like he stood out so much. I 100% thought he was a trespasser. He was wearing a top hat and was unhumanly tall, like 7 feet. My heart literally felt like it stopped beating. I felt like I was in a trace. I was so unexplainably horrified, but I couldn't look away. He was moving a little bit, almost like breathing. Then about 10 seconds later, he was gone, disappearing into thin air. I panicked and bolted upstairs after I snapped out of my trance. I cried to my mom and was up all night. The next morning, I told my friend and her mom about the experience, and they were not shocked at all, as they had seen multiple full-body apparitions in the house themselves. The nanny that worked for them even refused to go into some of the rooms of the house. I never went back to that house again. Growing up, I always knew that my childhood home was a little different. Strange things would happen without explanation, and an eerie feeling would often linger in the air. One night, I woke up to the sound of footsteps coming from the hallway, but when I opened my door, no one was there. Another time, I found a toy that I had lost months prior sitting in the middle of my room, as if it had been placed there deliberately. But the most vivid experience I had was when I was home alone and heard someone whisper in my name. I called out, thinking it was a family member, but there was no response. Suddenly, the lights flickered and my room grew colder. I felt a presence in the room with me, and knew without a doubt that it was not human. I never felt unsafe in my childhood home, but the unexplainable occurrences definitely left an impression on me. Even now, years later, I still wonder what kind of energy or entity resided in that house. Have you ever experienced anything like this? This morning I remembered a story told to me by my mom, who had in turn heard it from her mom, my grandmother. In the late 1930s, my grandmother was a young woman living in a farm in Yorkshire, England. She would walk to and from school every day along the country lanes surrounding the farm. One winter afternoon, as she was walking back home, she saw a man lying in the middle of the road, covered in what she assumed was mud. It was getting dark, but she described him wearing a light trench coat, and the mud was very bold, as it contrasted in blotches against the fabric. Even in sleepy 1930s rural England, young women knew the dangers posed by strange men. As the whole scene looked so odd, she decided to go out of her way and walk through farmland back to her home. She told her parents about it. Her father went to see for himself, but found nothing there. That was the end of it. A year later, she walked back from school, and when she got home, her parents told her there had been an accident. A man had been found near the farm. He'd either been trampled by a horse or hit with a car. The man was dead. They told her not to go into the kitchen, as that was where his body was being kept while they waited for help. Curiosity got the better of her, of course. She looked in the kitchen, and on the table she immediately recognized the same man she'd seen lying in the road a year earlier. Only this time she realized the dark blotches on his coat weren't mud, it was blood. I believe this story to be true, simply because it was told to me by my mom, and to her by her mom. What happened though? Did she have a premonition? Was it some weird time-traveling ghost manifestation? I have not heard of a similar story that I can remember. Ghost on the intercom. Some context. When I was in my early teens, I believed I was followed by the spirit of a young girl. I believed she inhabited one of my porcelain dolls my grandmother had given me. Often I'd see her in my dreams or feel her presence. I can't explain it, but I feel like she may have been the ghost in this story. My parents used to live in a big 3-story house that had an old built-in intercom. There were speakers in every room of the house, minus the bathrooms. And even though it was old, we still liked playing around with it every now and again. You'd have to have the speaker turned on and turn the volume all the way up, usually, to even hear anything clearly. You also had to physically push a button to speak into it. Once in a while, the intercom would come on by itself and play something on the radio. I found this spooky, but my mom brushed it off as the past owner having set an alarm via the intercom so that the radio would come on at certain times. We didn't know how to reprogram it, hard as my stepdad tried, and my parents were tired of often getting woken up at 3 a.m. by the radio randomly coming on through the intercom in their room. So we decided to just not use it anymore, and turned all the intercoms off, with the volume all the way down just as an extra measure. One night I was chatting online with my friends on the computer, and I hadn't noticed the time was around 3 a.m. Suddenly the intercom came on in my room at full blast. It was horribly loud static coming through. I jumped up to shut it off, but as I reached for the volume dial, I saw it was already at 0/off. I didn't know how to make the noise stop. Then through the static, I faintly heard what sounded like someone breathing. And then I heard the voice of a little girl. She said, "When will you come to your senses?" And then, just as fast as it had come on, the intercom shut off. Silence. I was frozen with fear. Being a teen, I jumped back on the computer to tell my friends what had just happened, and they said, "Get out of that house." I had to go tell my parents. The hallway was pitch black, and I had to go all the way down a big staircase in the dark to their room. I held my breath and flung my door open, sprinting down the stairs, crying from how scared I was. I banged loudly on my parents' door and heard my mom yelp. She opened the door and I ran in to tell them what had happened. They were more upset that I woke them up. My mom told me it was probably just a commercial on the radio or something. I mentioned how my intercom had been turned off with the volume down to 0, and also what kind of commercial would say something like that. Seeing as it was so late, she didn't feel like trying to rationalize it. I was sent back up to bed, and if you guessed I didn't sleep that night, you'd be correct. I had an unexplainable experience occur about 5 years ago. I was a junior in high school. After the school day was over, my best bud at the time and I went over to his dad's house. With the house to ourselves, our plan was to hunker down in his room and play MCC Halo 2 on Legendary and see truly how hard the game is. We're in the middle of the level outskirts, just before you reach Jackal Sniper Alley, and in the next room over we heard a noise. The adjacent room was the parallel laundry room, which had a closed door to the garage. The garage door's handle squeaks. Our ears catch the noise, and we pause the game just as the door creaks all the way open. We are staring out the bedroom door, into the hallway. We can see the doorway of the laundry room, but not into the room itself. We were expecting to see who was coming in from the garage, assuming it was his dad. Instead, the garage door slammed shut so hard we could feel it connect with the wall. We're stunned. We start freaking out because no one else should be home right now, so I immediately assume there's an intruder. We gather some random items to use as weapons and literally breach the garage like Rainbow Six Siege. We stacked up and opened the door as I yelled, "Whoever the F is in here, come out right effing now." Silence. Stale silence and utter darkness. We flip the lights on and begin the search of the garage. I tell my buddy to check if the side door to the backyard is locked. It is. While he looks around outside, I make note that there are no windows in this garage, no feasible escape that wouldn't leave a trace for us to find. All there was my bud's dad's old, unused rusty truck, and a bunch of empty cabinets. Yes, I searched the cabinets. No one was in the garage except for us. I've told multiple people this story, and over the years, not a single explanation I haven't already accounted for and disproved. The obvious question is wind. No. I've had wind open or close doors before, and you know when it's the wind. Besides, we would have heard the garage rattling if the wind was hard enough to blow open and slam a door. I would like to note, there is a possibility someone actually did break in and manually opened a garage door to slide out under it. But that is so unlikely. Not only would we have heard it move, but it would make so much more sense to hit the garage hanger button. There's also the possibility that in the midst of the panic, my bud mistook the side door for being locked when it actually wasn't. No matter which way you cut it, I have a freaky ghost/home intruder story. When I was around 12 years old, my best friend and his family moved to the country on a large tract of land with several buildings. The first was an old house that had been the original residence before the previous owner started to construct a new house towards the back of the property. I had stayed there once when they first bought the property, while the old owner was still packing up their other house. But I don't recall much about that night. We had spent all day walking around the land. I just remember being so tired, I went to bed before 8. The weekend that they moved into the house, they invited me to stay the weekend with them. It was a nice new house that the previous owner had built, but didn't quite finish. It wasn't until years later that I found out it was because his wife had passed away and he just couldn't finish it, so he put it up for sale. It was just a large ground floor that he designed to be accessible and a large basement that was largely unfinished. When you would go down the stairs to the basement, it opened up to a large room with wood paneling that he had intended to turn into a den, connected to a workshop by a door, all just revealing the concrete floor. Through the workshop, there was another door that led into the garage. He had built a nice long workbench out of the wood, but it had largely looked unused. That weekend, we had moved down a couple couches, furniture, a handful of rugs, and most importantly, the TV and video game systems. After moving everything in, we spent that evening staying up late playing video games. I must have fallen asleep on the couch first, because when I first woke up, I could see the static of the TV still on the TV. I was cold and tired, so I just cozied up and went back to sleep. A little while later, I had awoken and saw his mom walk down the stairs in a robe. I assumed she just wanted to check on us and turn the TV off. I quickly closed my eyes so she wouldn't think that I was awake and left the TV on. After a few moments, I could still hear the slight hiss of the TV and expected it to turn off at any moment, but it didn't. I slowly started to open an eye to peek, and his mom was standing right in front of the TV staring at us. I thought this was weird and quickly closed my eyes. Trying to picture his mom, I suddenly realized, this person is too tall and thin. This woman was not his mom. Slowly opening an eye, I looked down at the TV and the glow of the static was seemingly passing through a set of legs before disappearing at the feet. Quickly closing my eyes, I tried to imagine I was anywhere else. The next morning, I was the first one up, but didn't want to say anything since they just moved in. The next few times I would visit, I would stay in his room in a sleeping bag on the floor, and we would play video games there. It was while looking back, I don't think we ever spent much time down there. This past year, when we finally reconnected after many years, I asked him if he ever had any paranormal experiences at his house. His first response was his basement. He didn't say what, but his cats avoided it, and he felt some kind of presence down there, and he said that he just avoids it when he's there. I don't know if it was the original owner's wife come to check up on the new occupants, but I'll never forget that transparent figure in a knee-length robe standing in front of the TV, disappearing at the feet. Stuff moved in my sleep, and this was never explained. I'll keep it simple. My sister's bed is next to my bed, so close that I use it like a nightstand. I put my clothes for tomorrow and my glasses on that bed before I went to sleep. The glasses were at one end of the bed while I was on the other, and the clothes were on the same end. I woke up at like 2 a.m. for some reason and started playing a game on my iPad when I was going to go to the bathroom. I went to reach for my glasses, only to see they were gone, and my clothes were messed up on the side of the bed close to me, in front of my face. I initially thought my sister just moved my things, so I was just annoyed at first, and started looking for my glasses. And while doing that, it made less and less sense to me that this was the case, because my sister didn't live there, and she didn't have keys to the house. When I did find my glasses, they were at the foot of my bed with my chargers. I put them on, and this is when I really took in the situation. I went to the bathroom very confused and kind of creeped out, but my grandma lives with me, so I just tried to stay calm and ask her in the morning. In the morning when I asked, she said she didn't move my stuff and never got up last night. She said I probably sleepwalked. But that just doesn't seem right to me, because I've never sleepwalked before, and I'm not at the age where it just starts happening as a teenager. When I'm stressed, I can experience insomnia and exhaustion, which triggers episodes of sleep paralysis. But no one's ever told me I sleepwalk, and I'm not a particularly heavy sleeper. Plus, the way I tuck my feet in when I go to sleep under the sheets was the same when I woke up. And I don't know much about sleepwalking, but I thought it's simple motions and repeated behavior. It's a nonsensical pattern, yes, but it's almost too perfect. It's my conclusion that it was my grandmother, but I just don't see that either, because she doesn't sleepwalk either. Just something weird that happened. Last summer, I was fortunate enough to be able to go on an investigation at Missouri State Penitentiary, and it was a blast. I don't know the specific tour I went on as I wasn't in charge of booking it, but we got to go through several of the buildings and had a couple of encounters as well. The first encounter was in the showers of one of the holding areas. Our guide lit up a cat ball and tossed it into the shower, and it lit up a shadow onto the wall of the shower, which was so cool to see. The second encounter was much more intense. We were in the death row section of the prison, in a basement, and our guide was trying to get some of the spirits there to show themselves, and they wouldn't. So, to draw them out, our guide began to talk about something unrelated to the tour, and we looked towards the end of the hallway towards the only source of light, and a shadow figure began to slowly creep out from behind the wall, leading around to the other side of death row. It was such a surreal experience to see that. I don't know how many people end up seeing this, but if you read through, I can 100% recommend MOSP. I'll be in Sally House soon, and I'm so excited to be staying the night there. I've experienced many odd and unexplainable things in my life, but this event has been on my mind for a few years now, and I finally decided to tell it. And I pray that I'm not the only one who's experienced something like this. So let's start from the beginning. I graduated from high school in 2019 and was promoted to supervisor for a kitchen in a nursing home down the street. Since I oversaw dinner, I didn't start work until about 3:30 p.m., and we get home around 10 p.m. So for the first half of the day, I would be completely home alone. I enjoyed that time. Solitude was always nice, especially when you're as introverted as I am. Normally, I would sleep in until about noon, but this time I decided to relax on the couch in our main living room and watch Kitchen Nightmares. I remembered nodding off and falling into a light sleep, so any small noise would wake me up. The first few times I cracked my eyes open, it would be just from the cats jumping on me. So when I felt the cushion by my feet dip a bit, I figured it was my cat, Peach. After a moment, I opened my eyes and realized my younger sister was sitting on the end of the couch, her back to me. I was half asleep, so I really didn't think much of it. I figured she just stayed home from school sick, so I just asked her if she could move her head so I could see the TV, but she ignored me. Still facing the TV screen, annoyed, I asked her why she was home. Once again, she remained silent, coming to the conclusion that she was just being rude. Again, I closed my eyes and fell back asleep. After about another hour, I got up and started to get ready for work, and noticed my sister wasn't in the room or in the house. Concerned, I called her. After trying to call her a few times and getting nothing, I called my mother. She picked up and I asked her if Sis told her where she was going. My mother, confused, asked me what I was talking about. She dropped my sister off at school before going to work. My sister had been at school this whole time. In shock, I hung up and kept this to myself, convinced I was losing my mind. But it was all in my head. But I remember that moment so vividly. What my sister was wearing, how she was sitting, how I felt a shift on the couch when she sat down. This wasn't a dream. This was real. It had to be. There was something in my house with me that morning, and it was not my sister. I kept this experience to myself. As a kid, I had what my parents called a very active imagination, always seeing things, hearing things, and being easily spooked. So I think it got to a point where I just convinced myself this whole experience didn't happen, and that there was some rational explanation. It actually took me a few years to tell my little sister about this. Once again, mostly out of fear of being perceived as crazy, and I didn't want to spook my sister. But something she said to me changed that real fast. This takes place in September of 2022. My sister and I were waiting in line for a ride at a local amusement park. Every year, my dad's workplace would rent the whole park for employees and their families. We spent most of the day together as a family. But about an hour before closing, Sister and I went to the back of the park to ride some night rides. So it was just the two of us, and the waiting was getting terribly boring. Sis and I weren't very close, and don't have much in common. So we struggled to have a conversation and, for the most part, just stood in silence. But out of the blue, she spoke up. "Kat, want to hear something freaky?" As a lover of all things spooky, that caught my attention, so I immediately replied with an eager yes. And a part of me wishes that I said no. My sister is a night owl, and over the summer would stay up until 6 a.m. I had just started working a different job after quitting my nursing home position. That's another scary story for a different day. So I was starting to go to bed at 12 a.m. every night and would be up around 10 a.m. So she would be the only one awake. One night, she noticed light coming from the crack in her bedroom door, and she heard both my voice and our mother's voices talking. Only it was hard to understand, as if we were either speaking too quickly or just complete gibberish. She quickly grabbed her phone, checking the time, and her confusion only grew when she noticed that it was 3 a.m. What were we doing awake? Sometimes my mom and I would go to the front window, if the weather was bad during the night, to keep an eye on the storm, or if there were sirens. We both have a bad habit of being very nosy, so she figured that's what was going on. After a few minutes, she could still hear the voices and still see the lights. Growing curious, she got out of bed and opened her bedroom door and rushed into the hall, expecting to see me and my mother by the window talking. Only that's not what she saw. There were no lights on. It was completely dark besides the illumination from her phone screen, and there was no one in sight. Not our mother, not me. Not even the cats were out there. Unsettled and confused, she turned to my bedroom door thinking I was messing with her. She opened my door and I was asleep with both cats. She goes back in the hall. Mom and Dad's bedroom door is also shut. She peeks in there and both are sleeping. Now my sister is a rational person. She was always the one to go in the basement first, tell the others that monsters and ghosts aren't real. So she completely pushed this event out of her mind, because in her eyes it wasn't a big deal. Maybe she was just overtired, or our grandfather's TV downstairs was a bit loud and that's what she heard. But like my own experience, this kind of sat in the back of her head, and the house grew to be a little less comfortable. She mentioned how after that she felt like there was always someone watching, as if they were tucked in a corner just observing her. She wasn't scared out of her mind, just a bit confused. When she told me that, a pit in my stomach opened up and I had chills. I laughed at first because, come on, we were in public and I didn't want to flip out. So we went on the ride, and for the remaining time that the park was open, we pushed that conversation onto the back burner. On our way to meet up with our parents, we started talking about it again, and I finally told her about what happened to me, how I saw her at home that day, spoke to her, and could remember what she wore. That was the first time that I saw her get scared. I wasn't home, she kept saying. What do you think it was then? We still don't know. We don't know if we want to know. The only thing we are sure of is there is something in our house. So this is my first time posting a story. This was a few years back when I was still high school aged. It was during the summer, and I remember that if only because of how hot it had been that day. I had gone to sleep in thin PJs with my fan going full blast to keep me cool during the night. Next thing I know, I'm waking up, and I looked at my alarm clock. It had been 2:40 something a.m. when I got up to drink some water because I was parched. I had just stepped out of my room and opened my eyes, because I had been rubbing them to wake up a little more before I paused. My nightlight was on. Yes, I use a nightlight, so what? And there was something in front of me, sucking up the light from it, say about 5 feet away. It was tall, black, and had what looked like some type of hat on. I'm pretty sure it was a fedora because of the way it tipped. And I just froze up for a bit while staring at it before flicking on the hallway light, because I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck raise the longer I stared at it. Once I had flicked the lights on, it was gone. But I have never in my life felt so terrified before or since. Are those types of shadow people dangerous or something? This story is from about 4 to 5 years ago. So this story begins when I was going to college for automotive. I shared an apartment with 3 other guys in my class. It had 2 floors. The main floor had the living room and the kitchen, and the upper floor had the bedrooms. We all worked jobs and at different hours of the day, so at any given time there was maybe 2 of us in the apartment at a time. But most of the time I was in the apartment by myself because of my work schedule. When I was home alone, I would hear footsteps upstairs, when I would be in the kitchen cooking food, or in the living room watching TV or playing games, or when I was upstairs in my room studying. I would hear voices from downstairs. Most of the time I would stop what I was doing and look around to see if my roommates were home, but I wouldn't find anyone in the apartment. When this all started happening, I asked all my roommates if they had heard anything in the apartment when they were home alone. They all had similar experiences. We all sat and talked about it for a little bit before we went to bed for the night. It was about a week or 2 after we all sat down and talked about it, and things started to get more weird. We would be woken up in the middle of the night by knocks and other noises. We also started to wake up with random scratches on us, and some of my roommates started to get angry for no reason at all. So another roommate and I decided to sage the apartment. As we were doing it, I was recording on my phone. When we got done, we left the apartment for a bit, and I left my phone on a table to record while we were gone. When we got back to the apartment, it had a different feeling than it did before we left, a more calming feeling, so we went to bed. It wasn't till the next morning that I went over the recordings on my phone after I transferred them to my computer. I was shocked on what I found on the recordings. As I was listening to them, I found some EVPs saying things like, "Look, here, go away, stop, leave," and more. Shortly after that, we all moved out of the apartment into a new one, and to this day, I have no idea what was or still is in that apartment. Okay, I'm not an expert. What I'm about to tell is 100% real, and if my suspicions are true, I even have photo evidence. This is very fuzzy, because this has been happening to me ever since I have the notion of memory. I have to first tell you that I didn't get baptized until I was 9 years old. That's because when my parents tried to do it for the first time, when I was a little child, my grandpa died that exact same day. Ever since, it's normal for me to get sleep paralysis, and to get nightmares in which demons and evil ghosts want to hurt me. Even my father has many anecdotes of me waking up at night panicked, saying something attacked me, only for when I get in the room again to go back to sleep peacefully. The thing is, only my father remembers these times, so I can confidently say that they're sleepwalking episodes. And ever since I was a little kid, I had days, even weeks, in which even if I slept enough, I didn't feel as if I rested. I don't have energy those days. That's all for the sleep part. Now, for the I'm awake part. I don't feel alone many times when I actually am. Even my puppy cries a lot, and my cat chases a lot of invisible things. Heck, when I was a kid, I believed the tooth fairy was real because one day, when one of my baby teeth fell off, I saw my cat chasing something I couldn't see. Something new that happens to me ever since last year is that I get scratches, and I don't even know how, and it happens when I'm awake. It's strange. It's being okay and then suddenly feeling a sharp pain and seeing the scratch on my hands. I have one right now. I can take photos if necessary. And for last, I have an impossible shadow on a photo I made this summer. I didn't notice it until now. Is all of this just paranoia? Thank you for your time. This is a rewrite/repost of a story that I previously had posted here and later deleted. For some reason, I periodically go through and remove all of my stories. Then later, I might rewrite them. This happened one evening in the summer of 1984 or thereabouts. I was a teenager walking around with 3 friends in the general area of the suburban neighborhood where we all live. There wasn't a lot to do, so it was common for kids our age to stroll around at night, talking, laughing, and getting into minor mischief. There was a large area of several acres sort of in the middle of a few neighborhoods. It was surrounded by houses on 3 sides and a large empty field, an elementary school, and some municipal buildings on the 4th side. There was a narrow asphalt path that ran through the middle of the area, presumably to provide a way for kids to walk to and from the school. The whole area was referred to as the Path. It had a reputation amongst the kids as a scary and dangerous area. In my mind as a child, the Manson family, or the Shrewsbury equivalent, was living there, holding satanic rituals and sacrificing kids like me. In reality, the scariest thing was older kids smoking pot in the woods or making out in shady, leafy hollows. So on this particular evening, it was Frank, Keith, Brian, and me wandering around aimlessly. We decided to walk down a dead-end street and cut through the yards into the woods of the path. It was dusk, the light fading completely as we cut through one of the yards, over an old stone wall, and into the dense underbrush. We didn't have a flashlight, and the only way we could see where we were going was to spark the flint wheel on an empty Bic lighter one of us had. It provided a quick, dim strobe flash by which we could get our bearings. We picked our way single file through the underbrush to a narrow flowing brook. There was a fallen log across the stream, so it was a quick 1-2 step to cross the brook. On the other side of the brook, as we knew from playing in the woods, was a narrow dirt path that ran perpendicular to and intersected with the main asphalt path off to our left, maybe 100 yards away. To the right, the path continued through the dense brush and made a 90-degree turn and traversed a slight rise through a forested area, ending in the large field by the school. One by one, we quick-stepped across the log, over the stream, and pushed through the bushes onto the overgrown dark narrow path. I was third in line, Frank and Keith having gone first. As I emerged from the brush, and as Brian was making his way across, I heard Keith's voice, shrill and frightened. "There's someone standing right there." Frank and Keith were off to my left, facing in my direction. I whipped my head to the right, and sure enough, there was a man standing there not 6 feet from me. It was just a dark shape. A man-shaped blotch, darker than the darkness surrounding us. No question a man was standing there. I could make out the round brim of the hat. The figure was silent, unmoving. As I stared in terror, the figure moved slightly, maybe turning or raising an arm. Somehow my impression of this was not movement, but a subtle change in the shape of the silhouette. We broke and ran in a panic, truly scared but laughing and hooting hysterically, leaving poor Brian behind. We reached the asphalt path, Brian arriving a few seconds behind us. He hadn't seen a thing. As we stood panting and jabbering under the streetlight at the south end of the path, we compared what we had seen. Frank and Keith concurred with what I had seen, a man in a hat. Keith said, "When I was looking at it, it sort of changed." That gave me goosebumps, since that was the same subjective observation that I had made. Brian didn't see a thing. The dirt path was very overgrown, with weeds and bushes all but obscuring it. It was disused by that point, so it wasn't easy going, and wasn't a route one would take as a reasonable choice, especially at night. That is what made it particularly frightening to encounter someone standing silent and motionless, exactly where we happened to emerge onto the other path crossing the brook. Who was it? And why were they just standing there? How did they get there, and why didn't they speak to us? Why were they wearing what appeared to be a farmer's hat? All of these things flashed quickly through my mind when I saw the figure. My impression was that of a slim man in his 30s or 40s, about 5'8" to 10 inches. Was it one of the residents of the neighborhood who, perturbed by the obnoxious teenagers cutting through his yard, had somehow silently and quickly threaded his way through the dense, dark underbrush in order to menacingly glower at us in silence? It could have been. And if so, that in itself is terrifying. Bravo on scarring us for life. I'm still in touch with Frank, and we still talk about that experience from time to time, nearly 40 years later, and it still gives me chills to recall the encounter. Many years ago, I lived in an old house. We had many spooky encounters there. This is the brief story of one such encounter. One night, I awoke sometime in the wee hours in the dark bedroom. I saw movement to my right and turned my head and saw the dark silhouette of an arm sticking straight up from the bed. The hand was bent at the wrist, dangling, with fingers fanned out and limp. The arm and hand was slowly waving back and forth. I assumed it was my wife, perhaps dreaming. I watched, somewhat disturbed at the strange behavior and motion. I reached my hand out to gently grab her arm and wake her up, and to my surprise, there was only air. The silhouette faded away. Startled and frightened, I called out her name. She sleepily answered me. I felt the covers in her arms were both completely underneath. It took me quite a while to get back to sleep. Another time, my wife woke up and looked over to see the silhouette of me sitting up in bed next to her. She asked me what I was doing, waking me up to groggily respond to her. When she heard my voice come from the bed instead of head level of the sitting figure, she was similarly startled and frightened. Quite a few things have happened in that house. I lived in Chicago for a while now. A few years ago, I lived in Hyde Park, in an old classic Chicago-style walk-up. Front sunroom, long unit, one of 4 on a single floor. Anyway, one night I was asleep in bed with my boyfriend and our pup was on the floor. I tend to wake up throughout the night, but the kind of wake you have in the morning. I just drift awake and then work to get back to sleep. However, this night I was sound asleep. Not even dreaming, I was so deep in my sleep. And I felt something freezing cold touch my foot and it startled me awake. Like tunnel vision and hyper-awareness immediately. It felt like a hand that had been bare out in the cold. So cold, it almost felt wet. Immediately, the thought of an elderly white woman with frazzled medium-length hair and small bony hands popped into my head. It took me a second to pull myself all the way together, but I was definitely startled awake. Logically, I want to say it was just my dog's wet nose, but my feet were under the covers, and I remember my dog being asleep. I have no idea what it was. I suppose I don't know if it was real, but it's still one of the freakier, very possibly paranormal experiences I've had in my life. Although, I figure since I'm here, I might as well share the only other potentially paranormal encounter seared into my brain. Growing up, I used to hear the shower doors in my bathroom rattle at night. Never during the day, only at night. Our house was built in the late 1800s or maybe early 1900s, like 1895 to 1910. I had these beautiful sliding glass doors as cover for my step-in bathtub shower, clearly a remodel done in the 60s. But at night they would shake, and when I asked my dad, he said 3 things on 3 separate occasions. It's probably just the house settling. It's probably just the trains. The trains were about a mile away, and I'm unsure how frequently they ran. And when I asked him again as an adult, he said, "I'm not sure what that could have been." And in response to me bringing up his prior answers, he said, "No, neither of those make sense. That's ridiculous." Jokingly. Must have been ghosts. I don't know. Let me know if you have explanations for either of these. Because right now, I'm pretty dang sure that I know what it is. I worked at a psych facility for teens. My first week, we had a breaker throw, and it was going to take maintenance 3 hours to get to us. I volunteered to go to the basement and flip through the breakers. None of the other staff would go to the basement. Should have been my first clue. I get down there, and I'm looking over all the breakers, and this man's voice sounds behind me. "What are you doing?" Thinking it's maintenance, and I just didn't hear him come down the stairs. That creak loudly. I turned around and met with no one. I can't find the flipped breaker, and go back upstairs and asked if anyone else went down. Nothing. No one. Everyone was accounted for. This was the first time I encountered something there. Next was the overpowering smell of gardenias, or gardenia perfume. I would get sick or dizzy, then smell it. Some of the kids had similar experiences, as well as the staff. The overnight staff was supposed to be one at one end of the house, and another at the other end. I was in the living room sitting where I could see the basement door, and saw hands, like at least 3 to 4 pairs of hands reaching and clawing out from the bottom of that door. Another night, I was sitting at the other end of the house and hear something upstairs. I go to the bottom of the stairs and see red glowing eyes. I stared at it and hissed, "Leave them alone." It growled at me, and the eyes lifted to a standing position, then disappeared. I had a kid. He was 17, a week away from discharging, and had a college scholarship. Not likely to make up stories. We were playing hide and seek. The kids would hide while 1 to 2 staff watched to make sure that they all hid separately, and one staff was the seeker. I was the seeker, and went to find one of the kiddos. I saw some in one of the bedrooms go from standing to hiding in the closet. There was a blanket that looked like a person under it. I pulled it up and nothing was under it, but something black streaked across my vision into another bedroom. The kiddo who was hiding in the other closet comes out, and then stares at me wide-eyed. I heard someone say, "Got you," then touch my shoulder. "It wasn't you, was it?" I didn't allow the kids to hide upstairs anymore. Another overnight shift. I'm in the living room again, and I see this black shadow of a man, at least 6 foot, turn the blind corner. We had one of those mirrors to see. I saw him in the mirror. Then I see him in the window in the kitchen, and then finally walk out through the side door. We had electrical issues with doors unmagging. All doors had to be locked where the kids couldn't leave without staff knowing or allowing it, and crazy family members couldn't enter willy-nilly. Yeah, they tried. They fixed it, but it would happen at least once a month to more. Several times when I would get off at 11 p.m. or midnight, I would see someone in my back seat as I was leaving. I would calmly say, "You aren't welcome here," or "You cannot come with me." This entity would disappear. One time I felt something latch onto my back. The creepiest feeling. It took about 15 minutes to get it off, with prayer before I left the drive. During my time working there, I had several miscarriages. Normal for me. I had a medical problem which is now resolved. Many nightmares. Developed major anxiety. Became paranoid. And my insomnia worsened. After I finally quit, I lost a whole bunch of weight that I had packed on. Almost weighed 200 pounds at 5'3". Normally I weighed closer to 130. And got pregnant successfully almost a year later. Crazy enough, I didn't quit because of the demons/ghosts. I quit because a past kid unalived himself. I couldn't handle knowing that no matter how much we helped, sometimes it didn't help. I went to work at an assisted living instead, where if the patients died, they had had a long life. Usually, a long, happy, fulfilled life. What I'm about to tell you is my encounter with a being that baffles me to this day. I'm aware that this could have been a dream, but if that's the case, then it's the most vivid and realistic dream I've seen in my lifetime. I was around 7, living with my father in the outskirts of Guatemala City. I would have a room for myself, with a window that faced the inner yard. One morning, I was casually lying in my bed, Watching TV, and as kids usually do, I did not want to get up yet. At some point, I realized someone was intently looking at me from the corner of the window. It was an old lady shrouded in black clothes. I was frightened and couldn't tear my eyes away from her. At some point, she retreated, and when I got up to see the yard, I could see her making her way for the kitchen. No tenants, let alone an elderly lady, lived in the same house at the time. I don't claim this was a ghost. I don't even know if this was real, so you may take it with a grain of salt. But whatever the explanation, the terror that I felt was real. I rented a house in El Paso, Texas. This is a very long post, but it's worth the read. Anyway, back in 2011, I was living in El Paso, Texas, for a year with my 2 sons. It was a nice place with a huge backyard for our dogs and 3 bedrooms, 2 dens, and a 2-car garage. Great place for the price I was renting it. Also, the landlord lived almost across the street from me, so he was always close by if needed. Shortly after moving in, a matter of weeks, I was in my bedroom watching TV and unwinding from a long day. I was unemployed at the time and had received a severance check from my ex-employer and was living off of that while I was job searching. My bedroom was right across from the hall from my youngest son's bedroom, and my older son had his bedroom next door to mine, as he was disabled and there were times I would have to get up in the middle of the night if he needed to use the bathroom. Late that night, I heard singing coming through the AC vents and assumed it was my son's girlfriend, who had just moved in with us and had a great singing voice. I chalked it up to that and told myself that I would speak to my son about it in the morning. The following morning, I asked my son about it with his girlfriend there, and he told me that he thought the singing was coming from my room. They thought maybe I was watching something on TV and just turned up theirs to block out the song. Weird. This house was an older house, built in 1959, and built in an L shape, with one side of the L having bedrooms and bathrooms, and the other side had the den, dining room, kitchen, another room that could be used as an office or spare bedroom, and ended with the garage. All doors and windows had wrought iron. It started that when we would leave the house, we would lock the wrought iron door going into the house from the garage, and many times upon our return, the door would be unlocked. The same happened when we were in the house. The door would remain unlocked while we were inside the house, but many times I would have to go to the garage and the door would be locked. Also, this house had been renovated. It had new tile, carpet, cabinets in the kitchen and such, but certain rooms had these old-style push-button light switches. They would be lit if the lights in the room were off, and then you would push it and the switch would make a loud, audible double click. Sounded like ka-chunk, and the lights would turn on. In the hallway, the guest's bathroom light started turning on at different times of the night, but only when we were awake. We could be watching TV in the den and you would hear the click, and the light in the bathroom would be on. No one was around when it did this, and we could find no reason for it to be doing this. I remember shortly after we had moved, I had a brother over to help me connect all of my devices to connect a new Wi-Fi modem. After he got done setting everything up, it was dark outside and he asked me where the bathroom was. I told him first door on the left down the hallway. I heard him go in, press the light switch, ka-chunk, and as I heard him relieving himself, that house was not that big of a house. I heard the loud ka-chunk again, and then my brother screamed out, "What the F?" He flushed and came out. We told him we all heard it, and told him that it was happening on a regular basis. As we were still settling in at that house, I bought a touch-sensitive lamp that I could place on the table next to my son's hospital bed, so that those times that he called me late at night, I could just go in and tap the lamp and have light in his room. From off, if you touched the light once, it would light dimly or low. The second touch would be brighter, medium. A third touch would put the light at its brightest setting, and of course, the fourth touch would turn it off again. Well, after about a week that this light was there, it started to turn on in the middle of the night. But It always seemed to turn on between 12 a.m. and 2 a.m., and it always was on the second medium setting, never the low or the high setting. There was no way that my disabled son would have been able to reach that light, as it was to the left of his bed and out of range of his hands and arms. He's had limited range of motion in his arms after his car accident. This light turned on every night without fail. There were several times that I would try to stay awake just so that I could catch the light turning on and run into the room to catch our invisible culprit. It never worked. I could be sitting up in bed with my door open watching for the hallway to brighten from the light being turned on. I was never able to catch it. As soon as I would start to doze off and close my eyes, I would snap awake and the light would already be on. At this time, I downloaded a Ghost Hunters app on my iPhone to test some things out. The night I was walking around the house trying to get EMF readings, they were on highest in my son's room. My brother was over again that night and told me it was probably picking up the electrical current from the wiring in the walls. So we decided to kill all power to the house at the main fuse box and to check the room again. Even with the power turned off, the EMF readings were on high in the guest bedroom and highest again in my disabled son's room. One night, I had my girlfriend staying over, and that night after we had our fun, we opened the door to my room so if my son called I could hear him. We went to sleep. I woke up to her screaming, yelling that someone was at the door. I looked, and sure enough, there was a shadow figure at the door. I'm getting goosebumps typing this. I jumped out of the bed as I saw it move to the left of the door and ran into the hallway. From there, I saw the shape go into the bathroom, the same one that had the light being turned on by itself. I turned on the light, my hands shaking, and the room was empty. I could not get my girlfriend to go back to sleep, and she packed up her stuff and left. The next day, I decided to go across the street to speak with my landlord and tell him the things that were happening. It was then that he told me that he had bought the house after the woman that had lived there had passed on. She died in the house. He bought it and turned it into a rental property, and I was the first tenant at that house. After I told him all of the things that were happening, he told me that he was willing to rent a video camera that we could set up in my son's room. I told him maybe, that we would just see how things progressed as no one had been harmed, and whatever it was in that house did not seem malevolent in any way. As weeks turned into months, and each night passed, meant me waking up in the middle of the night to turn off the light in my son's room, as it would wake me up eventually. The doors around the house would lock and unlock themselves. The light in the bathroom would turn on and off, etc. We kind of got used to it. One night I was asleep in my room. I had the AC on, and the ceiling fan on in my room, as El Paso summers can get hot as hell. Anyway, I was asleep and was awakened by the sound of the vertical blinds knocking against themselves. I wrote it off as the air being moved by the fan and the AC. I closed my eyes and was just about to doze off again when I felt the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I closed my eyes tighter and told myself, "Don't look." As soon as I thought that, I felt breathing on my right ear, and as plain as day something whispered, "Mother," into my ear. I yelled and jumped out of bed and turned on my lights, and nothing. There was no one there. As time moved on, I started dating another woman with 3 kids, and when things started to get serious between her and I converted the room that could be used as an office to a spare bedroom, with a set of bunk beds and another small bed for this girlfriend's youngest daughter. As they would come over and start spending weekends with us, they started experiencing things too, mostly the shadow figure. The little girl was the one that would see this the most, get scared, and come into our room and jump into bed with us. All of us had experiences with the shadow, as we started to call it. There were times I would be in watching TV in the den, and I would feel the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I would spin around, only to catch a dark streak moving away, and in a second it was gone. Anyway, as our 1-year lease was coming to an end, I contacted the El Paso Paranormal Society and asked if they could come out and check out the house. I called them, sent an email via their website, and never got an answer. My girlfriend and I got married. This did not last, but that's another story. And we ended up buying a house in the same neighborhood, only about 3 blocks from this one. As we were almost done with our move, I was finally contacted by the El Paso Paranormal Society. Needless to say, they were anxious to come check out the house and wanted to set up an appointment about 2 weeks from the day of their call. I told them we were already moving to a new place and that we would not be living there any longer by the time they would be able to come out. So the guy I spoke to told me, make sure that the last thing that I do when I leave this house for the final time would be announce to whatever was in that house that it needed to stay there and that it was not allowed to follow me. His telling me this gave me chills, but I said, okay, sure. That night, as me and my girlfriend were getting the last things out of that house, we did a final walkthrough, making sure all the lights were off, the doors locked, etc. The landlord had already been over to inspect and just asked us to leave a light on in the house. We chose to leave the light on in the kitchen, as it had a window with vertical blinds that looked out into the driveway of the house. This way, it would seem as if someone was home. As my wife and I got into each of our own cars and had our windows down and were speaking to each other, I remembered what the ghost hunter guy had told me. I yelled over to my wife to hold on a sec. I got out of my car, unlocked and opened the front door, and stood in the doorway and said, whatever is in this house, this is now your house. You are not allowed to follow us. You must stay here. I backed out of the house, closed and locked the door, and got back into my car. I yelled over to my wife, let's go. When all of a sudden, right in front of both of us, we saw one of the vertical blinds in the kitchen window move sideways as if someone was looking out. I'm getting chills again. We looked at each other and said, let's get the F out of here, and we left. I almost left out one of the creepiest things. There was one morning that I awoke very early, like 4:30-ish, and that dang light was on in my son's room again. I always tried to catch the light and turn it off before it woke my son, as due to his brain injury. Sleep was very important for him to have. As I walked in quietly to turn off the light, I was pissed that this had been going on so long and nightly. I tapped the light twice to turn it off and started to walk out of the room. I stopped at the foot of my son's hospital bed and said out loud, if there is something in here, turn on that effing light. And almost immediately the light turned on. I did not realize that my son, who I thought was asleep at the time, had woke up. The look of terror on his face shook me to the core. To this day, I still have nightmares about that morning and the look on his face. After that morning, I unplugged that lamp and put it away in the garage. Still, like I said, there were other things that occurred here, but this post would be easily 10 times what I posted to even begin to touch on most of it. The house is real. It's located at 2921 First Street in El Paso, Texas. You can Google it and see it looks like a normal house. You can even see the kitchen window that is close to the driveway that had that single vertical blind pushed sideways that last night there. Update. Now for the kicker. Since I made the original post, I have been contacted by 2 persons that knew this house and knew the couple that lived there. As mentioned earlier, the woman that lived there previously died in that house. What I did not know was that she died and stayed in that house undiscovered for a little more than a week. Eventually, the police were called by one of the persons that had contacted me about my original post to do a wellness check due to mail and newspapers starting to pile up, and no one answering the door when they would knock. After the police gained access to the house, she was found dead in the hallway between my son's room and the bathroom with the light that would turn on and off at all times of the night. Also, I was told that this lady lived in the house and became very angry and hateful as she grew older. She was paranoid and developed dementia. She became so hateful and cruel that she alienated all of her family, even her husband, who eventually moved out and paid the bills while she lived there alone. When he passed, the husband, this lady kept the urn with his ashes on the kitchen table that looked out onto the front driveway. The same window that had the vertical blind pushed sideways as if someone/something was looking out at me and my wife, at the time, on our last night at that house when we moved. I was told that the room that my son slept in, that as the lady suffered more and more from dementia, she made a shrine of sorts, with paper after paper taped to the wall, asking God to save her, to not hate her, to forgive her, for her family to love her. This same wall, when my son was set up in that room, had his medals from track and cross country. pictures of his friends, newspaper articles. I was even told by this same person that when she was younger, one of this lady's daughters told her, this neighbor witness, when this daughter was a child, that she did not like to be in that room because a dark smoke came out of the outlet at night. The same outlet that my son had his touch lamp plugged into. This means that there was also something in that house, even while the couple that lived there were both alive. As told to me by this same witness, this house was the first house built in this subdivision back in 1959. I wonder now, what was it built over? Believe me when I say that there was much, much more that happened in that house that I did not cover. So much, in fact, that I always thought about writing about it as a book. My own tests and traps that I set up to try to document proof were kind of crazy too. I went so far as dusting the metal dome of the touch lamp with flour just to see if there would ever be any prints. Running thread the same color of the carpet, an inch from the floor across my son's doorway, so that it was almost unseen, hoping to see the string snapped from whatever was entering my son's room at night. Never got a dang thing. It has been years since I lived there, and this house is very close to my son's mother's house. The times that I have to go over there, to my ex's house, I make it a point to drive by this place. There are new tenants there. Well, not new, as they lived there since shortly after I moved out. I always wonder if they too are having experiences there. Ghosts are real. Hauntings are real. I think and believe that because both my son and I both had very close calls with almost dying. Another story for another time. That this made us more susceptible and open to the entities in that house. Anyway, this story is all true. The house is real. I do not know if the new tenants have had any experiences, and I see no reason to go back to that house and find out. I hope you believe. When I was in primary school, I went to an old school. I don't remember a lot. One day I was in after school care. My mom comes to pick me up. I forgot something in my classroom. There were doors always unlocked. So I go to get it. I'm in the classroom and I look around. Something felt off. This sounds fake, but it did happen. The plant pot falls to the ground. I pause and start crying as I run away. I knew that pot wasn't anywhere near the edge of the desk. I heard from good friends that they did experience weird stuff like that at our old school. It was most likely haunted. My girlfriend had a grandmother who she was really close to growing up. In 2014, she passed away from cancer, and it took a large mental toll on my girlfriend. Her grandmother was one of the main figures in her life, providing wisdom, helping her out when she was stuck, and always looking over her to make sure she was okay. As the years passed, my girlfriend said she could always sense her grandmother was still watching over her, and would appear in dreams or manifest as a strong gut feeling. Having past experiences with the paranormal, I thought it was sweet and endearing her grandmother was still watching over her in the afterlife. I didn't think much more than that at the time. The first real sign there was more to what she was feeling came in 2019. My girlfriend's best friend and roommate at the time wanted to try Reiki. It's a Japanese technique to try to reduce stress. Together, as they were both highly stressed trying to get jobs post-graduation. During the process, my girlfriend could sense her grandmother was in the room, but couldn't see her. Later that night, the roommate had a dream of an elderly woman saying a name. In the morning, when she told my girlfriend, there was silence as the woman's description matched that of my girlfriend's grandma. This could have been chalked up to seeing an old photo of them together, which my girlfriend had plenty of on her phone. The part that Maid indicated there was more afoot was the name. It was a nickname that the grandmother would call my girlfriend when she visited. My girlfriend never told anyone the nickname. That same day, my girlfriend got a phone call from a company that concluded with her getting her first job out of college. My experience with her grandma came in 2021. It was a similar story as above, where my girlfriend was trying to acquire a position that would elevate her in her career. Her current company at the time did some major restructuring, which resulted in poorer management and toxic work environments. She was praying and asking for something to show a sign that all her efforts to get out of the company and go someplace better were not for naught. She was on the hunt for the last 6 months and was about to give up. That night, she withdrew her normal bubbly personality and was visibly upset. I told her that things do take time, and the biggest piece was to keep pushing forward, no matter how many hurdles are thrown your way. It did cheer her up, just in time to go to bed. It should be noted at this point, we live in a 2-bedroom apartment on the 3rd floor with large windows, and a bedroom that gets flooded with light from the city streets and surrounding buildings. There are curtains that are drawn across to prevent the light from getting in, but the occasional car headlight will peep through. As we settled into bed, my mind was plagued with an all too familiar feeling that I experienced once before, when I chased down an old ghost story at an old tobacco barn in my hometown. I couldn't help shake the feeling that something was watching us. I first gazed over to the windows to make sure it wasn't some person that was peeking through the gaps in the blind. It was when I scanned the room that I noticed what appeared to be a shadow in the corner in the front of the door. It was like a thick black mist with no identifying features that stood there, like it was standing guard. I froze briefly before convincing myself that I must be dreaming and just laid back down. In the morning, my girlfriend startled me awake by telling me she got a call from a large consulting firm looking to recruit her. She was so happy and couldn't stop dancing. I was glad she got the new role that she was looking for, but I couldn't stop thinking about what I saw right before I went to bed. I proceeded to inquire if she had any strange dreams last night, to which she responded with a giddy yes. She proceeded to tell me it was about her grandma, and her walking on a beach reminiscing about old stories, and her grandma was parting advice to her about the future. At that point, I told her what I saw, and she told me, "Oh, you saw her as well. I thought it was just my imagination." Now I know whenever my girlfriend is stuck or having a hard time, expect a visit from Grandma. This might not be a scary encounter of mine, but it was something that will remain with me forever. It was the 45th day of my mom's passing away, and in our culture, it is believed that the soul stays in the house till that time, and then they leave. So I was sleeping in the living room for the entire time after my mom's passing. I felt a hand go from my head slowly through my body to my toes, slowly dragging her fingers across. As soon as it reached my toes, I woke up. And I know it wasn't a dream. And you know the state where you're kind of awake and you can feel your surroundings? Yeah, I was in that state. So I feel to this day, my mom was there to say her last goodbye to me. She loved me dearly and worried about me too much. I miss her oh so much to this day. She passed away in September of 2009 with a brain hemorrhage. I just wanted to share this with you all and discuss if any of you had any such experiences. Thank you for reading. One of my good friends in high school had this lake house. It was given to his parents by their grandparents, and they lived in this house from 90 to 93. One day in 93, his mom woke him and his younger sister up and left the house. Mind you, it was 2 to 3 a.m. They went to a restaurant that was open 24/7, stayed there until sunrise, and then went home, packed all of their clothing and other important things and left the house. They never went back, and his mother will not talk about what happened, They still own this property. It has 2 homes on it and is a lakefront, probably worth millions. The power is still on, and his dad comes and checks on it every so often. So in hearing that story, we of course went to the lake house. Pulling up a motion sensor floodlight flicked on and stayed on. We unlocked the deadbolt, which requires a key to open on both sides, and walked in. Instantly, you got that creepy feeling like someone was watching you. We walked around for about a half an hour, walking up the stairs and unlocking another door with a deadbolt on both sides. And man, was it eerie. All the furniture still set up, his sister's nursery still intact, and a tea kettle still on the stove. Just straight up creepy in every way. Finally, we go to leave and decide to go through the garage. I have the keys, and again, you had to have a key to unlock it from the inside. I'm trying to open the door and turn around to get a light, just in time to see a rock come from somewhere down the hall and hit my foot. Staring at all 3 of my friends and not seeing them do anything with their arm or legs or anything else, I decide to try and unlock the door more rapidly. Finally, I find the right key and put it in the keyhole. As soon as I do, the garage door opens up about 2 feet, and thanks to the motion sensor floodlight that's still on, I can see a chair in the garage. The chair proceeds to be thrown against the wall with a violence that I can't describe, and the garage door is slammed shut. I turn around to say, let's get the hell out of here, and see a rock come from the darkness and hit the wall with a lot more force right next to my head. At this point, I'm done. We run back to the stairs down to the basement, and for safety of the door we came in. The door, which requires a key on either side to lock or unlock, and we left unlocked, is now locked. Freaking out, hearing what sounds like heavy running footsteps upstairs, I am panicking to find the key. Finally, I find it and unlock the door. We run to the next door, and you guessed it, locked. I again find the right key as the footsteps are getting louder and coming down the stairs. We run out the door, and it gets left open by the last person out. And then as we go to shut it, the door is slammed shut, and instantly you hear the deadbolt get locked. At this point, we're only focusing on getting out of this place. We run to the truck, and all 4 of us pile in, and as soon as the truck starts, every single light in the house comes on at once. My buddy slams it into reverse, and we are flying down this very long driveway, and as soon as our tires leave the gravel and hit the pavement, every light in the house turns off, leaving it in absolute darkness. Something very bad is in that house. I'm not sure what, but I'll never go back. And I absolutely believe in ghosts, demons, etc. Believe it or not, this is the short version of this story, and the backstory of the house is even creepier. I grew up Catholic and began questioning my faith around the age of 14. It was a dark time for me, and I believe that because I was vulnerable, something took the opportunity to harass me, for lack of a better word. When I was about 14, I started having dreams that felt different from the others. In the beginning, there was always a man. He was very handsome, tall with black hair and ice blue eyes. He was very comforting to me and would give me advice about specific things in my life. I looked forward to dreaming about this man. Then, as I continued having these dreams, he started acting a bit different. He would say things that made me question his motives, things that just didn't seem right, like a friend pretending to compliment you, but really making fun of you. I started getting uncomfortable with it. Eventually, he started telling me all these things to do that would help me, things like killing people who have hurt me, or killing myself so that I can be happy. He became angry with me when I disagreed. When I would dream about him, I would always feel the same sense of deep dread and horror. It was intense fear that I would feel as soon as a dream began, and I knew he was there. In one particular dream, he chased me through the streets of what looked like a dark, gloomy city from the early 1900s. He was trying to kill me. I started saying the Lord's Prayer and woke up immediately. This is when it got really bad. I never saw him as the handsome man after that point. He took the form of people I loved and said horrible things to me. I was told how worthless I was and to unalive myself. Most commonly, he was my mother saying these things. My mother was abusive and we had a very bad relationship. Each time this would happen, I would pray, and usually I would wake up. After some time, that became less effective. Every time I would pray, I felt like I was being choked, or that I couldn't breathe or move my mouth. Nonetheless, I would continue waking up. All of this happened over probably 100 dreams from the ages of 14 to 19, when I moved into my own apartment. I had one last dream there, and since then, it's stopped. I'm 21 now. I think that because I continued praying and staying confident in defending myself, it became less fun for whatever that thing was, and it left me. I hope that I never feel that feeling at the beginning of a dream again. Edit. If anyone wants to know any specifics of what this thing said and did, I'll be glad to tell. Just ask. Update. So a lot of people have been asking me what the conversations were like, so I'll elaborate a little bit here. I can't remember everything perfectly, but in the beginning, it told me I could do anything and that I had big potential. I would always smile and thank him in the dreams. It made me feel really good at the time, but looking back, I'm sure it was trying to play on my ego to get me to do things it wanted me to do later on. Once it got malicious, it said a few specific things that I can remember vividly because they were very upsetting to me. One time, it was my mom standing over me, burning me with a cigarette all over my body. She was a heavy smoker. She was basically just telling me I was worthless and that she hated me and to unalive myself. I knew it was a part of this thing's agenda because of that dread feeling that I always got. It was a horrible feeling every time I would dream about that thing. I can't stress it enough. Another time, it pretended to be a guy that I was in love with at the time. Let's call him Josh. 2 Joshes walked into my apartment, and then one of them went back downstairs. I asked the remaining one if he was the real Josh, to which he replied no. I asked him where the real Josh was going, and with a disgusting smile, he said, "Everywhere." And with that, I heard a gunshot and saw a bullet hole appear in the floor at my feet. Blood splattered around the hole, and the Josh in front of me laughed this hideous, evil laugh that I'll never forget. Again, that feeling was there. I woke up crying. That one stuck with me for a while. Another time, I began dreaming that my current boyfriend was propped up over the top of me in bed, and we were kissing. After a while, he said, "I'm so glad that you're you and I'm me." But he said it in a creepy tone of voice that insinuated that it was not my boyfriend who was on top of me. I started laughing, and then I felt my actual boyfriend turning over in the bed next to me sleeping. That one was terrifying. Those are the most notable ones that I can really remember. Before I moved to London, I used to live in a 1950s built house in Hampshire, UK. My parents had purchased it in 1999 from an old couple who had lived in it since it was built, so no one had died in it. The first strange thing that happened was the cats wouldn't stay in the house. They would always bolt out for some reason. After my parents started renovating, my brother and I both started to feel like we were being watched in the house. And at night in the living room, you would always feel like something was watching you through the new glass doors from the hallway or the stairs. After a while, if we were sitting downstairs, we would start to hear footsteps moving from my bedroom in the room above, walking to my brother's neighboring room, then across the landing to the hallway to my parents' room. My parents both dismissed it as the pipes cooling or the floorboards settling, but you could distinctly tell what boards the footsteps were treading on. At one point, friends came over. I was alone. And as you walked down the street, you could see into our living room. They asked if I had relatives staying, as they had seen people sitting on the sofa. Things started to move. You'd place shoes by the door, and then they'd be under the stairs, or things like keys would be moved somewhere else. Then it gets really creepy. One day I had run a bath and was listening to music on the computer in the study in the next room. It had been a while and the music had stopped as the PC had gone into standby mode. I had been in the bath about an hour and fell asleep, and as the water had just gotten past my nose, the music on the PC shot back on louder and woke me up. Bearing in mind, in those days, you had to mash the keyboard or really jiggle the mouse to wake up the computer, saving me from potentially drowning. I took this to be whatever was in that house wasn't bad. However, a few weeks later, I woke up, bolt upright like something had woken me up. Must have been around 2 a.m. My door was open on the landing, and it was a bright full moon night, shining through the hallway onto the brick landing. I looked, and to my terror, I saw an old man. But he wasn't standing up. It was like he was lying down on the stairs, and his head was at foot height, staring around the landing wall, directly at me. The moonlight was on his face. It haunts me to this day. I closed the door and slept with my light on for the rest of the night. My parents sold the house in 2004 when they moved to New Zealand, and when I spoke to my dad about it later, he said he knew something was in the house, but hadn't wanted to scare my brother and I. He'd had his own experiences. He'd heard the same footsteps on the floorboards, and in the mornings when he'd get up and make tea for Mom, he'd hear footsteps behind him in the kitchen walking towards him, something brushing past him, and the taps would turn on by themselves. Years later, when I told him about the old man that I'd seen, he said on a few occasions he'd been in the lounge at night, and in the reflection of his reading glasses, he could see the exact same man sitting in the armchair behind him. My dad is a massive skeptic, a policeman back in the day and a no-nonsense project director. Apparently, he was so freaked out, he went to the public records office to see what our house had been built on. The area had been made up of old mansion estates back in the Victorian times, and it looked like our kitchen had been built over a pathway leading from the old big house to an ice house outbuilding. He thinks maybe it was the servants, or whoever walked that path. Very spooky. I have a few family members that used to live in Mississippi, and a few of the houses in these different towns were haunted. For the sake of my family's privacy, I won't be naming the towns. Every summer in the early 2000s for about 4 years, my childhood summer vacation would be predictable. Let's go see insert family member's name in Mississippi, and I dreaded it. It wasn't that I didn't want to go see them. It was the heat. The almost unbearable hot Mississippi heat and the stench of something rotten on the wind whenever it blew by. Pretty sure it was the Mississippi mud, though. Also, there was really not much at all to do in these two different towns the times we went to Mississippi. The library or the park. Take your pick. Also, the traveling distance from our home to these towns was long, and it was a cramped car ride with other family. I'll start with the first house in the first town that I remember visiting when we would visit. First off, the vibes were off. Being in the place, you had a funny feeling of not being wanted. Said family member married a guy that already had kids that were grown and still living with them, but her husband and his kids did not like us being there. I can't say I liked them either, but we only seen said family member once a year, so they had to deal. But it wasn't just her stepkids and husband that were off. The whole place felt off. My grandma stayed in the stepsister's room while she stayed, I believe, at her mom's house the week we were there. There was this long hallway that connected two rooms, her room and another room. It was like a closet/storage space. But I would always think that that was a very weird thing, a closed hallway that connected two rooms, and it was built that way. I've never heard of another room having this feature apart from really old houses. This house wasn't very old. It was built, I'm guessing, in the late 80s. Well, my grandma heard scratching from behind that door, like someone was in there scratching with their nails. Also, my family member we visited. Her and her husband's room was the other room connected, and she heard it. And it scared her so bad she put a heavy trunk and other junk in front of her door, so that way nothing could come out. If I remember right, those doors also had locks, so they stayed locked. The family member we visited, she had also seen things in that house before we got there. Things that would make the hair stand on end. She says she's seen something that looked like Gollum from Lord of the Rings crawling on the ceiling, looking right at her while she was in bed with her husband, in the dim light. And it scared her really bad. Beside this fireplace in the living room, on both sides was openings, doorways to go into the kitchen. So basically 2 open ways that lead from the living room to the kitchen. My mom was walking the length behind the fireplace where the kitchen was. My grandma said in the first doorway she saw her as a little girl skipping along out of the corner of her eye, wearing a pink, frilly, old-timey dress and blonde curled hair. And this little girl was skipping. When my mom made it to the other doorway, it was my mom again, not the little girl. Suddenly, Mom told Grandma. Just then, I had the weirdest feeling. I felt like I was a little girl again, with not a care in the world. Then Grandma said, "You're not going to believe this, but I saw you as a little girl." Needless to say, they were both freaked out. The little girl that Grandma saw did not look like Mom when she was little, but I believed what happened was a ghost of a little girl possessed my mother for a few seconds. Just recently, I showed a bunch of old-timey pictures of girls' dresses to my grandma to try and narrow down the timeline that girl was from. I put together a drawing of how my grandma described her, but I'll post that later. She said it looks exactly like what she had seen. There was a sunroom in the house. This happened only one time, but there was sounds of something banging. Like literally, someone was in there throwing crap in that room, like lawn chairs or whatever. Everyone went to check and there was nothing. Nobody. Mom and Grandma slept with the lights on, ceiling lights, all night. Matter of fact, they barely slept. The story behind that house was that the guy that had it before them, well, his wife went missing. Gone. And I think people thought for while he murdered her and hid the body. On the property? Who knows? A few years later, our family member and her wonderful stepkids and husband moved to another house in a different town. This I do remember. Late at night when everyone was in bed, we all heard something roll up and down the hallway like a ball. My family member's daughter had a little tricycle that she rode around in the house, so that was maybe what we heard. We only heard it one night, but it was enough. I can't really remember what else happened in that house, but I'm sure there were other things. After a few years, the summers in Mississippi stopped. Another chapter closed in my childhood. Said family member got divorced and moved her and her daughter, and we've never been back to Mississippi since. I grew up in the 90s in Minnesota. My parents divorced when I was 8, and we spent every other weekends at my dad's haunted house in East Bethel. This house had every type of ghost you could think of. A shadow man in a trench coat and brimmed hat. Another separate shadow figure that danced down the hallway. A man dressed to go fishing. A doppelganger of my father. 2 giggling little girl ghosts. And many other unseen entities. The dishwasher, radios, and lights would turn themselves on and off randomly. Loud banging would be heard on walls and doors. Door handles would jiggle and turn on their own. Feelings of being touched or caressed in the shower were reported. My father also had an incident where he felt someone crawl into bed with him in the middle of the night, when he was the only one home. My uncle reported hearing 2 little girls giggling and singing in the basement one night while sleeping downstairs. Upon awakening the next morning, he discovered there were no kids in the house that night. Also, there was a salamander plague one night. The entire yard was covered in slimy, slithering salamanders. It only ever happened once. Not sure if that's paranormal, but it's certainly strange. One sunny Saturday morning while visiting my dad, My brother and I were up early watching cartoons. I was 8 years old and my brother was 3. As we sat on the couch, we heard 3 knocking sounds on the wall 5 to 6 feet behind us. Knock, knock, knock. Our heads quickly snapped to look at the wall where the sound was coming from, but we saw nothing. My brother and I quickly turned to look at each other with frightened eyes. I, being the older sister, tried to be brave. I told him it was nothing. As we turned our attention back to the cartoons, my little 8-year-old brain was spinning. What if that banging noise we just heard wasn't just the pipes, as I had been told so many times? What if it was a ghost? I hate when the ghosts come around. Why isn't my dad around whenever this happens? As these knocks swirl in my head, we hear it again. Knock, knock, knock. This time it is coming from somewhere in the kitchen off to our left. It's not as loud as the first time, and the sound is different. Like someone is knocking on the kitchen counter this time instead of the wall. We quickly strain our necks to peek inside the kitchen, with lightning speed to catch whomever or whatever is making that noise. Again, there is nothing there. I take a deep breath. Once again, I pretend to be brave and tell my brother, "It's nothing. Just ignore it." My heart is thumping in my chest and there are butterflies in my tummy as the familiar anxiety grows worse with each passing second. I tuck myself up on the couch in a ball, not wanting my legs to dangle off the edge. I no longer feel safe. Nothing is to be trusted. Knock, knock, knock. This time, the sound is coming from the dining room. I can tell the noise is coming from the wooden dining table this time. I can see the entire table from where I am sitting with ease, and there is nothing on the table that should be making that noise. No one except for me and my brother are awake. There is no one in the dining room. There is no logical reason for this knocking noise that is moving around us. Just then, I realize the knocking sounds have been moving in a big circle around us. If this invisible entity is to move any closer to us, the next logical place for it to be would be in the living room where me and my brother are currently sitting. No sooner than thought crossed my mind, it happened again. Knock, knock, knock. This time the noise was coming from the coffee table sitting less than 1 foot away from us. I instantly flip over the back of my couch in a reverse somersault-like motion and run at a superhuman speed to my father's bedroom. In my panic, I completely left my little 3-year-old brother behind to fend for himself. Luckily, he wasn't too far behind. We sneak into our father's room and quietly lay on the floor. Our dad would have been super pissed if we woke him up early in the Saturday morning, even for a ghost. In our commotion, we wake up our 6-year-old sister, who was sleeping on our dad's floor. Us 3 kids always slept on his floor together when we were visiting. So we quietly whisper what just happened out in the living room to our sister. As we're telling her this story, something catches our eye. We can see a black shadow under the small space between the bottom of the door and the plush carpet. This black shadow is slowly pacing back and forth in the hallway, just on the other side of the bedroom door. Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, like this shadow is waiting for us. Unfortunately, I don't remember what happened after this point. Somehow the rest of that memory has been lost with time. But I know for sure that we did not open that door. As an adult, I often wish that I would have been brave and opened the door. What would have been waiting? Would the entity have entered the room and attacked? Would we have been shocked and confused to find the hallway empty? Would the gray shadow just keep pacing the hallway, oblivious to our frightened, curious eyes? If you get this far, thank you for reading my story. I can't wait to read your comments. I've shared this story specifically on a few podcasts. This was one of 3 of my personal scariest experiences living in that house. I've done a lot of research on the home and property over the years, and can't find any evidence of a death or tragedy that would account for so much paranormal activity. I've also reached out to a previous and current owner to see if they had any strange experiences. The 2 families who lived there previously said they never had any strange experiences. Neither did the family who lived there right after my family. The family currently living there did not respond to my questions, and in hindsight, I regret even asking them. It It wasn't cool of me to even put that thought in their head. Prior to the home being built, all I can find is that the land the house sits on was part of a farm for a family that I could find very little information on. So was my family haunted? Were we all suffering from 12 plus years of mass hysteria? Hello everyone, and thank you for joining me for another restful episode of true scary stories to help you fall asleep. Today, we are going to be reading stories about the paranormal and about haunted houses. So without further ado, lay back, relax, and enjoy these true scary stories. My girlfriend and I recently purchased a home this past summer. We have 4 dogs and no real neighbors aside from town halls, church, and a park. Our house's history is that it was built in 1949 and handed down through generations in the same family till us. After we bought the place, we immediately began on fixing it up. Just paint, mudding, refinishing floors, and some landscaping. This took us about 2 months after buying it before moving in. Soon after we moved in, I started a new job that works at night, 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. Around 11:30 a.m., I'm just about to fall asleep with the pups in bed with me, and we all hear 4 distinct noises that sound like they came from either my ceiling or the top of one of the windows. I didn't think much of it until it happened again 2 more times within 5 minutes of the first knocks. Each time 4 knocks. I started thinking that it may be a bird hitting the side of the house or something along those lines. But then the 4th time it knocked, I was standing next to the window that I thought it came from, and I didn't see anything. There's no doubt in my mind it was the window that was being tapped on, so I tested it. I tapped on the window 4 times just like it had, and almost immediately it responded with the same taps. I sent my dogs out into the back to try and scare it, but there was nothing at all around the house. This wasn't the first time either of us have heard stuff here, but it's only our bedroom. We have no idea what it means or why it's only there. But we've also recently been hearing what sounds like pitter-patters in the attic above our room. I believe my house is haunted. For starters, this house has been in my family since I was a baby, really. The house that I'm now living in was recently owned by my papaw, as in my mom's dad, and this was even his childhood house. He passed the house down to me and my now husband around February of 2021. Now keep this in mind, I've always had a close bond with my papaw ever since I was born. My mom even told me soon as I was born that I had him wrapped around my finger. He soon passed away peacefully in his sleep at his farmhouse, close to this one, in early May of 2022. Me and my husband believe that there are probably 2 spirits in the house. My great-grandfather Mick, as in my papaw's dad, and of course my papaw. Now for the ghost experience. At times, I can hear disembodied voices from the back room area where we don't have a TV at all. And another common one is either 1 to 2 kitchen cabinet doors will always be open randomly when we always have them shut after being used, along with some kitchen drawers open as well. And another one that happened a few months ago is our bedroom door slid open by itself, since our bedroom door is those old sliding ones. But the one that gets me the most, at times, is the back door being unlocked by itself, and we always have it locked. especially me since I'm a housewife. And I always have that door locked, and my husband even says at times it opens by itself when I'm not around. And now for the most creepy / sweet one for me would be ghost cats. Yes, ghost cats. Back in July, 3 of our boy cats passed away unexpectedly, and now every once in a while, I can sometimes hear one of the boys' cats meow from the room where they were always in. This event happened some time ago in the early 2000s. It's not made up. I really experienced these events, even if they sound crazy. My parents were in a rough patch, and my dad had moved out of the house. I was in high school at the time. It started out one night my mom and I were watching TV. It sounded like scratching noises and heavy dragging noises in the attic, and we immediately assumed raccoons. I don't remember the timeline exactly, but we kept hearing this noise, and each time, the noise slowly crossed from one end of the attic all the way to the other end of the house. My mom did have a company come check for animals, but they didn't find any. Then the real scary stuff started happening. I was asleep one night and woke up to a figure next to my bed. The best description is a shadow person. I slowly grabbed my blanket and covered myself up with just a peephole to watch it. It was entirely black, even darker than the dark room around it, and it looked like the darkness was slowly streaming off of it. I was both amazed and terrified. I watched it for what felt like hours until it slowly backed out of my room. I was afraid to leave my bed, and eventually I fell asleep. The next morning at breakfast, my mom said that she saw someone standing at the foot of her bed, and then I told her what I had seen. There was a heaviness in the house after that. Other times I remember waking up at night and hearing voices and whispering. Sometimes I could hear music playing like it was an old theater or something. When I peeked outside my room, the noises would cease. One night, the dresser drawing at the foot of my bed slammed open and shut. Another night, Mom starting screaming in the middle of the night, and I grabbed my baseball bat and ran into her room. Just outside of her bedroom door was a chair, and I swear that I saw this shadow figure sitting in it as I ran into her room. She told me something had laid down on her bed next to her. As the event/encounters progressively got more frightening, we were afraid to stay in that house at night. I would sleep with all the lights on, if I could sleep at all. We started spending nights in a hotel. Even in the daytime, you would hear things like someone calling your name. I can't remember how long the haunting lasted. I'm guessing at least 3 to 4 months had passed, and my mother was tired of being afraid in her own house, so she had the house blessed. Sometime in the next few days, my mom was heating up a cup of water for tea in the microwave, and it exploded in the microwave. I asked her how long she had put it in the microwave. Then boom, these loud scratching sounds ran down the walls around us. A dark mist filled the house, the voices and whispers all around us. My mother and I grabbed each other's arms in horror. All of these sounds were happening simultaneously. And then this very deep, unnatural voice began talking over all the other noise. It was deep and unnatural. And if it was some sort of language that I've never heard or something like that, not even to this day. As my mother and I stood there, we looked down the hall towards the voice. Something was there. It was like a freaking horror movie. It was quadrupedal, made of the darkness, like drawing with a Sharpie in the air. It had what looked like several rows of spines down its back. And then my mother started to pray, and so did I. The creature slowly backed down the hall and into a bedroom, and slowly, all of the noises and voices faded away. The mist and haze seemed to follow it down the hallway, until everything returned to normal. I never saw or experienced anything again in that house. If anyone was curious, yes, when friends came over, they would have experiences as well. I've had other experiences since then, but nothing like back then. Sorry for the length. I'm sure I've left out some bits, but thanks for reading. I no longer live with my parents, but ever since I was young, I've randomly heard this weird sound at my parents' house. I will occasionally stay the night or weekend at my parents' house and still hear this weird sound from time to time. It sounds like someone quickly snapping their fingers really loud 3 times in a row. It's never any more or any less. When I say finger snapping, I don't literally mean snapping in half or breaking a bone. I mean how like you snap your fingers to a song or beat, or to get someone to hurry up. When I hear this sound, I only hear it at night and in the downstairs foyer area, or when I make it to the upstairs on what we call the landing, open living room-like space before the hallways/rooms. The foyer is very open, same with the landing. The stairs are right next to the foyer, and the ceiling from the downstairs foyer to the upstairs landing is completely open. From floor to ceiling, it's a good 24 feet, so there's some echo in that area. I don't hear this sound often, but when I do, it's always at night and when I'm alone. Sometimes it sounds close to me, and sometimes it doesn't. When I hear this sound, it gives me a feeling of panic and adrenaline, like I need to get out of there. Last week, I stayed up the night at my parents' house. It was around 2 a.m. and I was downstairs watching TV in the living room. I went to go to the restroom and heard this sound again. The downstairs bathroom is in a small hallway that separates the downstairs foyer from the living room. I don't know why, but this time, it scared the absolute crap out of me. Like, I didn't even go to the bathroom. I hightailed it upstairs to my bedroom, leaving the downstairs TV on. I typically try to look at things logically, / for an explanation, especially with things like this. But I can't shake the ugly feeling I get when I hear the 3 snaps. Has anyone else ever experienced this? Also, is there any significance to weird unexplained sounds like this in the sets of 3? Like, what is this? About 6 years ago, I was living in my old house. It was a quite big house, and it was about a 5-minute walk to the beach. My mom was pregnant at the time, and I was around the age of 12. Me and my mom were sat in the living room watching TV and talking about whatever. I remember suddenly having the strongest urge to stand up and walk to the bottom of the stairs. I can't describe this feeling, but all I knew was that I had to get up and look. So I did. Looking at the top of the stairs, I could see a man waving at me. He was wearing a long black coat and had long messy hair with a beard. My mom came to see why I had randomly got up to look at the top of the stairs. I don't know why I did this, but I waved back at the mystery man. Lil, why are you waving at nothing? Mom, I'm waving at the man. Don't be rude. What man, Lily? There is no man up there. My mom was obviously confused, but knew this wasn't a prank. She phoned my dad straight away, and he told her to go straight to his mom and dad's house. The scary part about this whole situation was a week prior to this, my dad experienced sleep paralysis. He was in bed and about to go to sleep until he heard someone's heavy footsteps coming upstairs. Me and him were the only ones home, and he knew that I was asleep. He then saw the man that I had seen walking into his room, and he went to get up to make sure that I was safe. But a shadow-like creature had pinned him down for 10 minutes. What do you think the explanation is for this? Okay, something weird happened last night. I had a deep conversation with my mom, which was basically her lecturing me for 30 minutes. I was having a silent meltdown while we were talking, and I had the urge to say what I wanted to say to defend myself, but I couldn't because I believed I'd cry. Then, 3 to 8 minutes later, after she went out of my room, I heard dogs outside barking, and I just laid there, hopeless, and I questioned my existence. Like, literally, I did. I heard my family outside and my mom was like, "What's that smell?" I overheard her saying she smelt flowers and that the living room door opened itself. Really, I couldn't care less, because I also smelled something like that 2 years ago. Anyway, I was in my room wanting to cry while listening to their murmurs from our living room. They were like, Mom said, "You there?" My second cousin said, "He's not here, Aunt. He's grounded." Mom, what? No one opened the door? Cousin, I never heard anyone, so probably not. Mom, but the door literally opened itself. Grandma, it must have been the wind, honey. Mom, no, it looked like someone seriously pushed the door open. Cousin, I was busy with the phone so I couldn't see it, but there's no wind, Grandma. Mom, and that smell. Smells like flowers. Do you smell it? Cousin, nope. Grandma, I don't smell anything. And I was like, oh please, a spirit is obviously here. Grandma, who was it? Mom, after I scolded my name, this happens. Grandma, do you think it's a ghost? Mom, I don't know, but if it is, it's probably here because I scolded her. Then my mom came rushing in my room. I didn't say anything, just hopelessly facing my back against the door while laying down. She approached me and asked, "Hey honey, are you okay?" I still feel terrible because of the conversation, so I didn't say anything. But she keeps on asking, "Are you okay?" What do you guys think? Was this a spirit? When I was in university, I lived in an older house that was built beside a church. The house was over 100 years old, but unsure of the actual age. I lived in the basement and had a few housemates. We didn't know at the time that it was built on a cemetery. That was discovered shortly after I moved out. Weird things would happen in the house, but I'm still not sure if it was haunted or just purely coincidental. I would hear footsteps above my room late at night, and when I would ask the next day who was in the kitchen at 2 a.m., my housemates would say that they never came downstairs at all. My one housemate had a cat, and the one day we were in the kitchen, the back door opened by itself and the cat walked in. I did see what I believe was a shadow figure in that house. I had a bookshelf beside my bed and had a Buddha statue on top of one of the shelves. In the middle of the night, there was a huge bang, and when I woke up, I saw a black figure jump from the bookshelf to the floor and run out of the room. The shelf with the Buddha figure had fallen off the bookshelf, and the Buddha had smashed into pieces on the floor. I thought at first maybe it was my housemate's cat that had somehow knocked the shelf off. But the next morning when I told my housemate what happened, they said the cat had been locked in their room with them all night. Shortly after that, I moved out. The house was owned by the church, and there was a parking lot in the backyard. The church was adding an addition, and had started construction and digging up the parking lot behind the house. During the construction, human remains were found, which obviously halted the construction until it was determined why the remains were there. It was found out that before the house existed, a small cemetery had been on that land. At least 30 skeletons were found, and not sure if they were able to determine the identities or why they were buried there. For some reason, when the house was built, it was decided to build on top of the cemetery, and the records of the cemetery's existence were either lost or forgotten over time. Not sure if other housemates had experience there. It was a creepy house, and I remember them mentioning hearing things at night and not liking to stay there alone. I'm unsure if it was haunted, but weird things definitely did happen there. First, please let me know if this is the wrong sub for this. I do apologize if it's not the correct sub. I don't know where else to ask or talk about this. My husband and in-laws don't believe me whatsoever. Okay, so I need to preface this. For years I have had dreams related to ghosts and spirits and stuff. Since I was a kid, it's how they talk to me. Usually, for me to make sure it's actually related to not, just a weird dream. My mom taught me that I should repeat a number of times and how to look around and do things within this dream. Okay, so this particular dream has always related to a mirror in my mother-in-law's house. The mirror itself has always given me creepy vibes, and I've seen like a dark shadow over it at night. But in the dream, I am in front of this mirror, and my reflection is doing things separate from me. It gives me a sinister smile, and then it usually does something graphic such as slitting its throat, skin being ripped off, or other things. This has been happening for I'd say 2 or 3 weeks. I know the house was originally my husband's grandmother's that my mother-in-law inherited. It was built in the 50s or 60s, and pretty much the house is still original save for the bathrooms being updated. The mirror itself is in the dining room, but not directly facing a door or window. But you can see some of the bathroom in it, so I'm not sure if that's the cause. When talking to my mom, she told me she thinks either the mirror is haunted/cursed, or has seen things and may be trying to show me. But my husband doesn't believe me whatsoever, and says that the mirror was bought from a store, but that doesn't mean much. But I don't know. Help? When I was a kid, I lived in a haunted house. I'll preface this by saying I'm generally a very rational person, and I'm a very skeptic person by nature. I didn't grow up in a family that was religious or into the supernatural, and if I hadn't experienced these things myself, there's no doubt in my mind that I wouldn't believe in it today. Our house was built in 1912. On the outside, it seemed like a totally normal house. The moment I stepped inside that house, I felt uneasy, and I couldn't explain why. My sister and I shared a room upstairs. I was sitting on my bed in my room one day, facing the doorway. It was one of those accordion doors that would click closed, and there was a space of about 2 feet at the bottom where it didn't reach the floor. It was only my mom and I home at the time, and she was downstairs. I heard the floor creak outside my door in the hallway, as though someone was walking into my room. Then I saw a white mist-type figure pass by my door. At first, I thought it was my mom bringing laundry upstairs, and I waited for her feet to appear under the door, but they didn't. I went and peeked under my door to see who was in the hallway, and there was nobody there. There was no wind, and no way it could have been a curtain blowing. I definitely saw something pass by my door. Another day, I was in my room alone again. My family was downstairs in the kitchen at the time. There was a wardrobe by the door that had a lamp on top of it. I was just sitting on my bed again, and all of a sudden the lamp started to violently rock back and forth. It scared the crap out of me, so I immediately ran downstairs, and my family could see that I was scared and asked me what was wrong. I told them what happened, and they all looked at each other. I discovered later they tried to protect me from knowing any of the paranormal experiences that happened there. Another day, my sister and I were in the living room. It was summer, and we had one of those window air conditioners in the kitchen window. My dad was just finishing building a detached garage outside and had turned the breaker off so that he could finish wiring the electrical to the garage. There was no electricity at all in the house. We were just sitting there, and all of a sudden we hear the air conditioner turn on. My sister and I looked at each other and ran outside. My parents asked us what was wrong, and we told them how the air conditioner turned on by itself. My dad said that's impossible. There's no electricity going to the house. We had no explanation for how it turned on. Another day I was in my room, and we had one of those big fans that sat on the floor. My sister would always yell at me for leaving it on when I wasn't in the room. On this day it was really hot, so I purposefully left the fan on. I went downstairs to have a shower. Only my mom and sister were home at the time. I came back up to my room and the fan was switched off. I immediately felt uneasy because I knew I had left it on. I asked my mom and sister if they had gone upstairs while I was in the shower, but they hadn't. No explanation for how it turned off. This was back in the days where we would record songs off of the radio on cassette tapes. One day I guess I forgot to press stop while recording and had left the room. When I listened back, it sounded like a man and woman arguing on the tape, but couldn't quite make out what they were saying. There was no one in the room at the time. When I would go to sleep at night and the lights were out, I would see what I now know were probably orbs, but at the time I had no idea what they were. It was like static electricity in the air. I don't know how to explain it. The closest thing I've ever seen to it are sparklers. It used to scare the crap out of me, and I would run to my mom's room to tell her, and she would say, "Oh, it's just your eyes playing tricks on you. Don't pay attention to it." I would go back to bed and hide my head under the covers. There was a spirit that would stand in the corner of my room and watch us constantly. After we moved out, I told my mom one day that our new house felt so much happier than our old one. She asked me what I meant. I told her how our old house had such a heavy atmosphere and felt totally different, and I always felt like I was being watched. I asked her if it was haunted. She finally admitted to me that it had been, and they had tried to protect me from it because I was the youngest. I described two of the ghosts to her, the female that was always in the corner of my room and the male spirit that stayed in my brother's room. I described the time period they were from and how they were dressed, that the woman was in a long dark dress and that the man sat on the floor in my brother's room and looked out the window. No idea how I knew these things, and turned out I was pretty close, except for the woman wore a black veil that hid her face, and the man actually had no legs, which was why I thought that he was sitting all the time. While we lived there, I had a recurring dream where I saw a little girl in a white nightgown cowering in the hallway outside my bedroom and crying because the house was on fire. I was constantly paranoid about fires while living in that house, and would constantly check the electrical outlets throughout the house to make sure that everything was okay. After we moved, I worked at our local library, and there were tons of resources about the history of the town. Turns out, before our house was built at that location, there was a hotel that used to stand there in the late 1800s that had burned to the ground, killing several people. My dad was the only one who didn't have experiences while we lived there. My mom had the most experiences, and I think at first he started to think that she was losing her mind. It wasn't until my siblings and I started to tell him about our experiences, and specifically me with the lamp incident in my room, that he started to think something was actually wrong with the house. My brother worked late nights and would get home around midnight. He would walk through the dark house to get to his room and would often hear someone calling his name. He thought it was our mom, and would go into her room to see what she wanted, only to find her asleep. Eventually, he would rarely sleep there. He would sleep at his friends' or his girlfriend's houses instead. My sister and I shared a room. We had the female ghost dressed in black veil who would stand and watch us in the corner of our room. One night, my sister woke up to find someone sitting beside her on her bed holding her hand. She thought it was me and asked what I was doing. No answer. She looked over at my bed. I was there, sound asleep. She looked back and the figure was gone. To this day, she sleeps with her head under the covers and her arms tucked under her. My mom had multiple experiences. I'm not even aware of all of them, and honestly, I don't want to know. I know she said there were at least 5 spirits in the house, plus others that would pass through. In our basement, we had an old cold room, and this apparently is where the spirit portal was located in our house. Not sure why it was there or how it got there, but I think previous residents had dabbled in things that they shouldn't have. As I said previously, there was a hotel that had burned down at that location, killing several people. I think previous residents could sense the presence of these spirits and dabbled with Ouija boards or seances to contact the spirits, and ended up inviting dark entities. Just a theory, but I believe people who lived there before us made the situation worse. My mom is very sensitive to spirits, and had experiences with all of them, I think. The woman in black was a protective spirit who would communicate with my mom quite a bit. I believe that spirit protected me from the other spirits also. My mom was walking down the basement one day and she lost her footing and started to fall. She suddenly felt hands on her chest and pushed her back up to an upright position. She never saw anyone, just felt them catch her as she fell. Another day she was vacuuming in my brother's room when the phone rang. She ran downstairs to answer it, and while she was downstairs she heard the vacuum start up and being pushed across the floor. She ran back upstairs, but by the time she got there it had stopped. She was the only one home at the time. We had so many issues with phantom calls in that house. This is before cell phones, so we only had a landline. The phone would ring constantly and nobody would be on the line. Or we would hear static, or as though there was a muffled voice on the line, but we couldn't make out what they were saying. I don't know how many times we had the phone company come to check it out, only to find nothing wrong. Then it escalated. My dad would get up to leave for work in the middle of the night, and just after he would leave, we would get a call where the person would say, "I saw blank leave for work." This freaked my mom right out, so the police became involved to try and trace where these calls were coming from. We had to keep track of the time the calls came in, what was said, if anything, etc. They never were able to trace the calls. We moved shortly after and had the same phone number. The calls stopped as soon as we moved out, and we never had issues again. Before we moved, my mom was really worried that they would follow us. The woman in black was very religious, and my mom had an old Bible beside her bed. One morning, she woke up to find the Bible open beside her on the nightstand, and these words were highlighted: "And this house will be my home forever." Thankfully, they didn't follow us. I'm very sensitive to spirits and have had other experiences throughout my life, but that will be for another day. I hated that house and was so happy to move. I'm grateful for the experience though, because now I know our spirits do continue on after death, just in a different way. Hey everyone. I was curious about some events in my life, but I've always wondered what to do with this story, so here it goes. I was raised in a pleasant house, but me and my two other family members always felt odd. For some reason, all of these paranormal things only happen to my mother, brother, and me. We come from a psychic sort of bloodline, so I always figured that was why. One time, my brother woke up in the night and placed a 60 to 80 pound TV on my mother's leg and watched the static, asleep, and only 8 years old. Then the psychic things began to happen. My brother predicted a death, and I've also predicted and known exactly when a family member passed. My brother screamed bloody murder once, and we walked in and he said it was a boy with red eyes. He saw this boy many times, but I never did, and he doesn't remember any of it now that he's an adult. All of this toned down once we moved and got older, but I'm curious if anyone has any explanation. This story I'm about to tell is the first spooky experience that I can remember as a child. I don't remember how old I was, probably no older than 12. My younger sister and I were friends with our neighbor's granddaughter, who was often at her grandparents' house while her mom worked. We'd take turns going to each other's house. The girl we played with, I'll call her Jay, had pretty much free reign over the house, while her grandma, who was a nurse, slept during the day. We weren't allowed upstairs though. This house was like my parents'. Jay's grandparents were the first owners. They were very good Christian people. Jay had a rough childhood and was a pathological liar. We had a lot of drama between the three of us. One day, while Grandma was sleeping, we decided to sneak upstairs. There were at least 3 bedrooms, beautifully decorated with antique furniture and decor. We decided to each pick a room and pretend it was ours and play house. We even had some baby dolls to play with. After a while, I began to feel uncomfortable, and like I was being watched. I met back up with Jay and my sister, and told them that I didn't feel comfortable up there. My sister felt the same way. Jay told us that when she was younger, they heard voices from upstairs. It was hard to know when she was telling the truth, though. Regardless of whether she was lying, all 3 of us felt freaked out upstairs. We decided to go downstairs and never played upstairs again. Every now and then I'd look up at their upstairs windows from my house and just get this awful feeling of dread. I'm a budding real estate investor and bought an older house so that I can renovate and eventually rent it out. When I went to view the place with my realtor, the owner showed us around and also told us her sister passed away in the bedroom upstairs. The house is a beautiful, not at the time of viewing, old home built in the early 1900s. As I'm a few months into the reno, this happened a few months ago, April I believe. A week after the trash guy came to clear out all the furniture and trash left in the home by the previous owner, an older lady and a screenwriter/playwright, I went over to begin patching walls so that a few days later I could paint. I got to the house very early in the morning, took care of the 4 bedrooms upstairs, and was downstairs working in the parlor room and dining room. I had been there since 8 a.m., and now the time was around 5:30 p.m. As the house/town sits in a valley, the sun was down over the hills and it was getting dark. I was on the last wall I had planned to work on with my back turned from a pretty awesome antique record player the previous owner left behind. All of a sudden, the hand-cranked record player starts going off playing music. All of the hair on my body rises and I get goosebumps. I turn to look at the player and it stops playing. You bet your butt I packed my bags and left. A few months later, I'm painting the staircase in the early afternoon. Sorry, restorers, but this thing was in bad shape and the quickest option. And on the landing going down to the first floor, well, my hair stands on end, and I catch a quick glimpse from the corner of my eye of a woman with a white sleeping kind of garment on the first floor. This event creeped me out for mere seconds, and everything went back to normal. I kept working for a few more hours. My aunt helped me paint on a different occasion, and stated that she was touched on her shoulder. It really is a beautiful house, but I sincerely believe that she doesn't mean any harm. My grandmother and her family used to live in a small area in Tennessee. Her parents, siblings, and she moved into an old farmhouse in the 50s. I asked her how old she thought that the house was, but she said she didn't know, that it was definitely old. In the night, they would hear a door open and shut in the house all night long, and the sound of a cat screech. Finally, her dad had enough and removed the hinges and replaced them with leather hinges to see if that would stop the door from opening and shutting. It didn't. It still kept doing it. Opening, shutting, and the sound of a cat screeching. Also, under this house was enough room for her and her siblings to play underneath. The house was set up high on stones. There was no skirting under the home and it was just open. Someone had tried to build a cellar but never finished it to connect to the home. On the ground every day they went down, they would find balls of long hair that looked grayish. Woman's hair. and underneath the hair was coins or change. They would just toss the hair and get the coins. Again, no explanation for this. One day, Grandma's mama got sick, so great-great-grandma, which was my grandma's mom's mother, came over to help with the kids and help her daughter. Interesting side fact was that great-great-grandma was Cherokee, but she would never ever admit to it if asked. She would always claim Black Dutch. She was terrified of being taken to Oklahoma to a reservation. Anyway, great-great-grandma only stayed one night and got ready to leave before the sun came up. Grandma said her mama asked why she was leaving, to which she replied, "I seen a man and his wife pass through the dresser and into the wall. The wife was missing her head. I ain't staying in this house." She left and never came back to the house. Across from the ranch where they lived and across the road was an open field. In the field was a large 3-story home, a rancher-type house. In its heyday, it must have been beautiful, but now it looked weathered. The paint was peeling and just looked like it had seen better days. Every night, on the top floor, in one of the windows, everyone saw a candlelight flickering. Grandma's dad was curious, and one day, during sunlight of course, he walked over to the old house to see where the light could be coming from, if anyone was living there. The kids came along. Great-grandpa walked inside. The house from the inside looked worse, and there was no way someone could go upstairs to the top floor because the stairs had rotted away. Meanwhile, Grandma's half-sister went to the cellar door of the old house and opened it. Down in the cellar was an old, tacky-looking man, and he looked up and said to her, "Come on in." Her sister slammed the door and ran. There were no steps that led into the cellar. I don't think they ever went back over to that rancher house again. They stayed in their house from when my grandma was 8 till she was 11, and then my family moved. If there are any more details to this story that I've missed, I'll ask her, and I'll add it. I think my house is haunted. A few weeks ago, I was cleaning my house. I cleaned my room first and went to clean the living room and the kitchen. It was past midnight because I used to sleep during daytime and do house chores at night. When I entered my room, part of the floor was soaking in water. There were no leaks anywhere, not even from the roof or from the floor. The water is clear, like someone intentionally spilled the water on my floor. I don't remember bringing water inside my room when I was cleaning, so I'm still curious until now where that water came from. By the way, I also have no pets, and I live alone. I was a child who grew up in a haunted house. It usually begins with a gut feeling that something's off. Then voices and whispers, seeing things from the corner of your eyes, things being moved, feeling things touching you or coming extremely close, being woken up at a certain time every night, etc. All this time, the entities are drawing energy from you and getting stronger. Eventually, it'll come to a point where more things happen. How extreme can vary. One thing you should know, there are ghosts that don't mean you any harm and will coexist. There are even helpful ghosts who will take care of you in the house. Unfortunately, there are also mean-spirited, tormented ghosts who refuse to share their space and will try to remove you from it however they can. One suggestion I give you, make a circle of salt around your bed. Don't break the circle. This circle wards off spirits from going into your circle, so as you sleep, you are protected. Best of luck, everyone. This story happened 5 years ago in my old house in Endwell, New York. So I was up watching TV and I had the urge to go take a shower for some reason. So I got up and went to the bathroom, and I went to start the shower, but then someone or something threw a brick through my window. I almost crapped my pants. I looked out the window and I saw a woman with hair that looked to have a ton of gel in it, and I assumed this because her hair was super stiff, and it didn't move when a gust of wind came. I couldn't really see much of her face, but what I did see of it was that she had no jaw. Anyway, so I'm standing in the bathroom looking out the window at her, and she pointed behind me, and I looked behind me, but there was nothing there. So I looked back at her, and she is at the window. Now this shower was on the second floor of my house, and I saw her from her waist up. So either she had a ladder or she was floating. So I jumped back and tripped over the toilet, and I hit my head on the sink. I cracked open my head and I was gushing blood. I saw stars for a few seconds before I blacked out. I woke up in the hospital with stitches in my head. I had to get 32 stitches. This was the most messed up experience of my entire life. To begin, I must tell you about my house. It's a brick farmhouse built in the 1860s with a fairly decent plot of land with it. I did not move here at a young age. I lived in this house my whole life, and I have seen many things that have made me know that there is ghosts and more to this life. Behind my house used to be a cemetery, but they decided to move the bodies, and rumor has it there are still a few out there that have not been uncovered. This is a rather short story, but I feel like it's the best one to begin my little series with. And now, I shall begin. It was a summer day. I had just gotten home from school and the bus ride felt long, almost too long. I had gotten off the bus and my dad waited after school to pick us up from the bus. My brother and sister sat up front with my dad, and with no other option, I sat in the bed of the truck. I was just off in my drowsiness as we were getting closer to the house. When we were close to the area where my parents park, I noticed what looked to be the end of a white sheet blow into the machine shed. Once parked, I began to walk down to the barn thinking it was a sheet that had blown off the clothesline due to the wind. So I was going to retrieve it for my mom. Now that I'm older and I think about it, there was not enough wind to pick a sheet up that high in the air. As I walked down closer, there was no white sheet. It was not in the barn. It was nowhere to be found. I don't know what it was. After that happened, I didn't say anything for fear of my parents thinking I was just making things up. But I know what I saw, and if anyone has any idea to what this would be, I would love to hear it. My sister has been seeing things in our house. At the corner of her eye, for example. My mom and her were downstairs sitting on the couch, and there was a knife and lemon on the kitchen counter. And mind you, nobody was in the kitchen. Suddenly, it sounded as if a knife fell on the floor, and they checked, and the lemon started spinning around. My sister also experienced some sort of PTSD episode. She was on the phone with my mom, and she said it sounded like she was crying, like how she used to cry to us before. My sister then opens her door and sees that my mom is fine. Another time was when my sister came back home from school, and she heard my mom's voice upstairs saying, "Hi, how are you?" About an hour later, my mom comes home. My sister was the only one at home, so who called her name? Our house always feels so weird, and I've also experienced sleep paralysis here many times. What should we do? I feel so scared to sleep in my own home, and if my sister is hallucinating of some sort, what can we consider doing to be calm about it?
Before I start this story off, I would like to say that this house was built in the 60s, and I'm not entirely sure, but there hasn't been any deaths near or in this house, but it still scares the crap out of me. Around 2016, me, a female, and my family moved into this house. It needs a lot of renovating, and also it's just generally old. To add on to the oldness to this, the family graveyard of the neighborhood owners are about a block from us, and all of the streets are named after the now deceased children, which is sweet, but also very creepy if you think about it. Now onto the main story. So about 3 or 4 months into us living in this house, I was very sick and ill, to the point where I was coughing, sneezing, and sometimes puking. It was the worst part of being there. But around the time where I started to get better, doors started to slam a lot, even when nobody was upstairs. My door, for example, was slamming a lot, and to the point where a crack is now in the middle from the force of the door slamming. But not only was it mine, it was my brothers and sisters, or any doors in the hallway where our rooms resided. At first, me and my family landed on our windows being constantly open and with the airflow, but I really doubt it looking to that, as it was around winter when this happened. Another thing to add on to this is I can now hear footsteps walking towards me in my brother's room. Not necessarily footsteps, but like you can hear something moving forcefully, and then it sounds like something is opening up the door. Also, to add on to me thinking this, is that I keep an EMF reader around just in case to see if it's actually true. EMF readers are still faulty, I agree, and sometimes I get up to an EMF 3 before it disappears. Lastly, I always feel like there's something sitting in my chair in my room while I sleep, to the point where I have to have something on my chair, and my chair facing a different direction from my bed. I've recently been paranoid of my chair, as it is usually facing a different direction than what I leave it, but it could also be in my imagination. There's really all my ghost experiences, but I hope it gives you guys a good story. Bye. I can see ghosts, and I happen to have 8 ghosts in my house. But this is just the story of one. I've lived in my current home since I was 2 years old, and it just so happens that moving into this house is my first vivid memory and my first ghost encounter. The house was built in 1930 and has only had 2 families living there before us. Compared to most haunted houses, it's a young house. When we moved in, I ran straight into the kitchen and started talking to the woman standing there. She was dressed in all black and had her hair up in a near bun. She said she was the past owner and was making us some cakes to celebrate us moving in, but had to be quick because she was on her way out. My parents are stood there laughing, thinking that I'm talking nonsense, until I tell them that the cakes the woman is making are for us, and they are immediately confused because no one is there. They mentioned it to my gran, who is a big believer in ghosts, and she asks me to describe her, so I did. To this day, she is still shaken about how accurate my description was of this woman. The description I gave her was exactly how the original owner's wife looked when she was young, who had died a few years before I was even born. 2-year-old me in 2004 was having a conversation with a ghost stuck in her 1930s form. She is still around today, and whenever I decide to bake, she is immediately by my side, watching me. For a while, I've known there was a spirit in my house. We respected each other and nothing bad happened. I did a Ouija board recently and found out I have not 1 but 2 spirits in my house. They're both siblings. One is called Emily. She likes to play around and the other won't tell me his name. He has this rage that won't go away and he threatens me. I've asked how to help, and he said he wants to possess me. Emily doesn't, though. I asked him why, and he said Mommy. Both have been really angry today. I asked Emily how I could help, and she said Daddy. I'm presuming they're still kids who want their parents. I've gone into full pagan mode to protect myself. Crystals, veiling, grounding, etc. I think they're just scared kids, but I can't risk getting hurt. I don't mind them being here as long as they are peaceful. How do I help them without getting possessed or hurt?
From the ages of 14 to 93, I lived in what we believed was a haunted house. Me, my mom, sister, and brother. We all experienced a range of stuff, but my direct and indirect experiences included. Items would go missing frequently. I noticed particularly my makeup products. Smoking items would fall off the bed, and I would find them down the hall next to the bathroom. I brought my laptop and charger into my mom's room, sat on the bed with the charger on the floor, went to get it, and it completely vanished. No one had come in or out of the room, and I couldn't find it anywhere and had to buy a new charger. Things hanging on the wall would swing vigorously side to side. A calendar and heavy-studded mirror with no obvious cause. A snow globe on my bed backboard suddenly fell on my head while going to sleep. I didn't move to knock it off. My hair straighteners would turn on by themselves, and the oven would be turned up to the highest temperature while cooking. Nobody in the house would do this, as it's a huge fire hazard. A couple of times I went into the kitchen and all of the cupboards and drawers were open. I thought that only happened in horror films. Weird noises and banging, like people coming up the stairs. Cold patch in the lounge. My mom was in the kitchen in the middle of the day, heard a groaning noise, turned around and saw a shadow figure in the hallway. My sister woke one night to see a girl in robes standing in our bedroom, looking down with long hair covering her face. My cousin also saw something of a similar description once, but I can't say for sure this case was true. My sister got out of the shower to find 666 written on the mirror 3 times. I tested writing stuff on the mirror before and it never condensated. But this writing was clear, like something had just done it. I'm very scientifically minded and always try to debunk stuff with something plausible before claiming spirits or some other unknown energy. But the stuff that happened I could not explain. The laptop charger disappearing was a particular struggle to explain. Hi, my name is Dominic. I'm a 15-year-old kid that lives in a small town in Texas. Keep in mind that this has stuck with me since it happened, and I'm still confused today. I'd like for anyone to try and give me the best explanation as possible, and let me know what you think. So back in about 2012, I was about 6 years old. We lived in a house in Abilene, Texas. So turns out, also I learned all this house info years later, the house was placed on an old cemetery and it was haunted. Well, on this exact date that I remember, it was May 5th, 2012 at 9:20 p.m. I went to sleep and started dreaming. The dream was my siblings in our bunk bed. The way our house was built, there was this short hallway to our rooms and ours was in the very back. The front of the room faced directly across the hallway to my parents' room. Down at the end, on the right in the hallway, there's a bathroom, and in the middle there was another room, on the left, and a closet on the right. Well, it was dark all the way down to the end of the hallway, and all the lights that were on in the whole house was the living room lights. Everywhere else was black, and you could barely see into the rooms. I remember I jumped out of bed, and all of my siblings raced to the end of the hall. I remember I was the last one out of the room.
There's 3 things that I saw at once. 1. I looked into my parents' room across the hallway, and I saw a shadow in the window. 2. I saw my siblings at the end of the hallway all of a sudden. Last, I felt a gravity pin me against the wall. I tried to move and scream, but I couldn't. I was pinned against the wall and I couldn't talk. I looked to the right into our room, and we had a short dresser, maybe like 2.5 feet tall. And on it, we had a box television, like one of the big old ones. I was able to hear everything. The TV started playing this very disturbing but extremely clear-sounding orchestra sound. And on the TV, in a somewhat big green font, it said these exact words: "This was not an escape from your hell." I looked left into my parents' room and I saw the shadow again, except I saw it very slowly creeping up to the end of their room, and is across their room, staring at me pinned against the wall. I remember that I saw the shadow and I looked down the hall and they were gone. The light in the living room shut off and it was dead silent. Not a single thing was making noise. I heard a whisper. I can't remake what it fully said. It was something like, "I have blank, and it's over." And I spun my head to the area the shadow was staring at me still. And the moment I looked, it flew into my face, and the last image was a cloudy cloak and huge white eyes like pearls going into my vision. Once it got to a distance to where I saw black, I woke up. I was sweaty and it was disturbing. I didn't know what it meant, so I played it off like a normal scary dream. Then, exactly 4 years later, on May 5th, 2016 at 9:20 p.m., I for some reason remembered everything. Then I started piecing everything together, and I realized that it wasn't just a nightmare. It seemed more like the dead trying to communicate with me. And fast forward almost 10 years later, and I have no answers to what that dream meant. Now keep in mind that I'm not into seances or dark magic or Ouija board things. I believe in afterlife and I believe in ghosts. And my dad and I are pretty theoretical people. We believe in a lot of strange occurrences that happen around the world daily. Again, I've never had a personal experience of an unknown entity person that I have memory of. Now we live in the same house. Same year, but a few months later after this dream happened, my parents, including my siblings, swear that I would talk to and play with an unknown entity in our kitchen. I have absolutely no memory of this whatsoever. So many things I've heard of, and yet I have no memory of it at all. All of this is unexplained and has definitely left a huge dent in my mind, wondering what it is, and we will never find out unless the future withholds a bad experience that awaits for me. I pray that this unknown entity doesn't reach my kids when I grow up. Also, this is my first time ever using Reddit, and I just really felt like I wanted to tell the world and get this off my chest. Again, if anyone has any possible explanation to this, I would gladly appreciate it if you let me know. Thank you all. My new house is haunted, but I am the only one that experiences paranormal events. We moved into our new house about 4 years ago, to be exact. Ever since then, I've been experiencing weird events, and it only seems to happen to me. I've seen ghosts. I've had doors close on me, objects thrown at me, voices impersonating my family members when I'm home alone, objects moving, electronics randomly dying at full, items not being where I left them, furniture being moved across the room, and singing echoing throughout my house. I've told my family about these interactions, but they don't seem to have had any experiences themselves. I always blame it on my addiction to horror and paranormal stuff, and I blame it on the fact that my brain could be imagining it. But objects have moved, and physical contact has been made. These are my personal experiences. I will try to put them in chronological order based on the age that I was at the time of the incidents. But some of the stories are intertwined, stretched out over decades, and include 3 countries and 2 continents. First, I would like to start by saying that I can remember things from my very early childhood with great detail. By the age of 18 months, I spoke, walked, and was potty trained. I have freaked out my parents, family members, and random people multiple times over the years, without knowing why. And it all boils down to family secrets. I got the, "It's impossible for you to remember this. Somebody told you about it." A lot. Other times they would want to bring me to the priest or church, or told me to stop lying and making stuff up. You know, the classic stuff. So here we go. When I was around 4 or 5, my grandmother, father's mother, I have her name, took me to the market. On our way back, I saw a group of women seated on the front porch of a neighboring house, and they seemed pleasantly surprised to see us. I heard one of the women say, "Is that Mary?" All of the women looked at us and started calling our name excitedly, but my grandmother didn't react, and it started to upset the women, especially the oldest one in the group. She could not believe that we weren't stopping to respond, as was the etiquette, which was weird, even to little old me at that point, because we lived on the countryside, and everyone knows everyone, if you know what I mean. So I asked her, "Grandma, why aren't you greeting the women?" My grandma looks around confused. "What women?" Me pointing at them. "There." Grandma, while looking straight at them. "Where?" Me, still pointing at them. "There, they called your name." Grandma, "Sweetie, no one has lived in that house for a long time. What do they look like?" Me, "There are aunties and grandmothers." 4 to 5-year-old me describing the scene while my grandmother became more and more freaked out with every word that came out of my mouth. "And they wear black clothes." Before I could finish my sentence, she grabbed my hand and started running like we were being chased. When we arrived at the house, she was quite shaken. When my father came home, she immediately pounced on him and told him what I had said. She looked terrified. They started whispering for a couple of minutes. My father dismissed her completely. He even went as far as to yell at her that this is nonsense, and that 4-year-old me didn't need to be seen by a priest or a doctor. I never saw those women again, and didn't mention it again until about 15 years later. I left my country at the age of 9 and returned when I was 19. It was already a month after Grandma Mary's passing. Never got a chance to say goodbye. I walk into the house, look to my left, and there on the wall, on a small old black and white photograph, the women that I had seen so long ago. I turn excitedly to my father, who was right behind me, and say, "Dad, look, that's the women I was talking about when I was little. The ones Granny freaked out about. Who are they?" He looks at me in disbelief and says, "They're your grandmother's mother, sisters, aunts, and cousins. But sweetheart, these women were all dead decades before you were born." Me, looking straight into his eyes. "I know what I saw and heard that day. You said this and Granny said that. And then you made me promise not to worry and upset her with this stuff. Dad, I need to tell you something." Me, "Okay." "Dad, your godfather, my father's old brother, says stuff like that, and he is schizophrenic. She was afraid that you were too." Me, "Dad, I'm not delusional or schizophrenic, and I have the paperwork to prove it. I've been in therapy the past 3 years, and I think someone would have noticed, don't you think?" Dad, "I don't know. Maybe you like to make stuff up like your mom. My mother was a narcissist and the reason I was in therapy, but we hadn't figured it out till that point yet. We just thought that she was a pathological liar." Me, "What else needs to happen, Dad, for you to believe me?" Boy, I came to bitterly regret asking that question. Part 2. We were renting a house near my grandparents. It was a new build. We were the first to move in, and to be honest, knowing what I know now, we were probably the reason that house has become haunted. Everyone that moved into that house after us had horrible things happen to them, from uncalled violence, divorces, and even people unaliving themselves. 7-year-old me playing in that house when I hear a voice telling me, "Your grandfather died." I turn to look at my parents when all of a sudden the phone rings. Before my father can reach the landline, I yell, "Daddy, Daddy, Grandpa is dead," meaning his father. He looked at me dismayed and told me to bite my tongue. He picked up the receiver and said hello, and then he looked at me. His eyes became big, and the only thing he said while on the phone was, "When?" "Okay, I'll be right there." At this point, my mother comes into the room and asks my father what's wrong. He looks at her, looks at me, and says, "It was my mother. My father just passed, and she wants me to go close his eyes." They both looked at me, and I felt scared because I thought I was in trouble for saying it out loud. You see, except for the voices and the people that no one else saw, there were times where I felt something invisible pushing me or tripping me as I walked. I told my parents, but I got the same response. I was lying, and I was a bad child for making stuff up. The same year, I was sitting in my room when I got a very overwhelming feeling of missing my older brother. I started crying, and my parents rushed to see what was wrong with me. When I told them that I wanted my older brother, they looked at me with confusion and told me that I don't have an older brother, and they tried to explain to me that for me to have an older sibling, they would have to be born before me. I started screaming, "I'm not talking about my younger brother. I want my older brother who is alive." The look on my parents' eyes was horror, confusion, and disbelief. They turn their backs to me and start fight whispering with each other. The few things I heard were, my dad say, "What did you tell the child?" Mom, "Nothing, I swear." Dad, "Stop lying. What did you say?" Mom, "Are you insane? I haven't said a thing to anyone." And then, of course, they told me to stop lying and making things up. I stayed in my room crying. Why were they not believing me? Why? I felt desperate. I felt so alone. I begged with every cell in my body for someone, anyone to help me. And then it happened. It felt like a sensation of calmness washed over me. All those emotions of desperation, pain, loneliness, they all disappeared. And I didn't care if they believed me or not after that. She had attached herself to me and hasn't left my side ever since. She would be described to me years later by a psychic who I happened to meet through a friend. But that's another story. And yes, I have seen her. But that's also further down in the story. Here comes the part about the family secrets again. I have an older half-brother from my father. He is 15 years or so older than me. I also would have a younger brother, but my mother had a miscarriage. I found out the truth 2 decades later, after my father died from a close friend of his. Now I know you'll say this is not a ghost story, but trust me, this is all relevant. As I said in part 1, it's all connected. Things turned for the worse over time. It was as if rage was all that we felt in that house. No one was safe, not even visitors. Things would go missing or be broken somehow, and of course I was blamed every time. One day I was talking to our neighbor and landlord. He was in his late 60s, and a very lonely, peaceful guy, when I felt the need to check on my parents. Something told me to go back to the door. The door had glass panels, and you could see into the kitchen. The first time I looked, my parents were chatting, so I played peekaboo with them through the door for a few minutes and left. But something told me to look again, and what I saw was horrific. I watched as my father beat my mother with a hammer over the head, while she lay on the floor with her hands over her head. Blood everywhere, and I screamed so loud that my father stopped. But when he looked at me, what I saw in his eyes was not human. The neighbor ran to get me, saw what happened, picked me up in his arms, and rushed me to his yard. A moment later, I watched in horror as our front door was open and my father dragged my mother, who was a bloody mess, out of the house by the hair down our driveway. Outside the gate was a man that I didn't know, and he was looking at us, laughing his heart out and really enjoying himself. But nobody seemed to notice him. I thought to myself, what an evil person he was for amusing himself with our pain. At that point, the ghost looked to me like regular people. I couldn't tell the difference. I was 7 for God's sakes. After this experience, I shut down, and I didn't see any ghosts or hear any voices or whispers, at least for the next decade. But that all changed when I moved to America. Just to clarify, I didn't grow up in an abusive environment. I had a really great childhood, and I was a happy and content child. I was spoiled by my family and relatives, and even though we weren't rich, we were in a good place. And to this day, I consider my father's family's house as my one and only home. My father could never explain what had happened that day, and it ate at him until it manifested as cancer and took him to the grave. I used to live with my mom and her ex-boyfriend in a really big house. It was around 6,000 square feet, and it gave me bad vibes from the very start. Whenever I voiced it to my mom and her ex, they would just brush it off and tell me that I was just imagining things. They were always traveling and going places, while I had to stay behind because of my job. I was okay with this. I enjoy being alone. I was around 19, and after my friends had left for the night, I did my nightly rounds through the house. I would always check to make sure that all the doors were locked and the lights were all off. Once I made sure of that, I went to my bathroom to get ready for bed. My bedroom was the only one on the main floor. It was a 4-bedroom house, meaning there were 3 upstairs, one being directly over my room and a bathroom. My room and bathroom are separated by a small hallway, which can be closed off by a sliding door, meaning there was a door to my bedroom and to my bathroom, which I always left open because I could close off my little hallway. I start washing my face, and as I'm doing so, I hear what sounds like footsteps directly above me. I freeze in place and listen. They stopped. I shrug it off and continue. It's late, I'm just hearing things, and go back to washing my face. Then it happens again, this time a little louder. Again, I freeze. I know I'm not just hearing things, but what can I do? They stopped and I went back to washing my face. Then it happened again. I stop again. And then I hear and feel one of the loudest bangs that I've ever heard in my life. Imagine a 400-pound person jumping off a bed onto the ground. That's what I heard. I felt the rumble. If that wasn't enough, right after that, my bedroom door slams shut. I'm freaking out at this point and run into my room to grab my machete, thinking someone is in my house. I then run into the kitchen yelling, "Whoever is in my house, I will effing kill you." I have soap still dripping down my face onto the ground. Seeing that all the doors are still locked, I run back into my bedroom to rinse my face off quickly. I pack up my bag and call my best friend. I tell him what's happening and he tells me to get the F out of there. So I keep him on the phone as I finish packing up my bag and get outside to my car. As I'm pulling out of the driveway, I notice something upstairs. Every single light is turned on. I know for a fact that they weren't on 20 minutes before when I checked everything. I didn't even think twice. I just kept reversing and didn't look back at the house. I've seen enough scary movies to know that there would have been a figure in one of the windows staring at me. I went back the next day to see if someone did actually break in. There was no sign of forced entry. All the doors were still locked and nothing was missing. All of the upstairs lights had also been turned off. Fast forward 6 months and we move out. My mom then tells me that the house was turned into a hospice after the original owner from the 1930s was widowed and got lonely. She turned the house into a place for those with no family to die peacefully and not alone. I used to live in a haunted house. Here's some background. When I was a young child, about 10 or 11, I moved into a small country town. I've been there before, and my parents grew up there. Everyone who lives there knows that the whole town is haunted, from the school and even the church hall. and once it goes dark, most people who live there go inside because you can see spirits walking in dark places. That's the extent of it. But the house I lived in has a spirit who likes to mimic voices of your loved ones, and even likes to look like them. It would only target me and my older sister, and only when we were home alone. I would wake up with bruises and scratches, same as my sister. One time I was home alone and heard my older sister call out to me from our room. I got up and saw her walk into our room. Just slightly, but I could still tell that it was her. I called her name, but she didn't answer, so I followed her in. I entered our room and saw it empty. I thought she was just messing with me, but she's pretty tall, so there wasn't anywhere that she could hide. Then suddenly I heard the front door open. I went down and saw my older sister with the rest of my family. This wasn't the first time something like this happened, and certainly not the last. Anyway, I moved out of there about 2 years ago, and I've never woken up with a random bruise or scratch again. The Tahoe Children's Center, also known as the Twin Bridges Orphanage, was established by Pennsylvania State in the 1890s, as the mining boom of the area declined. While some of the children there were orphans, many were simply abandoned by parents who couldn't afford to care for them. Tales of abuse at the orphanage were numerous. Children were whipped for wetting the bed or hung on coat hooks and locked in dark rooms as punishment. Many children also perished on the property from disease. Unfortunately, the headmaster of the orphanage was said to be a cruel man who tortured and even slayed the children who lived there. That is, until one night in 1944. According to legend, the children rose up against the headmaster and hanged him from a pipe in the basement. The headmaster supposedly began to haunt the orphanage, looming over children's beds and appearing as a shadowy figure in the back of class photos. The orphanage eventually shut down and was abandoned in the 1990s before it mysteriously burned down. One former employee said that there were 30 headstones in the yard for children, but they've since disappeared. The orphanage was closed in 1976, and the current owner claims to hear children singing when alone on the property. It was investigated by the TV show Ghost Adventures, who communicated with the spirit of an orphan girl and found flashing lights dancing from room to room. These days, the house is used as a guest house and Airbnb. This is a true hidden treasure for ghost hunters. You'll have to see it to believe it. 2946 Campbell Hill Road, Tahoe, Pennsylvania, United States. I'm going to share a story that happened in my previous house. In fact, I had a lot of encounters during my 12-year stay in that flat. The most eerie thing about that house has always been from the kitchen. The kitchen was designed in an inverted I shape, where there is a sink located next to the fridge. Hence, lights from the window is pretty limited. Anyway, my PC is placed in the living room, having my back facing a very big praying altar. My mom used to be an active member of a Ventura. However, since my uncle who used to stay with us moved out and brought along my late grandfather's tablet with him, we always have a lot of strange sounds coming from the kitchen. Not forgetting the talisman, which was stuck on the wall outside our house above the door, tore on its own after that. And I always tell my mom that the worship of idols seems to be empty, unlike how it was in our previous house in Bukit Merah. Many nights after my O-levels, I would stay up and surf the net, chit-chat, play games on my PC into the wee hours of the morning. And every single night, I would always have this strong feeling constantly that someone is staring at me from the kitchen. Every time I look back, there's nothing, apart from the stairs. There will always be this thud sound like someone placing the cup down, coming from the kitchen where my grandfather's tablet used to be at. Many times, I always thought it was my dad, as he sometimes will wake up in the middle of the night and head for a cup of water without switching on the lights. But every time I would check, my dad was always sleeping like a log. Once, which I thought was the worst, was when I was happily gaming away, with both my parents asleep. There was a loud bang that came from inside of our shoe cabinet. I'll start this off with a little bit of a backstory / important information. I'm a 23-year-old female. I now have 2 kids, but at the time of this story, I only had one, a 2-year-old boy. We lived in a small 2-bedroom house. It was my son and I, my fiance, and our 2 cats. Now, I grew up in a small town with my grandparents on their farm. The property they lived on was infested with bad energy, evil spirits, demons, etc. I don't know why they stayed in that house so long. In the early 2000s, their barn burnt to the ground, killing many of their horses. It was ruled spontaneous combustion. It was assumed there was some tightly baled hay that must have had bits of moisture in the middle, and it caused the fire. They rebuilt in the following years. As I said, this house / property was evil. Shadow figures, horrible nightmares, weird animal deaths, and so much more. I got out as soon as I could, and years later I ended up in the house that this story takes place in. It was summer of 2019. We had just bought a pool for our backyard, and we were so excited to use it. We filled it up that day, and I got a text from my grandparents later on letting me know that they were moving about 6 hours away, and that the nice California king-size Tempur-Pedic bed from the guest bedroom was up for grabs. I told them that I'd love it, and so we went to grab it. Totally interrupting our swimming plans, but that was okay. Bringing something from that house into mine was the worst mistake I've ever made. That night, we woke up to my 2-year-old son screaming from his room. We ran in it to find him sitting up in his bed pointing to the front of his room. That's where we found a puddle, a 3-foot by 2-foot puddle of water on his floor. It was summer, and there was no rain, but we checked the roof and walls anyway for any type of leak. There was none. We checked him to make sure that he didn't pee. He didn't. I smelt it. Gross, I know. And it wasn't cat pee. There was absolutely no explanation. He slept in our room that night. The next morning, we seen our bathroom sink was clogged. My fiance turned off the main water line under the sink so that no one could turn the water on, causing an accidental flood. A couple of hours later, we headed straight to the store to get stuff to unclog it. When we got back home, I saw water coming from the bathroom flooding the hallway. Both sink handles were turned on, and water was pouring from the sink. We checked our security system. There's no way someone broke in. That's when I started freaking out. I didn't even understand why all of a sudden this stuff was happening. Fast forward to a couple days later. We were headed out to the pool, finally. As my son head towards our door, he looks up to the corner of the ceiling, immediately drops to his knees and covers his eyes and starts screaming. He told my fiance that he saw a dead girl crawling on the ceiling. I flipped and we left the house for the day. 3 days later, we have some friends over. We're just drinking and hanging out. My friend had an air mattress on my son's bedroom floor, so we decided that we needed to head to bed. All the lights and TVs were off. 15 minutes later, the TV turns on and the song Drowning by Kodak starts playing. Listen to it if you haven't. The first 30-ish seconds are what played. I went out to turn it off and the remote was dead. So no, a cat didn't step on it. Nothing. I started putting pieces together. I called a medium. She told us to take the pool down immediately. That either something was trying to warn us that something bad was going to happen with the pool, or something was going to try to drown my son or pets in it. I still have chills telling this story. She also said, "I'm sensing you guys just brought something into your home and there's evil attached to it. You need to get rid of it now." That's when it hit me. The bed. We bought a travel trailer and moved a month and a half later. My son, now 6, still remembers the girl that he saw. If you haven't read my first story, I strongly recommend that you read the first one first for some better insight. This story takes place in my childhood home, a farm home that housed more than the living. This was one of the experiences that still gives me chills. If you walked into this house, you'd see the efforts made to have it feel homely. The floor-to-ceiling windows that let in great amounts of natural light. The perfectly worn-in couches and the happy family pictures hung on the walls. But if you stayed long enough, you'd realize why most of the family dreaded even a day trip there. I, about 7 at the time, had a bedroom tucked in the very end of the hall. I'm sure most of you have gotten up to get a drink in the middle of the night, right? Simple. You just sneak out of your room and tiptoe to your kitchen trying not to wake up your mom and dad. For me, it was much different. First, I needed to muster up the courage just to pull my covers off my head. Then I would look down at the floor and run through the hallway till I reached the opening to the living room. I looked down when I ran to make sure that I never glanced accidentally into the bathroom. See, the bathroom was at the opposite end of the hallway, and the door was almost always left open. Inside the door, the mirror on the vanity would show me everything behind me as I came through the hallway. After I saw an apparition of a woman behind me once, smiling with the most eerie smile you could imagine. That is the only way that I would ever walk down that hallway again. After the hallway came the living room. I'd walk quickly through the kitchen. The kitchen had a big center island that you would walk around to get to the fridge and the sink. The fridge had a water and ice dispenser on it, which had a light that turned on when you pressed your cup against the trigger that made it dispense. To my right was the sink, and in front of it, in the dark, sat what looked to be a black garbage bag. I grabbed my cup out of the cupboard next to me, and right as I lifted the water to the water dispenser, I heard faint sobbing sounds. I tried to brush it off and started to fill my water cup. As soon as the light comes on, it illuminates the room. I look over to the sink, and the bag that I had seen was now gone. I remember jerking my hand away from the fridge unintentionally out of fear. As I did, the light went off, and the bag was back, except more defined. Now I could tell it was a dark shadow curled up in an upright fetal position. I heard the sobbing again, and immediately ran back to my room. I remember that night having a dream about a woman who had lost her baby. The baby got sick and passed away in its sleep, and the woman shortly after hung herself in the old shed at the far end of the property. I have no way to confirm this, but I believe the shadow that I saw was her, and the dream that I had was her way of telling me her story. From then on out, I'd see this sad shadow woman every night I'd get up, in the same spot, and every time I'd also hear her sobbing. She never moved or even tried to look at me. I think she was a very sad soul, kept captive by the evil spirits that controlled our house. I wish I could have helped her move on, looking back at it now. But at the time, I was just a scared child. My dad's house was built in 1929. Because of this, it has many walls and rooms and dark hallways, and an intensely creepy stairwell to the basement. The basement itself mostly gets good daylight from outside, as there's a window in each room. To start, all my life growing up, I had heard from my siblings that the house was haunted, and my dad liked to tease that in the storage rooms connected to the stairwell, there was an old woman that lived in them. The stairwell to the basement has pale blue, cold concrete stairs, and a sharp corner that takes you from natural light to darkness as you make your way down. In between the levels of the houses, there are 2 storage rooms directly across from each other, with narrow, short doors that are connected by the stairs. They are pitch black, and the doors don't close. The wood beams of the house and the rock is completely exposed, and the floor is uneven. My oldest brother had once brought a Ouija board into the house, and as soon as he did, the kitchen cabinets started opening and slamming on their own. I've heard once you accept a Ouija board from someone, you have to give it away to someone else if you want the spirits to leave. I'm not sure whatever happened to the Ouija board, but I know that all my life I never felt alone in that house. I had never heard anything at first, just always felt like I was being watched. I would also see strange reflections move across turned off TV screens when I was home alone. When I got married, my dad offered up the basement apartment to me and my husband. It had just been remodeled, and it was perfect for us just starting out. Before they remodeled, my dad had used it for his fish tanks, storage, and just being by himself. My husband and I's first night in that basement, things felt very off. A heavy atmosphere filled the basement. It was not a friendly presence. It was angry or malicious. I asked my husband if he could bless the house, and he did so. Immediately after the prayer, the atmosphere was lifted, but I still felt this strange energy, like whatever it was still trying to come in. Like if we opened the door, it would be back. Fast forward 4 to 5 months and I'm pregnant. I often forgot to take my prenatal until late, so we would be in bed with all the lights off when I'd go back to the kitchen to take it. On this particular night, I was in the kitchen, which was adjacent to the tiny living room with a window front door to a tight stairwell. I could see into the stairwell where I stood. There was a completely dark silhouette standing in the stairwell, looking right into my front door. In that moment, I felt the evil, suffocating presence. I felt like it wanted to hurt me and my unborn baby. I reached down to my phone, which had been on the table, and shined my flashlight at the door. I didn't see anything. I wondered if it was just my eyes playing tricks on me, so I turned off my flashlight and focused my eyes on the door again to see if it would still look like someone was standing there. The silhouette was gone. I returned to bed, too scared to speak. Shortly after this incident, I was still pregnant. I was waiting for my husband to get home. The evening light cut through my windows in this familiar orangey-yellow hue. I was in my bedroom right next to the door, and that bedroom window was right by the stairwell. You could always hear when someone was coming downstairs, and with the intense light shining up against the closed blinds, you'd see their legs walking down to the stairwell to the front door. As I sat waiting, doing my makeup in front of the floor mirror, I'm not just a weirdo who sits on the floor waiting for nothing, I saw the familiar shadow of someone coming downstairs and heard heavy footsteps. I thought it was my husband. I peeked my head out the bedroom door, which allowed me to see the windowed front door about 10 feet away. Nobody was there in the stairwell. I jumped to my feet and ran to the door and swung it open, convinced my husband had ducked down beneath the glass to prank me. Nobody was there. I went outside and started looking around desperately, running up the stairs to verify that nobody was pranking me. Nobody would have had enough time to climb the 6-foot wall of the stairwell without me seeing and get out of my view. From when I saw the steps coming down and when I was at the top of the stairs, it was about 30 seconds. My husband pulled into the driveway to see me standing at the top of the stairs confused. I even asked him if he'd seen someone running away from the house, and he said no. After those 2 incidents, I asked my husband to bless the stairwell down to the house, and I never saw anything there again. The last incident is in the stairwell of the house. I would often hear strange knocks on the walls that seemed to follow me as I went upstairs to do laundry. I chalked it up to a lifetime of being creeped out by those stairs and that the plaster walls and concrete stairs were creating noise from my noise. One day, I was in the kitchen cooking dinner and my brother was over. We had a very nosy stepmother, and she would knock on the door from the basement that connected to the inside stairwell and then just come in. Because of her, I put a bell on the door that would jingle from even a gentle knock. So I heard a knock in the bell. My brother and I paused our talking since we both heard it. I yelled "come in" twice, but nobody came in. So I went to the door and opened it. Nobody was there. I asked my husband to bless that stairwell too after that. It was the only thing that stopped the activity. I don't live there anymore, but my brother lives in that basement now, and I like to tell him my experiences and give him the creeps. My friends lived a few houses down in an old house that they were renting. They often talked about the house being haunted. They said things would move by themselves or disappear only to reappear later. The most talked about was a pair of jeans set out when my friend was getting ready for work. When he went to get them, they were gone. He figured he must have set them elsewhere, so started looking around. He couldn't find them, so he just got another pair and went to work. When he came home, they were folded up on the kitchen table. He asked his wife where she found them. She said I haven't seen them. They went to the kitchen and she claimed she had no idea how they got there. One time I walked over to their house and was going in the side door. As I reached for the doorknob, I saw it twist and open up a few inches. I thought that they saw me coming, so I waited for them to say something. After a few seconds, I opened the door and went in. I said hello and waited. I then went into the house looking for them and calling them. I realized the house was empty and they weren't home. I got a funny feeling and started to leave when I heard a baby crying in their bedroom. I thought, what is going on? I walked into the bedroom and the crying stopped. I got out as fast as I could. They later told me that was the kind of stuff that they put up with. They moved out shortly after that. During our first home search, we looked at a lot of homes. We thought we wanted a particular style of home. We focused on those types of homes. Our realtor found one in the northern suburb in our town. The day I arrived for the showing, the realtor opened the door and the house was empty. A few pieces of furniture remained. We did the standard tour, following her from room to room. The master bedroom was on the first floor. It had Berber carpet that was snagged and messed up. My husband and the realtor went back down the hall to the great room. As I continued to look at the carpet, I was bent down looking at it. I saw the realtor go past the doorway and through the door to the basement. I stood up to follow her down the stairs. The lady had short black hair, a tan coat, and gold earrings. Just as I was starting to go down to the basement, I realized that my husband and the realtor were upstairs. During this moment, I took my eyes off the lady and stopped. I did not proceed down the stairs. When I looked down the stairs, the lady had turned the corner. The realtor and my husband come down the stairs, saying the basement was next. The realtor went down the stairs. I followed, looking at the realtor. Her hair was different, and her coat was not the same, and no earrings. The basement was empty. All the lights were on and no one was down there. I was spooked. That had to be the prior owner. I faked a headache and called off the next showing. When we left the house, I saw the lady looking out the window at us. I told my husband what happened. He said the realtor told him the owner had passed away. I knew the lady had died in the home. My tribes, I'm Dene and Mississippi Choctaw, believe that you cannot live in a home where someone died. The ghost was not malevolent, but I feel like she was letting me know that she was present. When my parents divorced, we moved to my grandmother's house. It was an old farmhouse, 2-story with 4 bedrooms and a bathroom upstairs in a horseshoe shape, with the stairs where the horseshoe is open. Going downstairs, the living room is on the right, and the dining room on the left that leads into the kitchen. My grandmother's room was off the kitchen. Without a doubt, the landing at the top of the stairs, and the living and dining room had a presence. It felt mean. It felt like someone bad was watching, waiting to harm you. It was common knowledge in the family that the house was haunted. When my aunt and uncle had visited, he slept with a gun under his pillow. Not that it would help, but at least he felt comfortable. My great-grandmother was mean in life, and apparently mean in death, since most people believed the spirit to be hers. My mom's brother died when he was 5, and at times you could hear him playing on the stairs, bumping down like kids do. I would race downstairs, through the dining room and into the safety and lightness of the kitchen. I hated to be alone upstairs, and slept with the hall light on until we moved when I was 14. I was house setting in my mother's house when she was visiting my uncle. It was during the day, so I wasn't that scared. But a few hours after she left, I was upstairs fixing my hair. and I heard something like it was a fight between two people downstairs in the kitchen. Thinking it was my stepbrother who had come to visit me and trying to scare me, I went downstairs to scare him, but I found no one. I checked all the rooms, but I was alone. I started to get scared and called my brother to see if he was nearby, but he was home in his own house, chilling. Maybe not the scariest story ever, but it did scare me a little. The house is actually haunted, but not by an evil ghost. A nice ghost, as we say. So this is my first story here. Sorry if it's not too engaging, but I need somewhere to air this out and potentially get some opinions on what's going on. My husband, daughter, mother, and a flatmate moved into our house a year ago. There's been some strange activity. Shadows, breezes in places there shouldn't be, and I've been woken up several times at night by I'm not sure what, usually around 3 to 4 a.m. I'm usually a pretty heavy sleeper, and the louder it is, TV, wind, rain, etc., the better I sleep. The flatmate swears that he saw a woman in a floral dress walk right past him in the lounge one day while he was watching TV. The shadows are the standard out of the corner of your eye stuff, and then they disappear when you turn to look, which you can easily write off as being overtired or over-imaginative. The wind always happens in the few rooms that we've got no windows, like the kitchen, laundry, master bedroom, and ensuite. It's set up like this because of extensions on a previously old and small house. The flatmate moved out a couple of months ago, and all has been so quiet since he left that I was really thinking that whatever was there was actually attached to him and left with him. There was a lot of bad feelings by the time he left after overstaying his welcome with us by 9 years or so over 3 different houses. Tonight I was in the kitchen listening to a YouTube video on my phone while I was cooking dinner, as is my usual ritual. I'm chopping stuff and all engrossed in the story I'm listening to, and my phone cuts to half volume and stays there. At the same time, the kitchen tap turns on and off so fast that I wouldn't have believed it if I hadn't already been turning that way and caught sight of the water coming out of the tap, and the kitchen light flicked off and went back on really fast. It was almost like a glitch. The tap turned off, light came back to normal, but my phone stayed at half volume. I kinda laughed nervously, said hi, and turned my phone back up and continued on with dinner. What else do you do in that situation? Can someone come up with a logical scenario to explain all of this? Or advise on what you think, or what to do, if anything? When I was about 7 or 8 years old, I remember going to sleep over at a kid's house. I'll call him Richard. Thought this was a long time ago, so I may be forgetting what his real name is. Their parents were friends with my friends, so we weren't close friends, but I was happy about it. He had what might have been the coolest thing for a kid in the 80s to ever see, a Pac-Man arcade cabinet in his basement. Now, to help you understand this story, you need to understand the layout of the house. This was a raised ranch. You walk in the front door looking at a small set of stairs that lead down to a finished basement area, and a similar set of stairs right next to it going up to the main floor. You could see the kitchen from the landing up the stairs as you entered the house, and to the right was the living room. The left side of the main floor was a hallway to the 3 bedrooms and the bathroom. One was Richard's, where I would be sleeping with another of his friends. I'll call him Michael. But the basement was what I was focused on, because as you went down to the basement family room, there was a hallway that was a small room to the left where the arcade cabinet was. It was a small room covered with brown wood paneling, like all basements in the 80s had. The front door of the coin receptacle was left open so you did not need quarters. You would just flick the little metal pin to mimic a quarter and play. This is where I wanted to go, but it was time for bed. Now, going into Richard's room, it was covered in WWE wrestling posters and toys. I was not as into them as the two of them were. I had Nintendo, but played with them like little kids do. We ended up staying up very late, much too late because the parents just let us do whatever we wanted, as was also common in the 80s, and it was great. This was also my first real sleepover where we had run of the house. Considering we were 3 boys not being watched, we were not doing anything dangerous. Play wrestling, watching TV in his room, and going to the kitchen for junk. However, we were not playing Pac-Man, yet I thought. At some point, I'm sitting in Richard's room by myself. The two of them left for some reason. I felt a little uncomfortable for whatever silly reason. They were gone a long time. Self-conscious over the fact that I was not close friends with either of them, I asked myself, what are they doing without me? Let me check. I leave the room and walk towards the basement, thinking that must be it. Even if they were not there, I would get to play, so win-win. I walked down the stairs to the basement where it was dark, but bright enough to see. It may have been a full moon or there were outside lights, because I did not need to turn on any lights. I saw the room and saw the hallway where the arcade waits, but then Richard walked out and stood in front of me. He did not say anything and he was in his underwear. This was really uncomfortable because he looked mad, like he did not want me to go down there. I stood at the bottom step, not moving for a while, none of us saying anything. Finally, I figured, okay, you don't want me down here, and went back upstairs to go to bed. I looked up the second set of stairs towards the kitchen. This is where the chill crawled up my spine. Richard and Michael were in the kitchen, getting something to eat, and were up there the whole time. Now Richard was an only child, and there was no one else in the house other than his mother and father. Their rooms were across the hall from his. There was no other way from the basement to the kitchen other than maybe from outside. They could not have walked past me without me knowing, and there was not enough time to put clothes back on and get back into the kitchen if they were just pranking me. They also did not say anything about what I saw because I said nothing, thinking if they were pranking me they would have mentioned it. I went into the kitchen and ate some food and went right to bed. Again, if this was a joke, a 7 or 8 year old boy would have said something. I did not say a word to anyone about the kid in the basement, and to this day, I have no explanation for this. My uncle died in my childhood room. To give you some context, I'm adopted, and was adopted when I was 2 days old. Prior to my birth and subsequent adoption, my father's brother was diagnosed with cancer and lived with my parents in the spare room before I was ever born. Now, to clear up some confusion, since I mentioned I was adopted, whenever I say parents, I'm referring to the parents who adopted me, as they are in all meaning of the word my parents. During the later stages of his cancer, he lived with my parents who aided in taking care of him and giving him a place to live, as he could not work at this stage. He was an absolutely wonderful man from the stories my parents told me about him, always playing pranks in a light-hearted nature. Fast forward to his passing, he was surrounded by family and friends. He died in the room that would become the room that I eventually lived in, until a couple years ago when I moved into an apartment. My father was devastated. My father actually had the same form of testicular cancer as my uncle. However, my father survived, where my uncle unfortunately did not. So he had an odd form of survivor's guilt. Now, when I was a child, my parents never told me that my uncle lived in my room. Never told me he died in my room because they thought telling me that kind of information would terrify a child who already had issues with thinking monsters were under the bed or in their closet. They would only mention that he stayed with them for a time. But no one in my family ever told me that he died in my room or even lived in my room. This is important to note, as the events occurring afterwards I cannot explain. I am full-heartedly an atheist. I do not believe in God, spirits, afterlife, any of that. But this one detail has me questioning everything, and has stuck with me my entire life. Fast forwarding to when I was maybe 2 years old, my aunt, my father and uncle's sister, from out of town came to visit, and the subject of visiting my Uncle Maury's grave came up as it was only a 15-minute drive and right on the lake, so it was a nice place for a walk. We arrive at the cemetery right outside the church. The actual driveway to the church was a cemetery out front, absolutely massive, and some graves I believe dating back to the late 1800s. My uncle's gravestone is one of those that are flat with the ground with the name and date of birth/death on it. But thankfully, literally within 5 feet of the gravel path leading to the church, so it wasn't much of a walk at all. We got out of the car, and my parents and my aunt all huddled around the grave with me, and just said that was my uncle's grave. They told stories about him, again, never mentioning that he ever lived with my parents, how he died, or where he died. My parents set me on the ground and gave me a toy of mine, only walking a maximum of 20 feet away, just to look at another family/friend that had passed away. I was sitting basically right next to my uncle's grave, also a good 200 feet away from the street, so don't worry about my safety and parents with running out into traffic. After a couple of minutes, my parents and aunt turned around to me giggling and talking to seemingly nothing. Brushing it off as merely the babbles of a 2-year-old, they thought nothing of it, until it was time to leave. My parents strapped me into my car seat in the back, with my aunt sitting next to me. They asked, "What were you saying when you were at Maury's grave?" "I was talking with Uncle Maury. He asked me how I liked his room." My parents stopped the car in the church driveway and turned around at me, then looked at my aunt asking, "Did you tell him?" She said, "No, I was with you the entire time." Jokingly, my father asked me, "Well, did he say anything else to you?" I responded, "He's not sick anymore, and he's sorry for making you mad." My father and him apparently had an argument shortly before his passing that was private between him and my uncle. My father, aunt, and mother all cried with joy, and I remember being confused. I had no idea what was going on. I remember a man, aside from my father, being there that day with the rest of us, but my parents and aunt were the only ones at the graveyard at the time. My aunt never let that go, and always asks me if I ever heard anything else growing up. My father still doesn't know where I found out that he lived in my room. As an atheist, I have to admit, this could very well have been a family member talking to another about my uncle living in my room, and I somehow overheard it. But it was several years between his passing and my birth, so the topic almost felt irrelevant. And my entire family didn't talk about the concept of death to me until the passing of my great-grandmother. The trauma felt like an unnecessary exposure until they had to explain what happened to my great-grandmother. Other events have happened in my life to pull me towards the chance of ghosts could exist. But my lack of faith always pulls me away from that possibility. Thanks for listening. As my great-aunt died, our electronics started acting up. Good evening, everyone. I shared previously how my family and I have had several experiences in our house with family passing. I talked about how my uncle passed away in my room previously, and some of you asked for more stories that I and my family have experienced. This happened to my father, but I was there to witness it. For some background, I live in New York and grew up in a small town. My father has a fairly large Italian family. He's one of 7 siblings, technically 8, as one died after birth and shared the same name as him. But that's a story for another day. Similar to how my father had many siblings, his parents also had many siblings. My great-aunt was in her 90s, and her health was deteriorating rapidly near the end of her life. During her final days, she was in hospice care, and my father would visit often, among other family members. My father would often get up at almost 5 a.m. to drive the 45 minutes to work each day, and had an old-school radio alarm. This fateful morning, however, he was awoken at an odd time, just before 4 a.m. to the radio going off. playing a very specific song that was one of my aunt's favorites. The song that was playing was not only a specific song, but a specific rendition of the song that was my great aunt's favorite. I would have to ask my father what this song was, but I distinctly remember my father waking me up before I had to go to school asking, "Hey, did you mess with my alarm?" I told him no, as I'd have no reason to do such a thing. Brushing it off as a very odd event, my father continued his morning routine, unable to go back to sleep. This included going into our basement to iron his suit prior to going into work, as he worked a corporate job. Our basement is sectioned into 3 separate sections: the laundry room, where the washer, dryer, workbench, hot water heater, and furnace is; a secondary large room with some workout equipment, an antique leather couch, and several antique furniture items passed on from our family, and in the very back, a fairly large storage area. The light at the very end of the basement was on. This light, mind you, was a pull string, and we would always turn this light off after using it. And we almost never had a reason to go into this part of the basement unless we were getting Christmas ornaments or other decorations out of storage. The light was on, and utter still. The second light at the end of this room was on. This was where my father stored items from his parents who had passed. Various antique furniture, expensive china, old pictures, and vinyl albums. My father, feeling something was off from the event with his alarm radio, called for my mother to explain what was going on. Not 5 minutes later, my aunt called my father, telling him that he needs to get to the hospital as my great aunt was in the final stages of passing. I went to school that day and received a text from my father, saying that when he got to the hospital, my great aunt had passed shortly after. Had he been asleep, he wouldn't have made it on time to be with her. My dad was a Catholic most of his life, and throughout many traumatic experiences in his life, eventually lost his faith. Between the previous event with his brother that I mentioned in this subreddit, and this event mentioned in his post, he regained a bit of his faith that day. I, however, has always been a skeptic of the paranormal. I've always been a firm believer there's a scientific answer that can explain most, if not all, occurrences. I can't ignore the fact that I've experienced several events in my life that have made me want to pursue and help others with similar experiences, even if it means debunking a possible paranormal experience. My aunt would soon tell my father that she too had electrical anomalies that day with the TV turning on in the middle of the night, but I never got the full story from her to accurately provide here, and my wish is to avoid any and all embellishments. I'd be more than happy to share my other experiences or answer any questions. I just hope that this helps those out there that may have experienced similar events. Thanks again for listening to my story. Preface. I've always felt like I'm a little more sensitive when it comes to ghosts/spirits than your average human being. I can feel the energy shifts when I'm walking into a room or house that's usually confirmed by what seems to be activity later on. With that being said, I have stories for days. I've seemed to have so many encounters that I'm not sure if it's an attachment or if I'm attracting spirits wherever I go. However, here is my first story. I was around 13 or so. My grandma had passed away and we moved into her house, and my room was in the basement. Now, whenever I visited before, there was always this uneasy feeling towards the basement, but I've always brushed it off and chalked it up to being a stigma about basements being scary. So when we moved in, I was given the basement. I was unsure and super uneasy. I always felt like something was by the furnace and stairs, watching me and moving around. Occasionally a light would be turned on, and I'd see shadows here and there, but never really put much thought into it until one night when I was dead asleep. I'm a heavy sleeper, mind you. Not much wakes me up during the night, but one night I was snapped awake, suddenly by something what felt like was in my dream, like something telling me to wake up. I look around, because I'm smelling something weird, and less than 5 feet away from me, there's a small fire starting from a short in some wiring. I was able to wake my dad, and consequently save the house from burning down that night. But I can't help but think, whatever was in that basement with me is to thank. What are your thoughts? I'll post more of my stories later on. Some of them are straight up crazy. This event happened about 1981, and I would have been 11 years old. My younger cousin Kathy was also visiting our grandparents and staying the night. We were in an upstairs bedroom of the farmhouse that was located right in the center of a 100-acre working farm. Just beside the house to the east was what I called the Old Tractor Road. I've heard of this type of road referred to as a two-rut road. My upstairs bedroom window overlooking this farming road, which is probably in use even before the old farmhouse was built. Right next to the house was a stacked wood pile, and then a 4-foot wide grass walkway. On the other side was our grandmother's 15-foot wide garden that ran parallel to the old road. So even in the dark, I could easily see the road since it was so close to the house. On the opposite side of the road was a huge 35-acre cornfield that at the time easily stood 5 to 6 feet tall. It was a warm summer evening, and we were supposed to be sleeping by this time, but we were talking about music and our favorite bands. Being Canadian, she naturally liked the band Rush. My cousin and I began to hear a distant conversation between at least 2 people that was definitely coming from outside. We could also faintly hear footsteps on the 2-rut dirt road. As the conversation got closer, the footsteps also became louder. We slowly kneeled down at the open window and listened. It was probably around 11 o'clock or so, and our eyes were already well adjusted to the darkness, and we would easily be able to see what was happening just below the window. The conversation of footsteps gradually became louder, and we knew for sure we would soon see who was trespassing on our land. Maybe our grandmother would also hear this and appear with grandfather's shotgun, as she had done so many times before when she had thought there was a threat to our property. Grandma was no joke, and once grabbed a huge knife and told me to get the front end loader. When I returned, she had already gutted a cow and had it ready to hang from the loader. Well, Grandma did not show up to save the night this time. The conversation of footsteps gradually became louder and louder. Then, without my cousin or I seeing a thing, they slowly became quieter and quieter and eventually stopped. There was no possibility of this walking and conversation taking place in the cornfield, because we did not hear the familiar and unmistakable sound of at least 2 people making their way through a tall cornfield. I should also add that we did not see a flashlight or lantern. We only heard the conversation and footsteps. I do not recall what the conversation was about, and I'm unsure if the conversation was understandable at all. We never saw anything or anyone. This probably happened over the course of maybe 2 minutes or so, but I have spent hundreds, if not thousands of hours thinking back to this warm country night and what we were able to hear but not see. I cannot explain this event and can only describe it as my first of very many paranormal experiences, including a full-body apparition. Reliving this experience has made me realize I should reconnect with my Canadian cousin Kathy. For as long as I could remember, I've never been able to escape the paranormal. Whether it be the television turning itself on at night as a child or imaginary friends, my older sister and I could both see for years. I've grown to become almost desensitized to anything out of the ordinary. Out of all the things that have come in and out of my current home, there's one being that's been there for as long as I can remember, and quite the odd one at that. For simplicity's sake, I'll just refer to him as Old Man. He's often heard walking throughout the basement, mostly in the spare living room that connects to another spare room. He's not spoken a word to any of us, but he really seems to dislike my mother's best friend, as when she lived with us for a short while, he'd bang on the laundry room walls when she was alone in there, and she'd swear up and down that he'd told her to get out. Nobody else had ever been told the same. Typically the most we would get would be a whisper calling our names, and who knows if that was ever from him in the first place. So this was always perplexing to me. Personally, I think the Old Man is alright. He's been docile with my family and never moves things or bugs any of us. I've only seen him briefly here and there, but the description I have of him matches what everyone else in the house has seen of him, and everyone, except my mom's friend, can pretty much agree that he's harmless. When my room was in that spare room connected to the basement's living room, I'd often come home to an empty house after school and crash for a couple hours while waiting for anyone to come home. Sometimes I'd be so tired from staying up too late and having to get up so early that I'd fall asleep with the lights on, and in those cases, I'd wake up 90% of the time with the lights having been turned off for me. Nobody in my family ever admitted to doing it, and my parents really wouldn't have been the type to turn the lights off for me to sleep, since they found my messed up sleeping cycle and daily naps to be frustrating. With both of my siblings being gone most of the time around then, it was also unlikely that they'd lie about not doing that for me. So I can only assume the Old Man was the one who'd help me out with the lights. I've always wondered if perhaps he's some sort of guardian. Yet, the way he acted towards my mom's friend contradicts that, since she's by no means a bad person or deserving of that. Though, I can't say for certain if the Old Man is the one who did that, since she never saw him when the walls would be banged on. I wonder how many of you had similar experiences, with a being acting docile to some and hostile to others. A couple of years ago, I performed in a small-town production of the play And Then There Were None by Agatha Christie. We performed it in an old hall that was built right on top of an old military shooting range dating back to World War II. You can actually still see all the dirt mounds they shot at in the hall's basement, as well as some bullet casings still laying around. Anyway, lots of the older folks in the cast who have done many shows in that hall claimed it to be haunted. Ghost stories always excite me, so I love to hear about it. They mostly mention how there's this overwhelming sense of fear in the green room/dressing room when you're alone at night, so most of them hated being the ones to lock the place up after hours. During one show, there was a part when I was the only person backstage on the one side. We had big black curtains that blocked the audience from seeing the backstage whenever the door on that side of the set was open. On this night, one side of the curtain moved very suddenly as if someone had just opened the door and walked past. However, this was at a point in the script when nobody comes through that door other than myself when walking on stage. I thought maybe someone did come backstage, but when I checked, there wasn't a soul near that curtain, and the way the curtain moved couldn't have been from any random gust of wind. I can't really explain it, but I kind of just shrugged it off at the moment and joked to myself that the ghost just wanted to come see the show. Thanks for taking the time to read my story. This is an actual experience I had, and it still freaks me out to this day. Growing up, I had multiple little paranormal experiences. I was always very skeptical, so the experiences I had, I considered genuine, and I tried my best to explain them away, but I couldn't. Many of them would happen even with company or family around to see it as well, so I knew that I wasn't imagining it. As a teenager, I started getting a little too interested in the paranormal and not being scared of anything. I got a little cocky at times, and at some point I guess I started to dabble with something I shouldn't have. So it got a bit too intense for me. I would talk about the things that happened or mention spirits, or attempt to talk to presences I couldn't see. And it would, as I like to call it, stir stuff up. So when I was a teenager, I had this friend. He would be in mid-conversation with me and randomly trail off on some weird stuff that sounded creepy and didn't make any sense. Then come to and not have any clue what he said and be like, "Whatever, man. I don't know what you're talking about." And continue on with the conversation like nothing happened. Usually it ended at that. But when we were 15-ish, he went into one of his things, kind of like a trance or whatever, as we were on the phone. He said something like, "Follow the tracks to your right. Then on your right again, near the end, you'll come to their resting place." I'll explain the layout of where I was living, because it is important for the next parts. I lived in a pretty nice trailer park. Ooh, spooky, I know. Off a main road in a small town, heavily wooded and nowhere near town. The main driveway came down the middle of the trailer park, and dead-ended at the rear. A little past that dead end was an embankment, and at the bottom was a railroad track that was very rarely used. To the right, it ended in some dead woods, with the one side being at the back of an abandoned old mill. The other side had a pretty dense set of woods behind a neighborhood. So I followed his weird cryptic directions after getting off the phone. It was late afternoon in summer. I head to the railroad tracks and head right towards the end. At some point before the end, I hear footsteps in the woods on my right. Being curious, I head up the embankment and towards the noise. There was nobody there, but I did see a small graveyard curiously tucked away in these woods behind a neighborhood. Likely a small family plot, ranging from the early 1700s to very early 1900s. Only about 20-something markers. I was intrigued, and of course brought that friend later, and he was weirded out, insisting he had no idea it was there. But he wasn't the lying type, so I believed him. It became a hangout spot of mine, as I was dumb and brave, and I would go there at night, all hours, acting fearless. Nothing really weird ever happened there, so moving on. Another day, another conversation, and my buddy randomly breaks into another trance. He says, "Head to the tracks, cross them, and when you enter the woods, you will see him." My cocky self immediately does just that. Late afternoon once again. This time I head to the tracks behind the trailer park, but I cross them, which goes through a bit of woods, comes into a clearing with an old mill, a different one because it's an old mill town, on the left. On the right is miles of cut-out power lines, cutting through the woods, supplying all the random neighborhoods scattered throughout the area. Straight ahead across the street for the mill is more dense wooded area. So following those directions again, I head towards the tree line. The moment I set foot into the tree line, I hear branches snapping, and immediately see just the black shadow or silhouette of a guy in all black on a black horse galloping through the woods away from me and towards the left, disappearing into the trees. I was a bit shocked, as it was not common to see horses around my town at all. But being cocky and brave, I decided to head to where he came from, which was to the right in the edge of the tree line following the cutout of the power lines. Near the edge of the tree line, I found an old collapsed horse stable. Literally nothing else near it. There was another neighborhood about a mile in the direction of where he disappeared, but nothing else around the stable. So being intrigued and a little freaked out, I go call my buddy and tell him. The following day, I bring him with me to show my finding, because he just refused to believe me, and I was getting suspicious of him playing stupid possibly. But the most unbelievable part, as we entered the tree line where I saw the horseman the day before, we both saw him taking the same path as I did previously. Broad daylight, clear as possible. There was no way we both imagined it. Both of us were a little freaked out, but we continued, and I showed him the stable also. The strangest part of all was I brought up a couple other friends to see the stable, and each time he appeared to us. So, after finding the stable and hanging around the graveyard, things started to ramp up with the little encounter becoming much more intense. TVs and stereos turning on by themselves multiple times, even in the presence of company or family. Intense feelings of being watched and just inexplicable moments of dread and terror for no reason. Hearing people having loud conversations or music, like a radio was turned on in the other room, while home alone and literally nobody in sight outside surrounding my home. Stuff flying across the room violently, fresh handprints in the steam on my bathroom mirror after a shower. I'd hear the distinct sound of my mom coming home, throwing the door open and tossing her keys on the table, and the cabinet and fridge slamming open and closed while she made herself a drink. She was not a quiet or subtle woman. Just to walk out of my room to talk to her and realize nobody was there. Yet, still one night around 2 to 3 a.m., I got bored and decided to head down to the graveyard. I was feeling watched and just super uneasy, and I was trying to be stubborn and refused to feel scared for whatever reason. I was rebelling, I guess, telling myself I couldn't be harmed. So I get to the graveyard and all is normal and quiet. I hang out for a while and realize I'm being dumb, and decide to head home and get some sleep. I head back down the tracks towards home. I get to where I need to head up to the embankment to enter the driveway for the trailer park. I'm about halfway up the bank when I hear something rustle. I look up and see the horseman on his horse looking down at me. Pitch black, almost like a shadow in the dark, but you can still see outlines of everything, yet nothing reflected light. I hadn't heard of it at this time, but it was like how some describe the shadow people. I remember staring at him for a few seconds in disbelief and shock. Then, the horse makes that little pff noise with its lips, and I snapped out of it. I turned down the bank and ran along the tracks as I hear the hoofbeats following me. I turn up a shallower part into the woods next to the trailer park, weaving through the trees trying to slow him down until I reach the street, and run to the trailer I lived in, which was at the front. I jump through the door, dang near bursting through the screen door, as I hear the hoofs thudding behind me. My mom was at work, so I was turning on every light, TV, and radio in the place to try and make it too loud or bright to keep whatever at bay, as if that would help. I sat on the couch waiting for my mom to get home, and I eventually fell asleep. I woke up as she finally came home as daylight was coming in. I told her everything, and she told me that I shouldn't be messing with this stuff. She believed me, because she always had experiences and she told me about them regularly. Once the sun was finally up, I went to the embankment where I saw him, wondering if I had somehow imagined it all. Even curious if there was just a horse out in the area for whatever reason, however unlikely, but just trying to find an explanation. I found hoof prints in the sand at the top of the embankment, and only in that spot. That was when I decided it was getting too much for me, and while not being religious normally, I started praying to make it all stop, and swearing that I would stop messing with it. It all kind of died down, until around when I turned 18, and suddenly it all just stopped, and I haven't had a single experience since. When you think of a ghost dog, some may think lost, innocent spirit, and others may think demonic. In my case, I'm not really sure how I feel about what I saw. It all began in 2017. I had a friend over and we had been playing Minecraft on the PlayStation 3. We played for hours on end, having the time of our lives. Everything was going so well, until my grandpa came storming out of his room demanding we go to sleep. My friend, being completely terrified of my grandpa, went to sleep immediately. On the other hand, I decided to see if I could stay up all night. Note, we were sleeping on our L-shaped couch together. She was on one side and I was on the other. Hours passed. I was still lying awake with no phone, only a crappy dinosaur watch from Checkers. I couldn't tell the time even though I was 11, and everyone else in my class could, so I sort of figured it was about 3 because the hands were on 3. I stopped staring at the roof and looked over to the mini lounge next to the couch that had 2 pink velvet couches, one of which, to my disbelief, a dog appeared, standing on top of the back of the couch of the 2-seater sofa. It wasn't a normal dog, though. It was a skeleton of a dog, quite a big dog. It was staring forward into the mirror across the room, its eyes red and body emitting black smoke. In that moment, I didn't feel any fear, more a sense of curiosity and calmness. I wasn't afraid whatsoever, and just stared. I thought I was asleep, but I was actually awake, and it was really happening. I just lay there, staring at this demonic-looking dog. No sound. Around the surrounding area displayed faint color of the objects surrounding me, accompanied by fuzz, sprinkles of gray. This dog disappeared after a few blinks. In the morning, my friend woke up in her own pee. She had peed the bed. She has never done that before, and it could have been a coincidence, but I don't think so. To this day, everyone has put this up to my imagination, but I know it was real. My grandma unfortunately passed away around 5 years ago. She was living here with my grandpa, and they were both on my mom's side. And unfortunately again, yesterday my grandfather passed. What makes this a ghost story is what happened twice the night before their passing. The night after my grandma passed, my mom had a very vivid dream she told us about. The dream started with my grandma coming out of her room. My mom was in tears asking her, "Mom, are you okay?" And Grandma reassured her multiple times, "Don't worry. Don't worry. I'm fine." My mom looks down and noticed that my grandma's oxygen tank wasn't plugged in, and she wasn't connected to it. "Mom, your oxygen," my mom said. Grandma looked at her endearingly and said, "Oh, I don't need that thing anymore." And she then woke up. Fast forwarding to more recently, my grandpa has been very sick. He gave up on his health and took very poor care of himself, and don't accept any help, and often said that he wanted to die. My mom tried so hard to get him to change his life and go to a hospital, but he would not go, nor would he take any medicine. One day, we didn't hear anything coming from his room. We could usually hear a TV on, him coughing once in a while, but there was nothing. At this point, he was gone. But we didn't know that. That night, she had another dream, but this time with my grandpa. He walked out of his room and made his way to the restroom, and Mom asked, "Oh my God, are you fine? We haven't heard from you." He smiled, looked at her, and said, "Yes. Don't worry. We're okay now." My mom described him clearly smiling with tears in his eyes, and she woke up the next day and ran into the room and found him passed away. What makes it crazier is that both dreams happened the night of the day they passed, even though my mom didn't know that my grandpa died that day. May they both rest in peace. So to give you a quick context, me and my 3 friends explored this abandoned house about 5 years ago, our sophomore year of high school. And this house had the creepiest energy And it also had a Ouija board inside a room with a bunch of scratch marks. So it was forever known as the creepy, haunted, abandoned house. Some more context. I had a dream on this road that I will be referencing where I was driving, and on this road were these two ghostly looking figures with decayed faces that were absolutely terrifying. Okay, so now for the story. I was hanging at my friend's house with my two other friends. I'll call them Harold and Pete. We played the new horror game, The Devil Inside Me, so we were already kind of creeped out. We left our buddies, and Harold left about 5 minutes before I did. As I'm driving, I get to the road that I had a dream on. Obviously, at this point, I'm not thinking anything of it. However, Harold calls me kind of freaking out about how he drove past that abandoned house, which has always been on the way to his house, and it has the main hall light on, which had never once been on before. He was telling me how freaky it was that this was the first time it's ever happened, especially after playing this horror game. Now, immediately after he told me this, I felt a huge vibe change. It turned into this super dark vibe, and immediately I knew something was going to happen. I thought back on that dream that I had, and thought for sure something was going to happen. As I approached this spot in my dream, a raccoon came out of nowhere, and I smacked it. My first ever time hitting an animal was right after Harold called me about that house. That whole vibe felt like it was all planned. The fact that this all happened at once within a couple minutes was pretty crazy. I do believe he called me with that bad juju, and this all happened because of that. I feel like I didn't explain it the best I could, but I still thought that I would share it. Hey, I'm new, as I just had my first sighting, but I feel the need to tell people for any explanation possible. The first one may have an explanation, but I believe it to be contact from an unknown power. The first sighting. It's not really a sighting, but an experience. In the corner of our dining room is an old wooden cabinet that we have things like glasses and other memorabilia inside. One early morning, we were packing to go on holiday, and we opened the cabinet for some reason, and a glass flew out at us. There were no glasses at the edge. The next one with the cabinet is we were having dinner a couple of weeks later, and the largest elephant ornament was 1 foot away from falling off the top. We thought it was due to someone jumping, but it was the largest and heaviest thing on there. You could see the skid marks on the dust after you lifted the elephant up, meaning something had moved it. The second and scariest sighting. Same house, nothing different. My parents were on holiday and my sister was in bed, just me downstairs. I looked at my second monitor as I was playing on my PC, and in the corner of my eye, I saw a dark, tall figure walk from the cabinet to the kitchen. Me, being an idiot, told my friend, 1 second, and ran into the kitchen, and there was nothing. A week later, I told my family, and my sister responded, "Yeah, I've seen it a couple of times." And my dad said that once he was in the living room, and he saw it as clear as day walk opposite him, and match the description I gave, when I hadn't told them what it looked like. Spooky. So, to give some background information, I'm spiritual. If you don't know what that is, spirituality involves the recognition of a feeling, or sense, or belief that there is something greater than myself. something more to being human than the sensory experience. I believe in souls, spirit guides, and reincarnation, etc. My friend is a medium and can connect with spirit guides and also ghosts and souls. My friend and I were hanging out at her place. We had the house to ourselves and decided to do a session. She was doing a session on me and asked normal questions like, what's my future like, and so on. Until I asked a question about one of my friends. This friend of mine has some trouble and has been battling depression, anxiety, and some other things. I asked if we could try and connect with her spirit guides and asked what is happening to her. We tried that. Bad idea. My friend who was doing the session had her eyes closed and was holding my hand. Her face started to twitch in an uncomfy way, but I didn't want to disturb her, so I said nothing. Suddenly, the room we were in had this weird vibe, an unwelcoming vibe, just like a very unpleasant feeling. She suddenly stood up from the couch we were sitting on. She went to grab some incense lights and started saying, "You're not welcome here. Get out of my house." I've never experienced anything like this, as I was new to all of this at the time. Suddenly, this terrible feeling came rushing to me. I don't know how to describe it. I think anyone that's ever met a ghost or soul knows what I'm talking about. The best way I can put it is trapped. I felt trapped. No matter where I went in the room, I felt trapped and small, like I was someone's prey, like I was being watched. Thankfully, my friend got this ghost or soul out of the house, and we sat down to talk about what just happened. My friend told me this is what's called a clinging spirit. It's a spirit that feeds on negativity and sadness, or in my friend's case, her depression and anxiety. My friend told me what she saw afterward. To understand this, you need to understand the floor plan. So right as you enter the house, there's a staircase that goes upstairs, and on the right is a kitchen, and on the left is the living room, where we were. Neither of those rooms have doors. It's just the wall with a hole in it. The living room couch is at the opposite end of the entryway, so you have a full view from there. My friend said in the doorway she saw this tall and skinny black goo. It had no face, but it had the shape of a woman's body. The moment it appeared in the doorway, it started screaming at my friend, like a very loud, painful screaming, almost like a horror movie scream. The moment she opened her eyes, the ghost wasn't there, but the feeling of its presence was. That's also what I felt. After all this happened, we called my friend's mom and sister, and we slept in the guest room, as we were afraid to go upstairs to my friend's bedroom. We were 15 when this happened. I just wanted to share this, as I'm new to Reddit, so I thought this was a good start to welcoming myself here. Okay, this feels a little odd for me to add, though I thought it might be worth it. A few years ago, my grandpa has passed away. He wasn't a very big believer on ghosts or anything regarding the paranormal, until he was in his older years. Well, I ended up inheriting his '86 Thunderbird. Here comes the strange part. Lots of history with the car between myself and my grandpa. Anyway, a few months after he passed, I'm driving the car to work, listening to music and just processing the fact that he's truly gone. The car is all I have left. Or so I thought. I drive towards one of my work sites, and out of nowhere I get a blast of the cologne he always wore. Givenchy No. 2. It was his favorite cologne to use whenever we were going out anywhere. I pulled up to my work site and parked the car. I can smell the cologne so strongly in the passenger seat, and I'm staring at it like, there's no cologne in here, but why does it smell like Grandpa's? It takes me a solid 2 minutes to figure out that his spirit was in the car with me. His spirit had taken a ride with me to work that entire day. The cologne scent didn't dissipate one bit. It was honestly reassuring to me that he was still there in a way. So yeah, interesting encounter for me. because of the fact that when he was alive, not a strong believer in the afterlife. Well, he proved himself wrong, because he still hangs around me when something's wrong. I was around the age of 7 years old. Everyone else was asleep. I was up late watching TV trying to go to sleep. It was around 3:45 a.m. when I looked out the window and saw a shadow figure move really fast. I looked away for a couple minutes and it was still there, but no one was outside of the window, and I didn't hear footsteps in the grass. Then, around 3:58 a.m., I felt someone breathing on my neck. As the breathing got louder, I felt a hand on my shoulder. When I looked behind me, a tall black figure with a hat, one arm down and one arm touching my shoulder. It had long fingers. 4:30 a.m. comes, the shadow person is gone, and I finally went to sleep. When I was 11 or 12 years old, I started seeing shadow people with deep red eyes glowing. Then, the person would disappear. Then they would appear a few times after I saw the first shadow person. I saw shadow people with white eyes, creepy smiles, and they would whisper, and then they would disappear into the darkness. As I got older, 12 to 14, I would start falling asleep before 3 a.m. and sleep until 4 a.m. or 4:30, so I didn't have that experience again, because if I do now, it's going to be much worse and much more powerful. Between the ages of 15 and 17, I started to do some research on what I saw. I watched a YouTube video about creepy paranormal encounters that have happened to other people. Later in the video, the topic on shadow people was being discussed. I was relieved that I wasn't going through these experiences alone, and that I wasn't going insane. This is my experience, cross-posted from r/paranormal. I wouldn't consider myself a very spiritual person, but I have no explanation for what I encountered on my family's property, and was hoping someone had an answer as to whether or not this was some kind of spirit or entity. My family has around 360 acres in northern Oklahoma that has been in our family since the land rush. Growing up, the family would meet there for Thanksgiving and Christmas, but as the family expanded, it was quickly outgrown. Nowadays, I'm the only person that goes there, and I go there to regularly train with my firearms. I went there earlier this year, and had an experience that shook me so badly that I haven't spoken about it until recently, and will never go back there alone. I arrived around 2 p.m. and set up my targets, but something felt off. I use an electronic headset for hearing protection that also amplifies ambient noise, and I noticed that everything seemed to stop. No wind, no bugs, no birds, nothing. Just complete and total silence, which is very unusual for the area. I run my normal drills, and as the sun starts to set, things get stranger. Odd smells, like a dirty litter box and body odor, started coming around, and I noticed that the coyotes were crossing the field west of me, almost as if they were intentionally avoiding entering the woods nearby. Then I started hearing interference coming over my headset, and what sounded like disembodied voices speaking in an indiscernible language. Now I'm starting to worry. I start gathering my things, and I hear what sounds like a woman's blood-curdling screams coming from the woods. Around the same time, I got what I can only describe as a nauseating, omnidirectional feeling of being watched, shortly followed by very distinct footsteps trudging through the foliage in the tree line, approximately 30 yards from my position. I've been an avid hunter since childhood, and I'm familiar with noises of the woods, and the cadence of the footsteps were indicative of a large bipedal creature, oddly human-like. I pull my phone out to take video, and I start scanning the tree line with my flashlight. Standing behind a tree at the edge of the tree line was a tall, black silhouette with spindly limbs and a pale face, looking directly at me. I managed to capture a great still image of it from the video that I will try and find to attach. I quickly grabbed my range bag and made a run towards my truck. I get about 50 yards from the truck, and the light post on our property that is hooked up to the county power and has never turned off in the last 20 years I've been going there suddenly cuts off. Now, I'm blindly running in the direction I believe my truck is in, while I hit the unlock button on my fob to find the lights. I get in my truck, speed off, and as I'm watching in the rear view, the light post turns back on. I apologize for the long post, but I'm finally ready to get this out in the open for interpretation. I tend to think of myself as a rational person that doesn't necessarily believe in the woo kind of stuff. Although my mother described me as being sensitive and somewhat gravitated towards energies as a child, I was doing everything I could to rationalize or come up with a reasonable explanation for the things I was experiencing, but I have no explanation. The kind of fear this experience put into me was like any kind of fear I had ever felt. I'm a 19-year-old, currently doing my first year in an art school in Singapore. Before attending this school, I've heard a lot of stories about this school, like students hearing soldiers marching in the building at 9 p.m., women crying in the toilets, and people running in the school building even though it's already 12 midnight. However, I always thought of a realistic explanation in these stories. Come on, it's an art school. Those marching could be the dance students. Crying in the toilet is common because of the stress students get from assignments. And running at 12 midnight? I did that a few times to run away from the guards because I couldn't use my own laptop to do my assignments. So I stayed in the school's computer labs to do them. But on 18 November 2022, something horrifying happened that changed my mind. It was a Friday night, and there weren't a lot of students in the building. My school is located at the heart of the busiest location in Singapore. Clubs and bars were nearby. We're surrounded by hotels, and we're pretty much surrounded by iconic places and malls. So most students are out to party, especially because it was the last day of the semester. I was in my classroom, alone doing my assignments. I was having a bad day, and I did not bother going to the cafe, or just going home to do my work, because I really needed to smoke from time to time. I wasn't smoking cigarettes, of course. My classroom could have detected that, but I always bring my vape with me to smoke it while I'm alone in class. Living in a strict country and home, I'm not allowed to vape at all, hence why I'm doing my assignments in the classroom. I looked at the time, and it was already 10:30 p.m. I was surprised the guards didn't even bother going up to check if students left the property already. I debated if I should stay and catch the last train. I stayed, somehow, and continued doing my essay. A while later, I heard someone trying to open the door. The door isn't locked or anything, it can only be opened with the staff and student ID cards. I looked at the glass panel of the door and I didn't see anyone. I opened the door and I still didn't see anyone. It's impossible for someone to run and hide. It takes quite a while to find a place to hide because it's an open space. At that point, I was still not creeped out, as I was stressed with the assignments. It happened again, but this time, I saw a creepy face in the panel looking straight at me. Its eyes were wide open, a huge grin on its face, and the rest of the face was just pitch black. I froze, not knowing if I should look away, but at this point, this thing knew I could see it. I reached for my phone slowly while looking at it, not blinking at all. It watched my movements intensely. The door handle shook again. and I have never been so thankful of the card function for the door. I quickly called my boyfriend, who was at a gig nearby, and frantically asked him to come to my school to fetch me. This thing wouldn't go away, and at this point, I kept asking myself if it was human with a mask. But its features moved naturally. My boyfriend FaceTimed me this time, and I looked at the screen to look at where he was at. I looked up again, and the face wasn't there anymore. I looked at the screen and I could see my boyfriend reaching the classroom. The door shook again, but this time it's my boyfriend. I opened the door and hugged him. I was shaking so bad, and the whole time we hugged, he calmed me down and told me he didn't see anything, so we're safe now. We packed my bag and immediately left the building. We have this belief where if a ghost or spirit shows itself to you, you're not allowed to go home immediately, as it will follow you. Instead of catching the last train, my boyfriend and I decided to sit in a nearby coffee shop and eat supper. Though it happened recently, I don't know what that was, and I'm never staying in the classroom late at night alone again. I think my apartment is haunted. So we moved into my apartment in 2018 or 2019. I didn't start immediately. It started randomly. Little things like moving to different places and feeling like something was watching me. One day last year, me and my sister were watching YouTube, and it randomly changed to Hulu. The remote was on the table. We changed it back to YouTube and it went back to Hulu again. We were spooked, so we decided to play a game. While we were playing, we heard a step in my sister's room. We were home alone. We were scared, but I got up and went to my sister's room and saw a shadowy figure in the corner of my eye. We were pretty spooked, but nothing happened after that besides tiny stuff. Fast forward to yesterday. I had a friend over, and me and my friend love watching ghost stories. We were playing Just Dance, and we heard something fall in the kitchen. We went to investigate and we saw a lid fell. It didn't make sense because it was on the counter before we were in there. We just went back to playing Just Dance. I have to be home alone today. And honestly, I don't know what to do. Update. My friend left and nothing really happened until 11 p.m. I saw a shadow figure in the corner of my eye, and the dog started to bark in that direction for like 15 minutes. I was about 5 or 6 years old, so about 2001 or 2002. My paternal grandmother was a sweet woman in her older years from what I can remember, though that's very little. A little background. My grandmother had many illnesses as she grew older, and my mother was an RN at the time and was able to care for her whenever possible. The nursing facility my grandmother was in was fairly decent to my knowledge. Right around the time I saw her still alive, something felt different to me when I would visit her. I couldn't quite tell at the time, though. Now, looking back on it as an adult, I'm fairly certain I could see her soul was slowly disconnecting from her earthly form. It was like looking at a doll when I visited for the last time. Right about the time I had turned 6, I was sleeping in my mom's room because I was afraid of the dark. My grandpa was in the living room waiting for my mom to come home from work. Well, around 10 or 11, I feel someone touch my shoulder gently and wake me up. I sat up in bed and looked, utterly confused. The person standing next to the bed was my grandmother, wearing her favorite nightgown with little clouds and flowers all over it. She sat on the bed next to me with a gentle smile on her face. I remember this so vividly to this day. I asked her, "What are you doing here, Grandma? How'd you get past Grandpa?" She replied back softly, in what sounded like an echo to me at the time. "I'm going to a better place, sweetheart. I will always be with you no matter what. You'll understand when you're older. I love you dearly." I was confused by what she had said back then. She gave me a goodbye kiss on the forehead, stood up from the bed, and faded in a gentle white mist. Literally a minute or so later, my mom comes home crying. I could hear her and my grandpa talking softly about my grandmother, though I didn't understand at the time. My mom had come into the bedroom, saw me awake, and was startled. She had asked me why I was awake, and I told her that Grandma told me goodbye. I found out years later that my grandmother had passed away in her sleep, and my mom was called into the morgue to identify my grandmother. My grandmother's recorded death time was about 11 to midnight, if I remember correctly. To this day, every now and then I can feel my grandmother nearby. She always wore a rose-scented perfume when she was still alive. It's not often, though if I'm in a really dark place, she comes around to check on me. I miss her dearly, and wish I had more photos of her when she was still alive. Back in late January 2022, my dad died in his house, so we all kind of moved back to our mother's house. Everyone left except for my oldest brother, Jonathan. He had decided to stay there until he couldn't anymore. For context, we had a ghost in there before Dad had died, called George. After my dad's funeral, Jonathan was calling my aunt to talk to her. Then she asked if my younger sister was there. He asked why. Then my aunt told him she had heard a young girl's voice that slowly turned into an old man's voice. She also heard my dad's voice, so that was neat. After this, my aunt found the real name of the ghost. Then Jonathan said on the way into the house, this is where all the creepy stuff started happening. After this, anytime he turned on the kitchen light, he would hear loud footsteps banging up the basement stairs. At one point, he heard things in the wall, and in the ceiling, just banging around. Once, when he was sleeping, he heard loud banging on his bedroom window. He went out there the next day to see a pair of footprints emerging out of thin air, then just disappear. My aunt at some point gave Jonathan a rock that was supposed to help with paranormal stuff. It worked. It's just he felt something watching him. Constantly in the nights of the month he left. He would also hear banging on the cars, like it was trying to lure him out of the house. He left in April, not due to the ghost, but due to the house being put up for rent again. It's safe to say, Jonathan accidentally made that ghost angry. Very peculiar coincidence. Years ago, my college roommates and I lived in an old 3-story house. The third floor was one large den area. Our bedrooms were on the second floor. On multiple occasions, we would hear what sounded like a very heavy person running around. It was loud and distinct. At some point during our year living there, I got really sick. It was pneumonia, and I was feeling absolutely awful. I was taking a lot of medication, some of which was codeine. I was sleeping hard. I had a super vivid dream where I was laying there in my bed, exactly as I actually was. I looked up, and there was a man wearing a yellow shirt and overalls. He was a large man. I didn't feel afraid of him, just unsure of who he was. In my dream, I ask him who he is, and he just disappears. This confused me when I woke up, because I realized I've never noticed color in my dreams before, or colors never stood out in my dreams before. But the yellow shirt stuck with me for some reason. Anyway, a few weeks later, my roommate gets mono and she's down bad. She couldn't sleep, which is a very common symptom of mono. She felt like she was going nuts being confined to her room without rest. One night, she finally got a few hours of sleep, but texted me freaking out that she had a nightmare. I asked her what her dream was, and she said she was laying in her bed looking at her closet, and she saw a huge man wearing a yellow shirt and ugly overalls. We were both sick and exhausted, and for sure our brains do weird things when our bodies are working hard to get us healthy. But for both of us to see the same man in the same outfit, very strange. This is a story I've wanted to tell for a long time. My family has two people, me and my mother. My mother's a teacher. She teaches literature in high school. I was still a middle school student at the time. Usually, after a stressful day, my mother would go out with her friends. At about 2 a.m., she came home reeking of beer. On the occasion of her wearing nice clothes, she wanted me to take pictures of her. The front of my house is mostly a large glass door with iron bars crossed to make a frame. She modeled in front of the door. After a while, I reviewed what had just taken. Everything seemed to be normal, until one picture that I noticed something strange. There's a white streak behind the glass door next to my mother's face. I try to take a closer look. Unmistakably, it's a face. A white face with two black eyes looking straight into the camera in a creepy way. So black that it seems to just be an eye socket and a toothless wide mouth. Everything seems to be twisted into the center of the face. I have a feeling that this is not something that should exist. Like I just saw something I shouldn't have. But it's clearly appearing right in front of my eyes. I started to feel cold the more that I looked. The more scared I became. My mother noticed and wanted to see what I just took. I told her there was someone behind the door. She yelled at me, called me nonsense. But I know that my eyes don't deceive me. And of course, her reaction confirmed everything. Her face darkened. She immediately sobered up. Told me to remember to close and lock the door, turn off all the lights, and tell me to go to my bedroom. She also immediately entered her room and closed the door. The next day I checked the camera again. I couldn't find the picture. Maybe she deleted it. Since then, she and I have not talked about this anymore. It's been behind my mind for so many years. I really wanted to tell someone. It's probably crazy enough not to believe me. But I know I haven't lost my mind. I know what I've seen. And even my imagination is not an element here, because she sees it too. My family doesn't worship anything, and I'm not superstitious, nor do I believe in ghosts. But it was an event that 8 years later, I still can't forget. So two things happened to me recently, and I'm not sure if it was coincidence or paranormal. So the first thing happened around a month ago, and I walked into my bedroom and my cat was in there. My family is also in the house, so I crack the door and go pee, and I hear the door shut not too hard, but not too soft. And I get done thinking my family shut it, but I see my cat just kind of staring at the door, and the cats in my house are smart. If a door is cracked, they know how to open it. And the room has hardly any airflow in it, and I asked my family if they shut the door, but they said no. One thing I forgot to mention is it's not a house, but an apartment building above a hardware store, and there's 2 stories to the apartment. So I'll explain. It's on the main street of my town, so you can enter the hardware store or go a little ways to our entrance, and it requires a key, so it's like 20 stairs to our level, then 10 stairs up is the second level. And the hardware store is a really big basement, almost like a maze, and the building is probably around 100 years old, like all the other buildings in my town. I don't know any history of this place, but I do know it's kind of creepy. The second experience was like a few days ago, and I was walking towards the entrance down my street, and I see a man peek around the corner of the entrance to our building. It's kind of a nook in the building, and the man is wearing a gray shirt and looks to be of Hispanic descent, with short hair. And I walk to the entrance with my mom and 2 sisters, and don't see the man. And I look down the street. There's no one who looks like him. And like I said, the door requires a key. It's 20 steps up the first flight and 10 up the second flight. But I saw the man turn around and disappear. So we open the door, go up the stairs with my sister to let out our dog, and she accidentally lets it go. And it runs up the stairs and up halfway through the second flight, staring at the top. So we get our dog and leave. I told my mom, and she's seen weird stuff here also, but I've never seen the man before or since then. Sorry if it was long or if parts feel vague. Feel free to ask questions. I'll try to respond. Hello, Ghost Stories community. I've been interested in and reading many of your shared stories and experiences, but now I have one that I'd like some help understanding. My partner, who is known to be logical and rational, calmly let me know that there was a man who visited her bedroom twice. One occasion during the early hours of the morning, and another in the late afternoon of the same day. This man appeared for only a second at the foot of our bed for both occurrences, before disappearing without a trace. My partner described the man to be dressed in a short, black hat with a brim, had black sunglasses that covered his eyes, wore a black trench coat that extended past his knees, and was holding a briefcase in one hand. This man appeared at the foot of our bed and faced my partner twice, but did and said nothing before vanishing again. My partner and I have not experienced anything like this before, and while we're not alarmed, wonder what this man's intentions are. Has anyone seen a character similar to this description? And how did you handle it? Thank you. To start, this is a true story. My family and I moved from SoCal to New Mexico in 2007, and we were accompanied by 2 of my parents' friends along the way. My parents built a 3-story house there, so we all had a room. Parents, their friends from Cali, and an aunt who stayed in another room. Despite all those people in the house, I felt something was off. They told me that I was just adjusting, and they still hadn't called the priest to bless the house, and that when he came, all would feel better. Anyway, bedtime came and my brother and I decided to sleep in my parents' bedroom for the first night. I know we were old, but every other room was taken or filled with boxes. So since it's a big master bedroom, we placed our sleeping bags on the floor and called it a day. Sadly, I'm always the last one to go to sleep. So there I am, waiting to fall asleep, when I start feeling the room go cold. I thought nothing of it. But then I started feeling very scared for no reason. I did what we all do at that age and wrapped myself in a blanket. I thought it was all in my head, but then I heard a dog breathing close to my ear, and I knew that my brother was around the other side, so it wasn't him. I was really scared now, but I also feared for my family. I am the oldest. Since they were all asleep, in an act of desperation and fear, I got up, only to find that nothing was there. I woke my dad up and told him what happened. He just thought I was exaggerating and told me to pray and go to sleep. This time I slept a little closer to them, and right when I was about to go to sleep, a solid steel door that we have at our entrance slammed so hard everyone jumped and woke up. This had never happened before, and 12 years later never happened again. There was no wind at all, and nobody could explain how it opened without the key. They all started talking, and when they looked at me and told me to go to sleep, so I left. I woke up the next morning. As I was making my cereal bowl, my mom asked me what it was that I saw or heard. I told her, and she just went pale. She said my aunt and our 2 guests saw a woman in white walk down the stairs. Moments later, the door slammed shut. We looked, and 7 people can't be wrong. This was one of many things that happened in our house, including 4 years of sleep paralysis, daily. So basically, I'm a 14-year-old female, and my friend is also a 14-year-old female, and it was break. So this is my first post since I never really was interested in writing things like these. But today was shocking, so bear with me. Me and my best friend usually do what girls our age do. Laugh together about stuff, walk together, etc. But today it was kind of different. We were sitting down on some benches outside, because I suggested we should, since there's a very strong AC inside the building we were in. We walked outside and sat on the wooden benches. We were talking and laughing like usual, and we then started reading a story on Tumblr, you know what I mean, while also watching this French dude's video, since my best friend is French. We then go more into the video, and I noticed something in the corner of my eye. There was a kid who looks kind of younger than us, probably 12 or 13, pointing a paper plane at my best friend's head. Out of reflex, for some unknown reason, I snatched it out of his hand and threw it at the ground, and I'm still very much confused, even if I'm in PE class now. But that's beside the point. Like I said, I threw it at the ground, and we were both shocked and nervous. We started laughing due to being nervous that a literal kid was pointing a paper plane at my best friend's head, while we were just doing our thing. I got up laughing because I was also amused at the fact that I popped out a random reflex that wasn't even necessary at all, while she was still laughing on the bench. I glanced behind me at the kid, and then I realized something. He was caressing his fingers like he was confused about the fact that I snatched the paper plane from his hand, and had a stoic face. I then turned around, continuing to laugh with my friend, until I turned back around to the benches to see that he was gone. I know this might sound stupid, and he might have just ran away too fast than normal, and that I'm paranoid about the fact that there might be ghosts in the school, since usually in my room stuff falls and I don't feel very much alone in my room. Not in a way that is cringy and weird, but more in a way that I've experienced these things falling in my room at least 10 times, and that I'm sometimes kind of scared to sleep in my room. But it's still confusing how he was so stoic and looked confused, then vanished without me even seeing him run to a certain direction. I don't have any disorders such as schizophrenia that I know of, but the whole situation was weird and confusing, so I hope I can get any comments, maybe explaining this phenomenon. When I was a kid, 6 or 7, my mom moved us into an apartment, which had been an old home converted into apartments. The house was about 3 homes down the street from a mortuary, in which there was a wayward cemetery behind it. That's another story. So when we first moved in, I think everything was fine. But eventually, my mom's bedroom door would swing open and slam shut, and repeat. My mom told me that it was something wrong with the hinges of the door, which caused it to do that. But my gut always told me different. Some days it would open and shut here and there, but there were some nights it would go wild. Fast forward. I didn't want to sleep in my room because I always say the silhouette of a person in my doorway just looking at me. I would be literally frozen. One specific thing that happened to me that I know for sure I will never forget is that one day my grandmother was babysitting me, and she told me not to run in the house. She left me inside to go sit on the porch, so I decided to fill my water gun and join her. I went in the kitchen, which, if you can picture, there was a straight shot from the back of the apartment to the front door with no obstructions. A sprinter's dream. The setup went like this, starting at the back of the apartment. 1, kitchen. 2, dining room. Then the living room. Then the door. Just wide open space. I filled my water gun and took off full speed. As soon as I hit the living room, I was pushed and held down. I screamed, but nothing would come out. It felt like I was glued to the floor for hours. I couldn't hear anything. I couldn't move. Nothing. It felt like sleep paralysis, except I was fully awake. I honestly don't know how long I was on the floor. But 1 minute, sound didn't exist. And the next, it was like someone turned the volume of the universe up to the max as my grandma walked in the door. The look I gave her had to be wild because I was so confused. I asked her if she heard me screaming. She looked at me like I was crazy and said no. I ended up telling her what happened to me, and she sternly told me not to run around in that apartment. That night when my mom got home from work, I heard her mentioning how, you know, that man killed his wife and hung himself in your bedroom doorway, and that's why it keeps opening up. Now she is feeling and seeing things. My mom began letting me sleep with her or on the couch. Our neighbor said that one time she locked her front door, which was a chain-lock deadbolt and bottom lock. It was midday, and she went to take a shower. When she got out, the front door was wide open. I still try to research the home and overall area, but I always come up empty. This happened in Salem, New Jersey. As teenagers, my cousins, siblings, and I would head out to the woods to a place we creatively named the Hills. We would ride our bikes down the trail and to this spot almost daily throughout the summer. For some reason, this particular time, we had walked instead. As we were walking, we were laughing and carrying on like most teens do. But that changed when we reached our destination and looked down the hill. I happened to see it first. As I looked down the hill, I got quiet because I saw a Civil War era man leaning up against the tree. He had a felt hat on, a gun which was leaned up against the tree, and a ragged knapsack. I was in shock. He looked as real as you and me. I turned around to see if anyone else was seeing it. I asked my sister if she saw it, and she said that she did. My 2 cousins that were with us also saw the man. One of my cousins took off. I mean, she was out of there. She had to take a different path home because of where this man was standing. Those of us that were left standing there, she ran off, turned back around to look at the man who was standing there. When we turned around, he was gone. It didn't take us long to get out of there after that. We were terrified. My cousins were staying with my grandma at the time. We all ran in telling our grandma our story, thinking she'd tell us we were crazy. Nope. She said, "Oh yeah, that man's been in my house before." I guess years earlier, she was laying in bed and heard someone walking through her house. Then she saw a man walk into her room. She said she quickly pulled her blankets up and over her head and prayed nothing would happen. Soon, she heard him walk out of the house. The next morning, all of the doors were still locked, and there was no sign of him. There are a few other stories about this Civil War man. One coming from my uncle, and another coming from someone who lived around the same area. I'll probably write them in a part 2 sometime soon. I told this story very true story narrator style, but it's because I love to write. I hope it's okay for here, but I understand if it isn't. I can tell you that nothing in this story is made up. Yes, the house should be condemned. Nobody should be living in it at all. But I live in a very impoverished area, and big old Victorian houses are super cheap because they need so much work to be livable. This house was not livable. They were making it work. I have so many stories about this house and the crazy things that happened here, but this one in particular is something I could never forget. Even typing it, I have goosebumps the whole time. The feelings felt here, that night, are ones that aren't forgotten. I was visiting my ex who lived in a super old house. It had been a hotel, brothel, store, and a funeral home in its former life. At this point, it is a home that looks so beautiful if you could only see the beautiful architecture and grand wallpaper as they used to be. Instead, the house looks as if it had been forgotten for some time. Dust and cobwebs are visible on every surface, but especially on the deep mahogany carved trim that encircled every room and sometimes protruded into elaborate carvings of guardian protectors. It was unnerving to be in this home at any time. The hair on the back of your neck would stand every time you switched rooms, as if you had walked in on something that couldn't be seen. That feeling is something you can get used to, though. It's a feeling that fades quickly and grows comfortable after a while. This was a feeling that you didn't mind because it didn't trigger any emotion. It was just more of a reminder that some people are unseen. At night, the house was a different story. Not often, but some nights the house after the sunset felt different. It filled with tension. You could feel the hair on the back of your neck stand, but the energy of someone being there is much different. This feeling causes goosebumps. It's uncomfortable, tension-filled and chilling. This feeling doesn't fade, and sometimes return just for mentions of the stories that I encountered. Not lasting as long as before, but definitely there. This night, I went over because my boyfriend's parents and siblings had gone out of town and needed us to dog sit. We hung around the house and watched TV. That night, we decided we would travel to the upstairs back hall, just to scare ourselves. The house felt quieter than normal that day. We were worried we might not see anything in the back hall, like all the last spirits were on vacation. That night it changed. Everyone knows this house is haunted. There is no doubt. But as you climb the stairs to the second story, you're met with another level of paranormal. Almost constantly you hear things that don't make sense. You feel that negative tension in the air, and you catch things out of the corner of your eye that you can't find reasoning for. To add a little extra spice, the upstairs had lost all of its electricity several years prior. Instead, they had extension cords running to the 3 main bedrooms. The upstairs is split into 2 parts. One of the parts is at the top of the staircase. It opens to 3 main bedrooms, each with a giant door made of solid wood and sharing the same grand crown molding as the downstairs. Immediately to the left of the staircase was another identical door. This door leads to a hallway. The hallway has a few rooms and a bathroom. Room numbers still grace the front of each door to let hotel guests know which room would be accommodating them for the evening. As the sun went down, we got excited to go exploring and maybe dig up some trouble. Live for the adrenaline of it. Get a little spook in. As we went up the stairs, things felt different. Even in the dark, nothing was happening. Just like earlier in the day, the house was quiet. It just felt like we were in any old house. No goosebumps, no presence of another, no noise. As we turned the knob and opened the door to the back hallway, it changed immediately. Suddenly, all around us was a presence of darkness and a feeling of terror. We immediately had the same thought. No. We closed the door, and almost immediately the air cleared of the terrible feeling it had presented just moments earlier. Since the house felt so calm, we decided to spend some time in my boyfriend's bedroom upstairs. As we lay there watching a movie, the lights flickered. not uncommon because the extension cord fire hazard that ran from the living room and the upstairs. The flicker brought with it that horrible presence we felt opening the back hallway door rushing back to us. As we glanced at each other in terror, the lights flickered one more, and a loud crash came from the other side of the door, and repetitive beats like a toddler running pounded loudly in the hallway directly outside of the room. Only 5 or 6 steps, but incredibly loud. As soon as the pounding footfalls stopped, the air changed to normal again. We say, catching our breath together for what seemed like forever. Neither of us saying a word. When we did speak, we decided we should leave for the night. The dog would be fine until morning. Upon opening the door to his bedroom to get out of the house, we heard a crunch. Lifting his shoe, we noticed that my ex had just stepped on broken glass. Upon further inspection, we realized it wasn't just broken glass. It was broken Christmas bulbs. These are special ornaments his mom puts up every year and keeps in special ornament totes with locking lids to prevent breakage. These totes are behind a closed door, down a hallway, and inside a room that also had a closed door, away from where they are now, lying at our feet. We left. So I'm a college student, 18-year-old female, and all the residential areas on campus have a different name: Highland, Park, Historic, and North. I chose to live in the Historic District because it was the one with the most greenery. It was close to all my classes, and my brother stayed in the same dorm when he went to my uni. I live on floor 3 of 3 at my dorm, and I noticed something really odd shortly after moving in. There's an intercom right on the wall, at the foot of my bed. I inquired about it at the front desk, asking if it was hooked to the desk or campus security, anything like that. The desk assistant had no clue what I was talking about, and directed me to the most popular RA in the building. I asked him about the intercom, and he told me the story as follows. Back in the day, the rooms had intercoms that went to the basement. Not sure why the basement, but the basement of the historic dorms are closed after some unalived themselves in the back in the day. There's also rumors that they connect to the bomb shelter under campus, but I don't know. I was aware of the bomb shelters. We have staircases that lead down at random spots all over campus. One just outside and to the right of my dorm. And you can even hear the pressure release from them about every half hour to hour. But this intercom thing spooked me, so I chose to ignore it. My roommate and I had pretty opposite schedules, so we were rarely in the room together. Weird stuff would happen to us, though. I'd be working at my desk and hear a woman go, "Hello?" Who'd I'd assume was my roommate or friend from down the hall, but I'd turn around and no one was there. My closet is about 2 feet from the intercom, and sometimes I'd hear the doorknob turn. It's all good stuff in this dorm. Everything creaks. My roommate would text me, asking if I forgot my keys, and was knocking on the door, which obviously I wasn't. There was even a time where we were both in the room, and a huge bang hit the door, right next to the intercom. We freaked out, looked through the peephole, but saw no one. We slowly opened the door to look down the hall, and because we're in the center, there isn't anywhere to run. But no one would be there. My roommate broke her leg a month into the school year and had to drop out, leaving me on my own. These weird occurrences would happen, so I spent a lot of time in my friend's dorm, only ever sleeping in mine. Eventually, we migrated to hanging out in my dorm, but my friends would always comment about how bad the energy was. It seemed to subside after a bit, but there are still some days I walk in and it's absolutely draining in there. There have even been instances when my boyfriend and I are about to fall asleep and he'll say, "What do you mean?" And I ask confused what he's talking about, and he'll go, "Didn't you say this?" Some weird clicking, almost like a telegraph, started coming from the intercom around October. I asked the RA about it, but he assured me the intercom was disconnected. I started making more friends, meaning I was in more dorms in my building, and the more I spent time elsewhere, the more I realized my room is the only room with an intercom. I have a picture of it, and I'll try to attach it in the comments or something. But even as I write this, I have an uneasy feeling, like I shouldn't be saying this. When my sister was young, probably about 5 or 6, we had just moved into a new house as a family. My sister was always good about sleeping by herself at night, which was ironic given how I myself was not. But regardless, she gave our parents relatively little trouble sleeping by herself ever. Except one night, when she had a particularly rough night and went downstairs to ask my mom to come sleep with her, because as little kids tend to do, she got scared. Mom goes upstairs with her and lies down. My sister falls asleep, but my mom is struggling to fall asleep. That is, until Dad gets in bed with her, holding them both. Helps Mom fall asleep. They all pass out together. Mom wakes up. Dad isn't in bed with them anymore. That's fairly typical. My dad gets up super early to go to work most mornings and lets my mom sleep in, so she thinks nothing of it until he gets home. She asks him when he came upstairs to sleep with them last night, as he was asleep when my sister first asked Mom to come to bed with her. Dad replies that he never left their bed. Slept by himself downstairs all night. Who got in bed with my mom? This thing happened on a holiday in Ibiza in the summer of 2018. I've always been pretty skeptical about ghosts, etc., but this thing really made me see it differently. The reason I'm posting it is because I came across it again after sending my experience to a friend back then. I stayed with my parents in an old and dated-looking hotel, built probably somewhere in the 50s or 60s. The 2-bedroom apartment had a dismantled fireplace in it, and the doors were rigid and had vintage but sturdy knobs. The apartment had this key card holder in order to have electricity in the apartment. And at the first day of our holiday, I put a piece of cardboard in the holder so we didn't need to put our key card in it every time. One of the last days of our holiday came to an end, and I went to bed. My room was located right behind the entrance, and my bedroom window was looking out on the hallway. I went to sleep, but eventually I woke up around 5 a.m. I had this weird dream, one that I never had before. As I was rethinking what just happened in my dream, I wanted to move my head, but to my horror, it was really painful as I had a stiff neck. Luckily, I could move it enough and managed to turn on the lamp on the nightstand. I looked at my phone to see what time it was, and also tried to ease the stiff neck a bit, but that didn't help. Eventually, I turned the lamp off and went back to sleep. About 5 minutes later, for no reason, I was just blankly staring into the room full of darkness and a tiny bit of light coming through the curtains. I looked around a bit, but then I looked to my left, and in the corner of the room I saw a black, shadow-like figure standing, looking at me. At that moment, I just totally paralyzed and kept on looking at it. Then it began to move to the right and disappeared walking through the bedroom door. After it disappeared, I immediately turned on the lamp on the nightstand, but to my horror, it didn't work. There was no power. I then grabbed my phone that luckily had a few percentage of power left on it, and I turned on the flashlight. Instantly, I thought about the cardboard in the keycard holder, and with my phone flashlight, I opened the rigid door and went to check the keycard holder. The cardboard was still in its place, but it had moved up a little because when I pressed it down, the power came back. I realized that in the corner where I saw the black shadow standing, the entrance is located behind the wall, and that wall also holds the keycard holder. So the weird dream, stiff neck, no power, even though 5 minutes before there was, and the location of the shadow and keycard holder makes it hard for me to believe that this was just a big chain of coincidences. Nothing like this has ever happened again to me. From 2010 to 2011, my family lived briefly in an early 1900s house in Ashland, Kentucky. The house was 3 floors, with a 3rd floor being converted to an attic. My older sister's bedroom was essentially the whole 3rd floor, while my younger brother and I shared a room on the 2nd floor next to my parents. For my siblings and me, there was a definite culture shift moving in to Ashland from Nashville, Tennessee. We went from a more suburban area to a more somewhat remote area of northern Kentucky. We were further in Appalachia, and the people were definitely different. We noticed it first in the behaviors of our next-door neighbors. The house on our left belonged to an old hoarder named Joan. The woman was rarely seen, but monstrous when she would confront my family and me. She didn't drive, but there was an old gray sedan filled to the brim with newspaper and trash that sat in her driveway for as long as we lived there. Her backyard was littered with ancient-looking antiques, statues, and furniture. After once finding my brother and I snooping around her yard laughing at all the junk she had collected, she made a statement along the lines of, "Ruth should straighten you out," and motioned back towards our house. We never thought much of it until our other next-door neighbor mentioned that a previous owner of the house was a longtime friend of hers named Ruth. Ruth had died in the house years before. Hearing that was more than enough to creep the hell out of my brother and me. Inside our house, it was my sister that first started having strange experiences. She was around 17 at the time, yet almost like a young child. She could hardly stay in the house by herself. She said that her bedroom scared her, and that she felt like something was in her closet. The 3rd floor had 3 closets, and the biggest one had 2 sliding doors. My sister mentioned that many times she would think the door was closed, look away, and then find it open without any explanation. At nighttime, there were a few times when she came downstairs knocking on my parents' door asking for them to keep it down, only to notice that the noise wasn't coming from anyone in the house. It was muffled speaking that only my sister could hear in her room. After a few months, my sister became so uncomfortable on the 3rd floor that she moved to our 2nd floor guest room. My brother and I quickly begged to take the 3rd floor room, because it meant more space. We didn't really know at the time how scared my sister was of the 3rd floor. Right away, I was definitely able to feel a tension in that room. I would often feel like I was buzzing on high alert for no reason. One way to describe the feeling would be that it was similar to how you'd feel moments after someone almost hit you with their car. Even after the moment is over, you can feel your heart race, your mind buzz, and your senses heighten. Almost daily, I would feel the tension in the room and start to get this overwhelming feeling. The sliding door closet was, for whatever reason, the center of a lot of the incidents I witnessed. Multiple times I watched the door slide open with no one pulling or pushing it. The floor was level, and we tested the AC to see if an air vent was causing the sliding door to blow open, but we couldn't find a connection. One night, my brother had his friend over, and they were playing with Legos in the room in front of the closet. I was watching as the shut doors slammed open just behind them. The 3 of us sprinted downstairs screaming, and though my mom was able to console us, she told me years later that she was terrified. She fully started believing that something was in the house once she had the closet slam open in front of her. She then felt a cold rush around her shoulders and back, and panicked and left the house. About a month after that, she moved my brother and I back to our second floor bedroom, and we only used the third floor as a guest room. Though it's been over 10 years, I still remember being petrified of being in that room alone, even during the day. It was a very stressful point in my childhood, and I feel like I still attach a lot of negativity and bad memories to that time. I've never had other paranormal experiences outside of this, but my experiences in Ashland were so strong that it's tough for me to be a skeptic. Something truly is in that house, and it could very well be a ghost named Ruth. My childhood 1970s home was on a street that dead-ended into a cemetery. Where the street ended, 2 10-foot stone columns marked the beginning of the cemetery. A streetlight about 5 yards before the columns lit them up come dark. When I was 10 years old, I was allowed to play outside in the neighborhood until 10 p.m., or about dark in the summertime. One early fall evening, it was about 8:30. It was getting dark early, but I was determined to stay out until 9 o'clock. A friend of mine lived in the last house before the cemetery began. I went there and knocked on the door, asking the mom who answered if my friend could come out. She agreed and said, "Wait a minute, I'll get her." I sat down on the front steps to wait for my friend and looked towards the cemetery columns. I saw a man standing there on the cemetery side, kind of shadowy as the streetlight had not come on quite yet, but I could see him well enough. He had on green dicky pants and a shirt, the kind workers wore, and he was smoking a cigarette. I thought he might be from the neighborhood. I literally blinked and then he vanished. At the same time, the streetlight blinked on. The man was gone. I could see far enough in all directions to know that he couldn't have walked away in any direction. I was so spooked, I jumped up and ran home, not waiting for my friend. This happened to my dad, not me. Around 2 years before I was born, my dad was taking the night shift at a school. He was a custodian. He went around the school checking if anything was off and cleaning. After he was done with his job, he went on to exit the school. Before he left, he went to close and lock the doors inside of one of the hallways. He did so, and right when he turned around, all the doors had slammed shut at once. He was terrified and closed and locked them as fast as possible. He ran out and got out of there. Thank you so much for listening to all of the stories in this video. I hope you enjoyed them. I also hope that you enjoy the extra rain at the end. Get a good night's sleep, everyone, and I'll read to you in the next video. Bye-bye now.